You are just an ordinary person guarding the border. Heads of state from various countries are extremely respectful to you. Even the supreme gods have to respect you 3 points. Just because the border you guard is on the edge of the Milky Way, not only to resist the invasion of foreign demons, also need to prevent the southern evil god from breaking through the border of the Milky Way and heading to the outside world. And you just have to wait for the next human who ascends here to return to your original world. But this wait is 10,000 years, it will be quick, you murmured softly. Guarding the homeland for 10,000 years, even if you have become immortal, you are still extremely weary. Suddenly, you frowned as something was approaching the edge of the Milky Way. You guard this galaxy for 10,000 years. Even if the Buddha wants to pass, he must ask for your opinion. Above the ruins, you suddenly turned around and transformed into a deity figure hundreds of feet tall, rising up like a mountain as if to completely block the path behind. The majestic voice spread throughout the entire galaxy. At the edge of the galaxy, the newcomers stopped. Just a short while ago, on one end of the blue planet, all media platforms were broadcasting the same scene. A spaceship with a red flag emblem is slowly heading towards the edge of the Milky Way. The entire human race is breathing rapidly and feeling tense at this moment, because this is destined to be a historic day. After a long period of time, human modern civilization is finally going to leave the Milky Way and head to a wider universe. Countless barrage filled the Azura country official live broadcast room, so shocking. Although I have seen countless starry sky images, watching space travel in real time like this is the first time. The number of comments under the video is increasing rapidly at a rate of hundreds per second. There seems to be something special at the edge of the galaxy. But with our original capabilities, it is difficult to observe clearly. But now we can thoroughly see what is at the edge of the Milky Way. Not only that, the countries such as the Eagle Sauce and the Grizzly Bear have also captured unidentified objects in space, all pointing to here. Many people are passionate. Over the past few hundred years, astronomers from various countries have successively made discoveries at the edge of the Milky Way. Some people say, Azura country once discovered a dragon corpse at the edge of the galaxy through an astronomical telescope. Some people also say that there seem to be many unidentified beings wandering in the void outside the Milky Way. Tiangong 81 is approaching the edge of the Milky Way and is expected to reach the Milky Way planet in 10 seconds. Subsequently, a cluster of fragmented stars floating in the desolate universe appeared before everyone. Exploring the universe is the hymn of humanity. At this moment, countless netizens in live streaming rooms are staring at the screen, texts from various countries are intersecting and flooding the screen, and then the Azura country spaceship briefly resets after passing through the asteroid field. At the moment when the spaceship crossed the asteroid belt, the scene that appeared plunged all the humans on the blue planet into madness. Only to see a figure standing on the ruins of the shattered continent, looking up at the sky with hands behind the back as if standing there for thousands of years. What the hell did I just see? Humans at the edge of the Milky Way galaxy? Countless barrage of comments instantly covered the entire screen. What else in the world could be more shocking than this? At the edge of the galaxy, you stand with your hands behind your back, your eyes deep, looking at the universe beyond the Milky Way, looking desolate. I estimate you have been here for at least 100,000 years. You have preached with the Buddha, discussed the Tao with the Tao ancestors, and fought against many demons and monsters with the heavenly gods and Buddhas. This is the border of the Milky Way, the residence of the gods, and the battlefield beyond the sky. Even after 10,000 years have passed, countless gods have fallen, leaving only you to guard here. For 100,000 years, you have repelled countless attacks from extraterritorial demons, and too many close friends have died in battle against demons, buried deep in the void. You have persisted for 100,000 years, just to wait for the gods sleeping in the homeland to awaken in this life. Back to the present, your majestic voice, combined with the 100-foot Dharma image, spreads out, making the eardrums of all humanity tremble and their scalps tingle. Azura country. After all the barrage in the live room fell silent again, another round of madness came. Brothers, my body is trembling, this must be my Azura country ancient god. At the edge of the galaxy, visitors stop. Could it be that the ancient immortals are guarding the human race tens of thousands of light years away? Everyone's heart is pounding wildly. Countless people doubted that this was a dream. After hundreds of years of development, modern technology finally conquered the Milky Way, only to see the legendary gods at this moment, as if all science was completely overturned at this moment. Countless myths and legends surged in the minds of people all over the world. At this time, in the ground base of Azura Country Space Station, all the staff were shocked to the point of being stunned. As space workers, as atheists of modern science, they never expected that at the end of this galaxy, there was a guarding deity. The silence was quickly broken, and countless stunned workers quickly came to their senses, immediately reporting to the highest level, "Quickly get me the number 1 leader." The station master of the space base station was now nervous to the point of turning pale. He looked at the images transmitted from space, and this discovery will change the course of human history, very likely to overturn all science. The world will witness an unexpected and enormous transformation. Whether that existence is a god or an alien, but his language is Azura country language, which is enough to explain the problem. He almost shouted commands, and even the operator's upright body was trembling. Soon, the phone was answered, and Lu Xingyang tried to communicate with the person who spoke Azura country language, maybe having a decent connection with Azura country. Second, the live broadcast cannot be interrupted. Once it is confirmed that the deity comes from Azura country, the hearts of people all over the world will lean towards Azura country. No matter how many religious beliefs there are in the world, they are not as useful as a living deity. I will arrive at the space base soon, please make sure to stay in touch with that person before that. The call ended and the man in the blue space suit looked at the screen. Took a deep breath, facing the staff in front seriously, Xiao activated the intelligent mode, entered the command, I want to communicate with the one above in space. Everyone was excited, no matter what the being above space was, this was the first dialogue between humans and extraterrestrial beings. Above the space, at the edge of the galaxy, you look at the spaceship in front of you with a calm gaze. A mechanical sound suddenly came from the spacecraft, and the familiar Azura country language was heard. Azura country, the 9th generation space shuttle, Tiangong 81, with Azura country, all the citizens of the country, say hello to the gentleman. The familiar voice makes you a little absent-minded at this moment. The lonely 100,000 years in the starry sky make you feel like you have turned into one of the countless stars, desolate and lifeless. Has it been so long already? Has the technology of the Blue Star building reached the edge of this galaxy? You remained silent for a long time, feeling a bit emotional. Before crossing, one's original world couldn't even fly out of the solar system, but now it can fly across the Milky Way. Voice came from the spaceship again, Sir, are you Azura country ancestor? Why would you be at this desolate edge of the galaxy? If you want, we are willing to take you home, sir. You didn't reply, but instead looked up toward the blue star, wearily saying, I left my homeland 100,000 years ago and have long forgotten the way back. After saying that, he looked outside the Milky Way and murmured, besides, I can't leave this place. The gods died here in battle, leaving only me alive. If I leave, who will guard the borders of the Milky Way for you? Apart from the invasion of demons, there is never a sound at the edge of this galaxy. It is the deathly silence from the universe, the mission to become a god, the destination of immortality. Going back to the homeland is a luxury that only exists in dreams. The weariness and sadness in your eyes are clearly conveyed to everyone on the blue star. Leaving the homeland for 100,000 years, forgetting the way back, the gods died in battle, and one person guards the edge of the galaxy. These words deeply pierce the hearts of all the people in the skyscrapers. At this moment, countless Azura country citizens are in tears. The live broadcast screen is almost covered by a barrage of comments. For 10,000 years, it has been too lonely, even the gods would feel weary. If you are tired, just take a look at our homeland, we are waiting for you to come back home. At this moment, above the sky, Azura country's spacecraft once again made a sound. Dare to ask, sir, who has been stationed here for 10,000 years, what is beyond the galaxy? Once this statement was made, everyone's mood became uneasy, looking at the screen as if waiting for your answer. Beyond the Milky Way are countless demons and monsters, even the powerful gods cannot eliminate them all, they can only set up a barrier outside the Milky Way, and let those who become gods and immortals guard this place. Guarding the border of the Milky Way has been a tradition since ancient times. Your eyes are misty, looking out at the endless sea of stars. Subsequently, the frivolous sleeve turned into a streak of light, falling above the void. The appearance of one scene after another can make the people of the homeland more clearly understand the danger beyond the galaxy. Before the chaos of the universe began, the heavens and the earth were undivided. A giant god was born in the ancestral land, and the celestial mansion opened the sky. Thus, in the universe, there were the sun, moon, stars, and celestial beings. You personally speak, and ancient chaotic scenes begin to appear on the light curtain. Azura country countless netizens in the live broadcast room saw these scenes, breathing rapidly. This is Pango creating the world. This mythological legend turned out to be true. Pango created 3,000 demons. Could it be that those monsters are descendants of these demons? Ridiculous, how could your ancestral gods all come from your Azura country? All gods should be sons of God. Countless southern people saw the gods of Azura country unfolded on the light curtain, and they could not accept it. Because in their faith, only God can create the world, and all civilizations must come from the south, and everything you show is nothing but destroying their abilities. My goodness, could that sky-obscuring creature be the rock? It effortlessly crosses many light years, roaming the universe. Many people are watching in awe. In ancient times, there were ancient demons everywhere, and humans were as weak as ants. Look, there is someone under the Bodhi tree. This is the Buddha enlightening, what is that? Someone is actually stepping up to the sky, why does that look so much like me Azura country Tao ancestor? It turns out that it was the birth of the gods that blessed the human race. Azura country is actually the land of the gods, many people's eyes brighten, the history displayed in that grand scene is all about Azura country, many gods manifest, blessing the human race's incense fire. On the contrary, countless southern netizens feel extremely uncomfortable because there is not a single southern god in the picture. Fake, it must be fake, gods created everything. God said let there be light, and there was light in the world. How could it be that the northern gods are protecting this world? Everything presented on the screen constantly challenges their worldview. If there are gods in the world, why do they only appear in Azure country? The gods of Grizzly country, Neon country, and Asen country are nowhere to be found. The debate began in the live broadcast room, and the tension grew thicker until the screen changed again. Many gods began to teach sentient beings to resist those innate demons, including countless blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals among various creatures, Zotan people. Listening to the gods, the name of God Jehovah is actually given by the northern god. I can't accept that the power of Zeus is actually given by the northern people. How is it possible that many southern people are so frustrated, almost going crazy? Azure country the sage teaches without discrimination. You should be grateful. Suddenly, there is a twist in the story on the screen. With the teachings of the gods, the southern gods became more powerful and began to follow the northern gods who protected the human race, driving countless demons and monsters beyond the galaxy. But at this moment, the southern gods betrayed the Azure country gods one by one. Azure country divine beings, blood fell? Those who are not of our kind, their hearts must be different. The words spoken by our ancestors are lessons learned through blood. No, I can't bear to watch anymore. Countless ancestors did not die at the hands of demons, did not perish at the borders of the Milky Way, but were instead betrayed by those cunning southern gods. As one after another northern deity falls, the galaxy's border is now in jeopardy. Although I do not acknowledge the history fabricated by Azure country from this story, it seems that God has chosen the right side. The Great Flood washed away the sins of the northern deities, and the future world will surely belong to God. Many netizens from the south have begun to continuously praise the actions of the southern deities in the barrage of comments. In the picture, the situation at the border of the Milky Way is becoming more tense, with many southern gods starting to unite with demons, giving birth to countless strange creatures, and beginning to rampage throughout the Milky Way. I finally understand that everything in the classic of mountains and seas is true, all kinds of strange human beings. Strange beasts are born like this. This is the Yamata no Orochi, and the so-called Amaterasu is also the offspring of a Western god and a demon. The Neon country turned out to be the descendants of these beings. No wonder they always bully us Azure country. This is engraved in the genes. Within the screen, the situation continues to deteriorate. Along the edge of the galaxy, numerous deities keep falling. Did Emperor Shen Yuan Huangdi really die in battle at the edge of the Milky Way? Beyond the Milky Way, it turned into a sea of fire, and the fire god Zhurong sacrificed himself, stepping out of the edge of the Milky Way and perishing together with those demons. In the live broadcast room, many Azure country netizens were moved to tears as countless familiar mythological stories from childhood unexpectedly corresponded with ancient history. The goddess Nuwa sacrificed her own body and life to repair the broken edge of the Milky Way, which is the origin of mending the sky. Countless people shed tears as they witnessed the fall of those legendary deities one by one. But at this moment, a majestic voice spread throughout the universe, coming from the ancestral land, carrying a terrifying divine light to the edge of the galaxy. I am Lu Chun from Blue Star ancestral land attained by the Tao, demons dispersed. In the scene, countless demons were crushed into powder by this divine light. Southern gods trembled even more. Many netizens in the live broadcast room are excited to the point of trembling. After thousands of years, the North has finally seen the appearance of a deity again. It turns out that in an era of the fall and decline of the gods, it is the gentleman who has stepped forward. Azure country, netizens are excited. He is like a candle in the dark night, igniting hope for the northern gods. However, many netizens in the south still mock and ridicule. It's just a deity. As you northerners would say, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and many people have fallen into pessimism. There are too many demons on the screen, and they are too powerful. The gods with dried-up divine power are gradually withering, struggling to support. But at this moment, there was a turning point in the picture. At the edge of the galaxy north, the gods gathered together. They looked solemn as if they had made some kind of decision. Our divine power has dried up and we can no longer fight. Lu Chen, you are the first person to appear in the future, able to enlighten all beings and walk the path to immortality. And the future of the thousands of creatures on the edge of the Milky Way is entrusted to you. In the picture, countless deities have given you what little divine power they have left. Patriarch of Taoism enlighten you, hoping that you will pass down immortal methods to the people of the North. Buddha debates scriptures with you, hoping that you can save sentient beings from the sea of suffering, one deity after another, bidding farewell to you in their own way. On that day, the gate of the immortal sect by the Milky Way opened wide. The ancestor of the Tao looked up to the sky and laughed heartily, stepping out beyond the gate of the immortal sect. That day, the gods disappeared, leaving only you alone by the vast Milky Way, like a statue, guarding the edge of the Milky Way. Countless demons kept crashing into the Milky Way barrier, and all the people could see on those ruins was a desolate figure standing alone. It was a man holding a divine weapon. Looking up at the sky, facing the billions of demons alone and countless people below the stage, how many times have you almost been buried beyond the Milky Way? Teacher, you have suffered too much. Time is truly ruthless. Even immortals who have endured for thousands of years will have white hair. A barrage slowly passes by, and everyone only then realizes that in that scene, you still have a handsome appearance, but there is a hint of duskiness. Look, another demon. Why are there so many? The teacher's divine power is almost drying up, unable to withstand the onslaught of these demons. Without even a helping hand from his ancestors, he can only rely on himself to resist. Many people feel desolate in their hearts, looking at the screen where exhaustion reaches its peak, repeatedly repelling those demons, their divine blood drying up, their bodies breaking apart, causing extreme heartache. I said the fact will not change. Foolish North God, thinking that giving up life can stop the gospel of God. The broken galaxy border must be because your so-called ancestor knelt down and begged for mercy, which made God forgive his sins, otherwise how could he still be alive? Many southern netizens sent barrage messages. For them, the southern God unified the Milky Way universe before everything that followed. No one argued, after all, that the situation was right in front of them. Even if you were powerful, you were still alone. Impossible. Azura country civilization has been inherited without interruption. If those southern gods rule the world, how could they tolerate us? Look at the ancestral land with a vision. In the picture the vision suddenly rises, with streams of light rushing toward the edge of the Milky Way. Many people widen their eyes, looking at this scene with an excited expression. This is Dayu, who dropped a divine needle and stopped the floods on the land of Azura country, unexpectedly turning into a deity and rushing to the Milky Way. This spontaneous old fisherman, although withered, has such power. Could it be Jiang Taigong? I understand. For tens of thousands of years, the master has been teaching the people of Azura country the immortal techniques, and there are also those among the human race who have attained enlightenment and become immortals. Many people are excited and thrilled. Over tens of thousands of years, you have spread the method of becoming immortal throughout Azura country, and finally, it has borne fruit. Countless figures from mythological history have stepped into the void, from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the sages of the Warring States period. After enlightenment, they all resolutely went to the edge of the galaxy. These people revered you as their teacher, and they all fell without fear of death, hence each one fell. The same southern gods and extraplanar demons also suffered heavy losses. At this point, the original history and mythology intertwined, finally letting everyone know the true face of the past 100,000 years. Above the universe, the light curtain began to dim and everything dissipated like smoke on ruins. Once again, everyone saw that desolate and familiar figure, as if everything had returned to the starting point, his disciples, his old friends. Falling once again, by the vast border of the Milky Way, only he remained. In the live broadcast room, everyone was in tears. Mr. has had a very difficult life. The separation and death of 10,000 years, he only has eternal life, but he is not indifferent. Even if his heart is like iron, it will still be full of wounds. And people in the south saw countless southern gods falling one by one in the picture. It is unbelievable. No, how could God die? It's just a farce. Are you all really taking it seriously? The north has always been a difficult place to civilize, filled with heretics, a place that is destined to perish without belief in God. The south, the barrage of people fills the live broadcast room, but at this moment, no one is in the mood to pay attention. Above the void, countless white-haired you slowly spoke, as descendants of the ancestors, do not cross this border of the Milky Way. 10,000 years have passed, and the end of the Dharma is approaching. Not only many gods are about to revive, but also those demons. In the future, there will be no peace inside and outside the galaxy, but I will teach you immortal techniques. Whenever disasters strike, you must pass on the immortal techniques to all beings, so that you have a glimmer of hope. Teaching immortal techniques? When everyone heard this sentence, their hearts raced. As Azura country people, no one can resist the temptation of cultivating immortality. This is almost engraved in the genes of the Azura country people. I can't believe that cultivating immortality is real. I never thought that the gods would revive and the demons would also revive. The end of the Dharma era has passed and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is coming. Above the void, you stand with your hands behind your back, looking at the Azura country's spaceship, your gaze wandering. The great calamity of 10,000 years finally arrives, and countless ancient gods and demons from beyond the realm will gradually awaken. Can the northern gods win this time? You have no answer in your heart, but you must also make a desperate attempt. Facing Azura country spaceship, you slowly began to impart ancient immortal techniques and various Taoist immortal essences, and your teachings reached everyone's ears. Many insightful Azura country people felt horrified, and strands of spiritual energy began to surge within their bodies. What does it mean to abandon the lower abdomen? Oh my God, what is the internal artery called again? Countless southern people are going crazy. All the words are translated clearly, probably know what it mean, but just can't understand. Everyone, I dare to assure you that this is definitely a fairy method. I only followed the instructions of the ancestor to guard my mind for 10 minutes, and a trace of spiritual energy was generated in my body, sweeping away all kinds of fatigue. I meditated for half an hour and suddenly felt my whole body heating up as if there was endless strength that I couldn't use up. Everyone, don't panic. When you start practicing, various supernatural powers will definitely appear. Just ignore them. I, the Tianshi of Hulong Mountain, have just broken through the golden elixir realm with the ancient method passed down by my ancestors. The spiritual energy is about to revive. Everyone, seize the time to practice diligently. Azura Country. The live broadcast room is boiling, and many sect families of film and television practice even started answering various practice questions for many Azura Country netizens on the public screen, which made everyone more convinced of becoming immortal. On the other hand, Southerners, after trying for a long time, could not understand the mysteries in it and angrily left the live broadcast room. A few days later, news of the discovery of gods at the edge of the Milky Way began to explode on media platforms around the world. Under the deep excavation of the southern people, they were horrified to discover. The whole Azura Country has entered the era of nationwide cultivation in just a few days. Various videos and images of people cultivating in Azura Country have been stolen by people from the south. Fellow Taoists, I have already achieved foundation building in 7 days, and now I can fly with my sword. In the video, a man wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt is floating in the air while stepping on a wooden sword. I followed the immortal method for a few days, and the illness began to disappear, and my body became light. Countless pictures and videos start to spread like crazy in the south. As time goes by, the entire Azura Country has begun to enter a certain state of alert. Various images are starting to occur within Azura Country. Someone actually crossed the sea with a sword, pinched the spell with his hand, and triggered thunder. Facing the people from the north who can already fly and escape, the entire north begins to fall into a state of extreme panic. At this time, the continent of ruins by the edge of the Milky Way, it is covered on all sides by cold and darkness. You stand with folded hands, gazing into the distance beyond the Milky Way, feeling very heavy-hearted. Half a month has passed since you taught the immortal technique to the human race. Through Azura Country feedback from the spaceship, many people have already entered the foundation building realm, but the time has come when the evil god awakens. Such cultivation is simply not enough. Suddenly someone discovered in the live broadcast that outside the Milky Way, there appeared faint lights, densely flashing and approaching towards the Milky Way.
What is that?
It looks like a spaceship? No, that's a demon. As the scene progresses, everyone's scalp tingles, only to see tens of thousands of demons surging towards the ruins at the edge of the galaxy, hitting the light at the edge of the galaxy and emitting a deafening sound. Is this a demon? I feel like a casual blow could destroy half of the planet. Even if it's through the screen, I can feel that twisted evil aura. What kind of existence were our ancestors fighting against? Southern everyone was so scared that they screamed and sent out barrage after barrage. The monster that looked like an octopus just now swayed its tentacles slightly and shattered a star. I now think that the actions of our southern gods are completely correct. Faced with such existence, how could the human race have any hope of victory? Perhaps it is the continuous resistance of the northern gods that has angered these beings. If that's the case, the northern gods are the culprits of exterminating the human race. Many southern people shiver as they kneel down and bow continuously toward the universe above. And tens of thousands of light years away, at the ruins on the edge of the galaxy, you stopped the teaching of immortality, looking at the countless demons outside the galaxy, and whispered softly, "Finally, it has come." 10,000 years have passed, the gods have returned, and the demons are awakening. Your eyes are shining, suddenly standing up and facing beyond the Milky Way, loudly saying, "Today we will not talk about immortal techniques, but teach you how to slay demons and monsters." Watch carefully. As soon as the words fell, you reached out into the void, and beams of divine light began to condense, turning your palm into an ancient and desolate halberd. Holding the halberd in your hand, your long hair danced wildly, as if a war god had stepped beyond the galaxy. I saw you dancing wildly with white hair, holding a giant halberd, directly turning one demon after another into blood mist, even causing the universe to tremble slightly. This technique originated from the ancient great sorcerers, such as Zhurong and Gonggong and other ancient deities, all using this technique to fight against ancient monsters, and so on. For careful observation. Countless demons let out a piercing scream. Is this the power of the ancestor? It's too terrifying. Even if the ancestral god's power dries up, this force can shatter space. Above the blue star, many Azura Country people are shocked to see this. The ancestral god's strength is truly beyond everyone's imagination. The great halberd wielded in the void opens and closes grandly as if there is a certain rhythm that continuously enhances your strength, as if it is some kind of ancient battle immortal technique. People who can see through the clues are secretly amazed, constantly observing your struggles, trying to figure out something from them. How is this possible? With this strike, I'm afraid the entire blue star will be destroyed. Azura country, do the gods have such power? Countless southern people are terrified of their strength. They can't believe that the monsters that can devour the entire planet are as weak as ants in front of you. Therefore, a terrifying golden light pierced through the darkness in the universe, and a sharp golden sword turned countless stars into copper dust, heading straight for your forehead. North, is there only you, this nameless little god of the northern gods? It's really weak. Beyond the Milky Way, there are thousands of golden lights, like a huge sun, dispersing all darkness. A handsome man wearing a cloak and holding a bow and arrow appeared before everyone, bathed in divine light. He had a smile on his face, a golden sword at his waist, and a harp hanging on his back. Countless demons stood back as if all the universe was bathed in his radiance. At this moment, millions of southerners are boiling. My God, what did I see? This is the sun god Apollo. Weak North god, you should kneel before the great sun god and kiss his boots, begging for forgiveness for your sins. Above the universe, you suddenly raised your head and waved a huge scene to shatter the golden light that was approaching your forehead. The gloomy eyes looked at each other. A cold wild chicken born from a hybrid in the south also dared to offend my Milky Way border. Above the universe, your face is cold. Compared to demons, you hate the southern gods more. If it weren't for their countless divine beings guarding, this galaxy wouldn't be so difficult. Immediately you swung the great halberd, took a step forward, and sent ripples through the void. The ancient weapon was wrapped in the terrifying power of barbarism, and it fell fiercely towards Apollo. I am the noble son of the father god Zeus, the sun god Apollo. How can you northern weird bird compare to? You can't guard this galaxy border. A hint of green emerges on Apollo's face. He has always been unwilling to admit his origin. Then he shouted loudly, pulled out a magnificent golden sword from his waist, and millions of golden lights pierced through countless stars like millions of sharp swords. The huge war halberd and Apollo's golden sword collided fiercely, even causing the universe space to be dented. Although your divine power and blood are withered, they are still powerful. You are wielding the ancient great halberd, shattering all the golden light on Apollo's body, and even causing divine blood to flow from his nose and mouth. It's impossible, your divine power is almost dried up. How can you still be so powerful? Apollo couldn't believe it. He was reborn from the realm of death, and after regaining his divinity, he became even more powerful than before. Many thousands of years ago, he relied on his northern golden witch bloodline and strength, along with the blessings of many southern demonic gods, to kill countless northern gods, and now he is actually being suppressed by a northern god whose name he does not know. This terrifying force he dare not imagine. If the other party wins completely, how terrifying it would be. On the ground, many people are excited, looking at you on the screen, almost pressing down on that southern where are the gods in the south? No wonder the ancestor can guard the Milky Way for 100,000 years. With such strength, if he were to face any number of demons and monsters, they would all be defeated. And that, Apollo's whole body of golden light is about to be dispersed, so pitiful. Everyone, don't forget that this is the teaching of the ancestors. Carefully observe the ancestors' methods of fighting. If you can comprehend some superficial knowledge, it is extremely terrifying magic. All southerners looked shocked, and it was even more unbelievable. The main god they believed in was being beaten like a sandbag by the northern god at this moment. How is it possible? Mighty Apollo, please use your divine power to kill this detestable northern god. It must be that our faith is not enough to be blessed by the Lord. Please pray to the gods and lend our strength to the great sun god. Many believers in God's southern people are now kneeling and praying that the sun god Apollo can restore his divine power to slay you. But all of this is futile in the face of absolute strength. The giant halberd in your hand is truly terrifying. No matter what divine power Apollo uses, all kinds of divine light will be directly drawn by you. Apollo began to tremble in fear as he watched you approaching closer and closer. He even started to regret why he had awakened and come to this cursed place to provoke such a terrifying guy. The matter of breaking through the Milky Way and returning to the ancestral land should be left to the Father God and many demon gods. The dark and terrifying great spear struck him once again, and golden divine blood gushed out from his abdomen. You monster, Father God is right, the gods of the north should all die. Apollo, ashamed and angry, had his golden light completely shattered, trembling as he roared at you. I said those who trespass the boundary of the Milky Way will die. You, with no expression on your face, wield the ancient halberd, once again smashing towards Apollo. The universe roared as if there was a millstone comparable to heaven and earth, smashing towards Apollo as if to crush him into powder. No, you can't kill me, I am the southern supreme god Apollo. Apollo began to panic and flee. He felt the breath of death for the first time. The heavy javelin with the ancient aura fell heavily, forcing the southern sun god to reveal its true form. It was a raven with golden feathers, with 3 pairs of eyes full of cunning. Oh my, Apollo is really the brother of the golden crow. Don't insult the term golden crow, he's at most a crow with 3 legs. On the blue star, countless northern people saw Apollo's true form and sent out a barrage of comments. But many southern believers collapsed after seeing this scene. Damn it, southern mighty sun god could possibly be a 3-legged wild duck. Terrible northern evil god, actually turned our beloved sun god into a pitiful raven. This is blasphemy, my southern people cry out in despair. Your power almost makes them desperate. And at this moment, a sacred chanting resounded throughout the sky, appearing ethereal and holy in the vast universe. Above the blue star, in many temples located in the south, several towering columns of light suddenly shot up. A huge temple shadow appeared beyond the galaxy. The projections of various deities began to manifest. Above the blue star, countless angels sculpted from statues suddenly opened their eyes, and the divine gospel resounded throughout the entire galaxy, with countless white feathers falling from the sky. All southerners are excited and kneel down at this moment. 12 main gods manifest at the same time. The northern evil god has finally angered God. This is divine punishment, and there are southern believers excitedly roaring. At this moment, outside the galaxy, one after another southern deities are awakening. You look at this scene with a very serious expression. At this moment, the ethereal chanting fluctuates in the universe, mingling inexplicably with many strange breaths in the rhythm of the divine. The sun god, transformed into a raven, escaped beneath the temple. Your full force blow was unexpectedly wiped away by an invisible palm. An ancient voice came from the temple. Chen, haven't seen you in 100,000 years, have you become so weak? It is the ancient demon lord who died in your hands 10,000 years ago. Gradually, the sunlight began to dim, and the blue star gradually boiled with black gas, and countless demons were awakening. Brothers, something is wrong, really wrong. The sea water is turning black, and people are seeing many demons emerging from the sea. On the blue star Azura country, the people are in a state of panic. The temple beyond the galaxy seems to be the source of all this. Even many silent planets in the galaxy have begun to show signs of change. Beyond the Milky Way, you look at the temple that resembles a continent and speak in a deep voice. It has been 100,000 years since we last met, and you demon lords have become even stronger. The gods fell, their souls scattered in chaos. You, with your own strength, have guarded for 100,000 years, stubbornly bringing this lifeline to the human race. Yet you are destined to end up with a scattered soul. What is the point of all this suffering? If you kneel down and surrender, we may spare your life. Countless eerie voices mixed together, piercing straight into your ears, just to disturb your thoughts. You hold the giant halberd in your hand, with a firm heart, and reply loudly, the will of heaven is not yet determined, success or failure is still unknown. How can you assert that I cannot guard the Milky Way for another 10,000 years? The temple fell silent for a long time. Then, only a cold sentence was heard in the temple, kill him. Now that the gods have not been awakened, as long as you break through the border of the Milky Way and return to the ancestral land, those gods will never be able to return. Millions of demons opened their eyes from the darkness, and one by one southern gods awakened and stepped out of the temple. One of the old southern gods holding a scepter, coming towards the Milky Way surrounded by countless angels. This is Zeus, the king of gods. Our deity is about to return. At the edge of the galaxy, billions of demons appear, many deities manifest, and countless thunder and lightning divine lights continuously towards the great array of the weak. You did not choose to fight against billions of demons, but retreated back into the galaxy, looking very heavy. This ancient grand array has been standing here longer than you. For hundreds of thousands of years, the depletion of this celestial array is just like you, running out of oil and withering away, destined to break sooner or later. You took a deep breath, looking at the endless demons ahead, and decided to take a gamble. Countless gods once filled this great formation with their physical bodies and supreme divine power. Like the ancient Nuwa, Fuxi, and Quafu who once sacrificed themselves to mend the heavens. If that's the case, then so can you. Demons are countless. Do you think our ancestors can really handle it? It's too difficult. Ancestors just fought against the southern sun god, almost using all their strength. Look, the Milky Way array has cracked open a big hole, and countless demons are about to come in. Everyone's face turned pale. If you fall, the evil god will surely wipe out the entire Azura country clan. The latest news, countless demons are crossing the sea towards Azura country, the galaxy is shattered, and ancestral demons are rampant. Could it be that my Azura country is really going to perish? Azura country. At this moment, the alarm sounded in the sky. But at this moment, a soft voice echoed throughout the universe. Azura country people, do not worry, I have fairy magic to mend the sky. The sound came from the 9 heavens, with a sense of desolation. Wherever there are northern gods, they can protect the people without worries. In the picture, a giant of the heavens rises from the ground, with broad arms seemingly about to split the heavens and earth. The deity is using its body to block the gap in the Milky Way array. This scene shocked countless Azura country people to the extreme, feeling both unfamiliar and incredibly familiar. The ancient myth suddenly formed a closed loop at this moment, breaking into everyone's mind. Pangu who opened the sky, Kwafu who chased the sun, Nuwa who repaired the sky, and Azura country. The gods have never abandoned their people. A statue southern. The gods of the south sneered repeatedly, constantly bombarding this Milky Way formation. Now that the gods have fallen, would you be willing to become this galaxy's heavenly realm, using the remaining divine power to awaken the gods, Buddhas, and spirits of all heavens? At this moment, within the vast universe burning to ashes, a giant capable of plucking stars appeared, exuding a sense of age and wisdom. It seems to come from beyond the ancient Milky Way. Many southern gods lost their voices and trembled in madness. You actually burned the divine blood to reveal your true form, willing to sacrifice your life to fill this formation. Is the human race really worth protecting in your eyes? Your body trembles slightly, allowing the demons from beyond the galaxy to bombard you relentlessly, not taking a step back, and at this moment, billions of stars have all lit up. Above the universe, beyond the galaxy, countless demons are fiercely attacking your body. You can't even protect the northern human race. The galaxy is damaged, and your body is pierced by the southern evil god's spear. This is the end of angering the gods. The northerners are always so ignorant and arrogant. The angels under God's command have arrived in Azura country, and the glory of God is about to shine on this sinful land. Many southerners are extremely excited, as the mysterious and powerful northern civilization is finally going to disappear. And Azura country. Countless people in the country feel sad. Even if their ancestors sacrificed their lives, they cannot stop those demons. The galaxy is about to shatter. Countless demons are invading our Azura country. Are we really going to perish the civilization of the north? It seems like divine light is falling from the sky, one after another, all around me. Azura country territory. Suddenly someone exclaimed. I saw from above the 9 heavens, golden lights falling one after another, emitting a sacred and mysterious aura. It was the ancestor who made a move. Under the great shock of the week, your divine power is burning out and the formation begins to absorb souls and flesh. As the week's great formation operates, a very ancient breath has been felt from this week's formation. The profound gaze at this moment seems to penetrate the long river of time, witnessing the birth and fall of countless deities. In the chaos, Pangu wielded a giant axe and initiated a cosmic battle, causing the immediate demise of 3,000 demons, transforming into this vast Milky Way. The Kwafu chasing the sun, shattering the stars, after death, merging into the Azura country homeland, evolving into mountains, rivers, and streams. Nuwa mended the sky, dispersing all repairs to the firmament for all living beings. So that's how it is. This great heavenly formation is not complete. In order to achieve supreme godhood, one must sacrifice their life to transform into the stars of the heavens. With each god awakened, it will consume my limited divine power. When the gods awaken, I will achieve divinity above the heavenly path. You shake your head slightly and smile bitterly, thinking of many old friends. It turns out that you have long wanted me to walk this invincible road and contend with the thousands of demons for this strand of fate. So be it. Since you all want me to be the god of the north, then I will be the one from the previous life. As the words fell, the huge body collapsed with a bang, turning into streams of divine light pouring into the shattered array of light curtains. In the Milky Way, billions of stars began to shine brightly. Originally dim and lifeless stars seemed to come back to life, forming a vast array of celestial bodies, like a huge millstone turning, crushing countless raging demons into powder in an instant. Several southern gods did not have time to escape and were instantly crushed by the great array of stars, turning into ashes. Even Zeus holding the divine staff couldn't help but take a cold breath. The divine light falling from above the galaxy made them feel a discomfort in their bloodline. Many southern religious leaders were fiercely suppressed by this breath in the temple, their eyes full of bloodshot, struggling madly but unable to move. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Even our gods are feeling fear. Is this the great formation of the people from the north? It truly is a forbidden existence of dark and strange sorcery. Above the blue star, countless people from the south are prostrating on the ground, gritting their teeth as they watched those golden lights descend upon the north. Like the transmission of the heavens, a majestic voice spread throughout the world. I, Chen, use my body to unite with the Tao and ask all the gods to return to their positions. At the next moment, the sound was like thunder rolling endlessly. Countless demons and monsters were terrified, and southern gods' faces turned pale. The other party has already merged with the Tao, with little divine power left, and can awaken how many gods? Although the array of the stars and constellations of the heavens has been completed, how much strength does he have to operate it, and how many northern gods will be killed? Outside the Milky Way came a rolling demonic sound from the huge temple, and a violent ancient aura enveloped the gods of the south, also contending with the celestial array. The light column falling from the Milky Way also dimmed. This vast array covers the entire galaxy. At this moment, you are the galaxy itself, able to easily sense all the breaths within it. Countless awakening stars are constantly providing you with divine power. At this moment, although you cannot awaken those ancient earth-shattering gods, you can summon countless heavenly soldiers. When you think together, countless visions emerge on the ruins inside the Milky Way, worthy of the past to see the sky, earth, sun, and moon, and the pre-Chen dynasty returns to power. Above the Milky Way of the nine heavens, a beam of light suddenly surged, roaring down towards the Chen Emperor's underground palace in the northwest of the building that had been dormant for thousands of years. Countless Azura country people were shocked to the extreme at this moment. Pre-Chen dynasty, could it be that the ancestor dragon, Emperor Chen Shi Huang, led a large army to reach the Milky Way thousands of years ago? It's so shocking. In the unopened underground palace of the first emperor, the buried ones are celestial soldiers. The sound of the bell trembled, above the ruins of the frontier of the Milky Way, and images appeared in the guiding light column that belonged exclusively to the pre-Chen period. A man wearing a black dragon robe is slowly ascending the steps. It is a majestic sacred mountain. The figure of a man wearing a dragon robe appears tiny, as if he is the only one climbing on the long street, as if there is never an end. But because of this lonely figure appears so trembling between heaven and earth. I am King Yingjing of Chen, unifying the four seas and sweeping away all obstacles. I have eradicated demons and evil creatures, and the human world is now settled. I hereby inform the heavens that from now on, emperors in the human world shall be referred to as such in official history. On the altar of the sacred mountain, the emperor bowed to the sky, and the weather suddenly changed between heaven and earth, as if 9 clouds turned into black dragons and entered his body. Under the sacred mountain, many pre-Chen soldiers and horses bow down to 12 towering golden figures, suppressing countless demons and monsters below. Above the ruins of the galaxy border, a series of pre-Chen palaces began to revive, and a series of magnificent great walls like dragons began to manifest. The collapsed human border that had been in ruins for 10,000 years finally revealed a glimpse of its original appearance at this moment. In the golden light, warhorses neighed. Under the shaking of heaven and earth, the ancient Chen imperial tomb suddenly opened, millions of celestial soldiers covered the sky, countless war chariots poured out like they were going to shatter the sky, and ancient Chen warriors clad in armor stepped out of the imperial tomb one after another. Heaven will Meng Tian, leading 100,000 heavenly soldiers, to guard the frontier of the Milky Way. Heaven will Bai Qi, leading 100,000 heavenly soldiers, to guard the frontier of the Milky Way. Heaven will Wang Jian, leading 100,000 heavenly soldiers, to guard the frontier of the Milky Way. Above the underground palace of the pre-Chen imperial tomb, a man wearing a crown and a black dragon robe suddenly opened his eyes. King Chen Yingjing returns to his throne. Human world Azura country on the land of tens of thousands of miles, it is shining with golden light, and everywhere there are sounds of clashing weapons and horses. One after another, the ancient Chen warriors walked out of the Chen emperor's tomb. Suddenly, many heavenly soldiers advanced, and everything came to a halt. Millions of heavenly soldiers were positioned on both sides of the pre-Chen imperial tomb, abruptly opening up a path. A huge carriage slowly drove out from the magnificent underground palace. The crowd finally saw clearly. That was a very burly man, wearing a glass crown on his head, draped in a black dragon robe, with a majestic demeanor, ruling over the four seas. The Azura country people in the billion exclaimed, "Is this our charming ancestor? Just with this demeanor, not to mention demons, even I can't help but bow down." It was not the 6 states that were unified in the pre-Chen period, but the entire Milky Way. Did you see those palaces by the edge of the Milky Way, the Great Wall? They guard the frontier of the Milky Way, making countless people's scalps tingle. At this moment, they seem to see the lost civilization of Azura country, another peak after the decline of the northern gods. "Behold, your majesty," a million heavenly soldiers resound in unison, echoing like thunder between heaven and earth. The emperor on the chariot looked up at the sky and sighed softly, "Have thousands of years passed so quickly? I have returned to life, but the immortal has sacrificed himself to fill the sky, turning into the will of heaven, leaving a sense of desolation in the heart of the victorious ruler." Tens of thousands of years ago, demons ravaged the galaxy, even Azura country was divided into 7 countries. Fortunately, the immortal teacher Liu Ken passed down the immortal law, giving him the power to sweep the galaxy, and then countless heavenly soldiers guarded the outer border, built the Great Wall, and defended against demons. In those years, you listened to the immortal master preaching above the galaxy, and together with many immortals, you suppressed demons and monsters, driving those alien races out of the galaxy tens of thousands of light years away. Everything is impermanent. Beyond the Milky Way, there are 3,000 dormant primordial demons. Each awakening is the greatest calamity for the human race. Remember that day, millions of heavenly soldiers were destroyed, first seriously injured, and they repelled the demons from outside the galaxy at an extremely high cost. Several people on the broken Great Wall looked at the dilapidated Milky Way pass and smiled bitterly, "Your Majesty, the days of the pre-Chen dynasty have come to an end. It doesn't matter, the fate of the human race is still there. After my death, there will be emperors stronger than me. You, Meng Tian, after Bai Qi's death, there will also be immortal humans." On that day, the Grand Qin Palace built on the edge of the Milky Way collapsed with a bang. Qin King Yingzheng and his millions of powerful pre-Qin army were both severely injured in the battle against demons. Relying on the shattered divine body, he left the Milky Way for the first time and returned to the ancestral land, burying them in the mortal world with his own hands. And now, tens of thousands of years have passed, those demons remaining in the world have awakened, the Milky Way formation is shattered, and even the immortals are helpless to sacrifice themselves. At this moment, Yingzheng's heart seems to be pierced by millions of sharp blades. He slowly raised his head, his cold eyes piercing through the imperial crown, looking towards the horizon, anger surging within him. A group of weak and surviving demons also dared to invade our borders. "All soldiers, listen to my orders and follow me to eliminate the demons in the human world." Millions of heavenly soldiers sent out deafening echoes, and countless soldiers and horses galloped through the clouds, holding flags from the pre-Qin period, and marched towards all directions to battle. The drums thundered, heavy and surging like thunder. Many demons in the world, seeing the situation, are terrified and flee quickly. All the demons at this moment have only one thought in their minds. Countless pre-Qin heavenly soldiers swept over mightily, "Spare me. I am just a little demon with eyes but no pearls, please spare my life, heavenly soldiers of the heavenly dynasty." Thousands of southern people saw this scene and almost dropped their jaws. They worshipped the supreme deity, and at this moment they had completely lost their previous aura. But those heavenly soldiers showed no mercy at all, and a long-haired one easily pierced through the chest of that deity. "That is the god we have worshipped for thousands of years, and it was killed by those heavenly soldiers like wild dogs?" Countless southern people shudder, whether it is the underworld god who claims to control life and death, or the royal family with immortality, all turned into ashes in front of the pre-Qin army. Many angels with outstretched wings were horrified. Because the pre-Qin army seemed to have prepared a lot of effort, as if hunting birds shooting at them. In the vast army, countless angel corpses were already hanging on the flagpoles. Countless believers of God were chilled to the heart by seeing what kind of monsters they were. They dared to shoot even the messengers of God. This is an unforgivable sin, and God will definitely punish them. But the great master, it seems that God and the gods have been constantly driven away by them. As soon as this was said, a frightened roar erupted, quickly negotiating with Azura country, saying that we have no knowledge of the actions of those deities. Yes, after all, we are all one family in the stick country since ancient times. But still unable to stop the advance of the great Qin heavenly army. At this moment, in many countries, countless divine relics began to manifest, emitting terrifying breaths one after another. On the ancestral land, there are many remnants. Now the border is in urgent need, time is pressing, and the generals can use the Jin army to shock them. The voice of Yingzheng resounded through the sky, and the 12 heavenly soldiers set off across the sea. Above the neon country, the killer god Bai Qi, with a cold and stern gaze, snorted coldly and lightly said, "The evil aura of the evil insects soars to the sky. No wonder this neon small country is so arrogant, suppress it." The words fell silent, tens of thousands of celestial soldiers wielded in amazement as if forming a formation, and beams of divine light appeared on Neon Island. Many residents of Neon Island are in a panic. Azura country, is it possible that they want to exterminate our Neon country? It's hateful. If they had occupied Azura country, they would have destroyed the Chen mausoleum of the pre-Chen dynasty. Where is the great god Amaterasu, the god of the 8 banners of Neon country? Many top officials of Neon country showed unwillingness, looking at those Chen Tian soldiers with gritted teeth. At this moment, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, and a monstrous serpent with 8 heads emerged from the clouds, its fierce eyes glaring at the ancient army, constantly spitting out crimson venom. In another Neon country's national religion temple, a crimson light shot straight into the sky, and a woman with a hairdo and a jade fan in her hand walked out slowly. This is all forced by you. You have to make my Neon country show its trump card. Amaterasu is the ancestor of all gods. If you are willing to bow down and give up now Azura country and beg for mercy, we will give you the opportunity to continue civilization. Many people from the Neon country showed joy on their faces. In his view, Amaterasu is absolutely superior to all the myriad gods, creating light, controlling the sun, moon, and stars, and possessing supreme divine power. Just as the people of Neon country were immersed in the joy of the awakening of the gods, the sky suddenly let out a cold snort. Where does the wild god come from to dare to stop me, the pre-Chen heavenly might? He shouted angrily, and the huge golden figure in the sky suddenly fell down. The sun god didn't even have time to beg for mercy before being crushed into powder. The hundreds of feet tall golden figure fell to the ground, pressing down on the 8 riders of the giant snake as if they were insects. Many Neon country men collapsed suddenly at this moment. How could it be possible that Amaterasu, the great sun goddess, was killed in an instant? I, the deceitful one, the bright god of Neon country, is the strongest existence in the world. How could it die? The 2 supreme gods of Neon country were almost instantly killed by the Jin people of the pre-Chen period. This completely shattered their already fragile self-esteem. Faced with those shocking and slowly falling emotions, the terrifying aura made many Neonians kneel down in fear. Above the sky, the heavenly general Bai Chi coldly spoke, respecting the decree of the pre-Chen emperor. The spirits, ghosts, demons, and monsters of the small Neon country are not allowed to leave for 10,000 years, with the demon-sealing golden men guarding and suppressing those who violate the order to death. After the announcement of the imperial edict of the pre-Chen dynasty was completed, the golden statue that fell on Neon Island suddenly shone brightly, and the divine light emanating from it enveloped the entire Neon country. At the same time, many countries such as Beautiful Country, White Elephant Country, Asen Country, and Sunset Country have been completely sealed off by the demon-sealing golden people. Gods were defeated one by one, directly hanging above their temples as a deterrent and punishment. Our ancestors were so powerful that they directly suppressed the entire world upon their resurrection. Those who violate Azura country, even if they are far away, they must be punished. Azura country is actually rejoiced by countless people. This is the only thing that can be celebrated after the sacrifice of the gods and the bloodshed of countless monks on the border. But the crisis is not over yet. There are billions of demons rampant at the edge of the galaxy, and the Azura country still faces the danger of being destroyed at any time. At this moment, millions of heavenly soldiers regrouped on Mount Tai, and Ing Zheng, dressed in a black dragon robe, looked towards the mortal world with great heroism. Generals of the pre-Chen period, after thousands of years have passed, are you willing to accompany me to conquer the heavens? Under Mount Tai, millions of heavenly soldiers gather, warhorses neigh, and armor clinks. The invincible heavenly soldiers, who have been extinct for tens of thousands of years, finally awaken from the river of time. At the top of the mountain, Qin Shihuang's eyes were like a dragon's, drawing out the sword at his waist. The soldiers of the pre-Chen period were classified as heavenly beings, fighting once again for this land, for the people, and for the world. A terrifying aura fell fiercely from the top of Mount Tai, shining brightly. The dragon's roar in the room stirred up the waves of human energy, turning the feet of the chariots into scattered dust, and the bodies of millions of soldiers dissipated like rain. At this moment, millions of light pillars reached straight up to the 9th heaven. With the appearance of a million immortal lights at the border of the galaxy, the celestial Great Wall stretching for billions of miles was once again filled with celestial soldiers and flags after thousands of years. At this moment, the pre-Chen dynasty that swept across the galaxy has returned, countless pre-Chen soldiers are boiling with hot blood, and many territories are filled with tears. Ing Zheng, the first emperor of Qin, stood on these ruins, his eyes shining brightly as if he could see the glory of his Qin dynasty. At this moment, the great array of stars and constellations in the sky roared, and your figure appeared above the celestial soldiers, looking at the many heavenly soldiers with a complex gaze. After a long silence, he said, "It's been a long time since we fought side by side." As the words fell among the army of the Chen dynasty, countless people shed tears silently, and millions of soldiers and horses knelt on the ground under billions of stars. The voices of these ancient human ancestors choked up thousands of years ago. The great Chen Tianbing, resting to return to the voice of a million people at the edge of the Milky Way, resounds mightily. But you showed no joy at all. When countless divine lights appeared at the edge of the Milky Way, you finally understand the lies of the gods. What you have awakened is no longer the ancient army of the pre-Chen period, but countless celestial soldiers whose souls have scattered, recondensed into strands of immortal fate after tens of thousands of years. The returning gods are the heroic spirits. The soul is the unwilling obsession, it is the divine power they have accumulated for you for thousands of years. There is no way to bring the dead back to life in this world. The great way is ruthless, and even the gods find it difficult to reverse. It's just that countless immortals and gods trust unconditionally. So it turns out that I am the only god left in this world. Ingzhen, you already knew about this, right? You look towards that emperor. He is one of your proudest disciples. Ingzhen laughed heartily and shouted at you, "A immortal, the world may be without many immortals, but it cannot be without you. Moreover, we can still see each other today. There are no regrets in bidding farewell to those who died in battle at the edge of the Milky Way." You looked at the familiar faces on the ruins, didn't say anything anymore. It turned out that all the immortals and gods knew their fate, but only kept it from you. After the gods die, there is only one god left in this world. The return of the gods is to bid you farewell for the last time and to expend the last drop of effort for this human race. Then you took a deep breath, and your gaze began to firm up. The great array of stars and circles suddenly opened at this moment, and bursts of bright light shot out. Your voice resounds throughout the galaxy, lasting for 30,000 years. The ancient army of the pre-Chen period returns to its position, and today's heroes vanquish the demons and monsters. As soon as the words fell, millions of heavenly soldiers swarmed out, pouring out from the edge of the Milky Way and fiercely colliding with billions of demons. The divine light flickered, the sound of killing shook the heavens, and the large formation formed by millions of heavenly soldiers forced many demons to retreat repeatedly. Above the blue star, the hearts of billions of people are surging. The great Chen heavenly soldiers are too powerful. If there were several times more troops like this on the edge of the Milky Way, would we still fear those demons attacking? If I become accomplished in my cultivation, I will definitely go to the edge of the Milky Way to assist in defending the human race. Above the universe, a statue of a pre-Chen warrior holds a divine weapon, fighting among the demon beasts. I am Bai Qi, the demon descending from the sky, the forbidden land of the human race, where demons cannot approach and the god of killing rises. Wearing battle armor, quite invincible. Hey. It's been a long time since I last saw Heavenly General Bai Qi. A demon stepped out from the void darkness, covered in red fur, with cheeks on its face, and a pair of eyes above and below its eyebrows, all four of them vertical eyes. Bai Qi's face was solemn. This is a monster born from the combination of southern gods and demons. After many southern gods die, they will use their bodies to come back to life. As long as the 3,000 demon lords do not die, the southern evil gods do not perish, they can continue to revive. And in front of this statue, I don't know who it is, southern god's vessel, divine power surges, extremely terrifying. The red-haired demon laughed hideously, and 7 or 8 thick arms bulged out from its bloated body with fierce claws. On the right side, 3 arms held a blood-stained harpoon. Unfortunately, the son of the sea god Poseidon, Kuknos 9, was blessed by the gods. I woke up from the darkness and gained this powerful body. Today, I have come to bring down divine punishment and drive away the foolish northern god. Bai Qi's eyes were cold, stepping through the void, heading towards Kuknos to kill, and directly cutting off one of the demon's arms with a sword. Quakners went into a rage, wildly brandishing his harpoon and fighting with Bai Qi, shattering the surrounding stars in the aftermath. In another part of the battlefield, the sun god Apollo slaughtered all around, with a golden sword in his hand, turning countless pre-Chen celestial soldiers into ashes with a single slash. A raven that will become a god the day after tomorrow dares to act recklessly, I will come to slay you. Monty, sent by the heavens, wields a long spear and directly shatters the myriad rays of the sun god, even terrifying Apollo with astonishing force. His eyes were cold. You northern gods, I really don't understand. Since your souls can still gather, why come to die? Meng Tian did not answer him, but said coldly, I am here to guard the border of the human race by order, and demons are not allowed. Apollo sneered and said, in that case, remember this, you will die at the hands of the noble sun god. As he spoke, beams of golden light clashed with spears. The great array of stars in the sky has ignited its own divine power and soul, operating at full capacity to crush countless demons into ashes. At the same time, countless fallen preaching celestial soldiers have turned into immortal elements, merging into this great array of stars and constellations, making you even more powerful. In the distance, Yingzheng, wearing a black robe, held the Tianwen sword in his hand, and the sword energy was like a dragon, severely injuring Zeus, who held a divine staff. Heavenly General Wang Jian holding a bronze long song, fighting 6 southern demons alone, his body shattered in half, still fighting fiercely without retreating. Heavenly General Li Xin, holding a giant sword, has no idea how many demons he has slain, but he was pierced through by the southern god's long needle and nailed to the ruins. One by one, the preaching heavenly generals fell in battle, countless heavenly soldiers turned into flying ashes, but not a single person took a step back. Old Chen went through the disaster together, blood not dried up, and vowed not to return. Brothers, I will go first. A heavenly warrior, covered in blood, smiled bitterly and turned into a dazzling divine light in the siege of demons. At this moment, he dissipated like smoke and clouds, turning into the purest immortal fate in this universe, surging into the great array of stars in the sky. Seeing this, countless preaching celestial soldiers and generals became even more fearless of death, transforming into terrifying waves of energy in the universe. It's crazy, these northern immortal soldiers have gone crazy, they could have survived, why do they have to fight like this, burning their own accumulated immortal sources for tens of thousands of years, turning into ashes, and becoming the nourishment for that star formation? Many southern gods showed fear. The way these preaching heavenly soldiers fought was simply heading toward mutual destruction. So the demons began to disperse, and countless southern gods' bodies were hung on the great wall of stars, even the distant demon god hall began to slowly fade away. Above the blue star, countless Azura country people looked at this scene as if in a dream. Our ancestors guarded the border of the galaxy, and we actually won. No, we haven't won yet, those demon southern gods have just retreated, but they will come back eventually. However, we no longer have a second batch of preaching armies, and the people of Azura country reveal a look of sadness. In the preaching period, almost no one survived the battle of 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers. On the mottled great wall of stars, the tall figure of Yingzheng still stood tall, leaning on the Tianwen sword, his black dragon robe stained with blood. King Jian descended from the sky, carrying the head of a demon, limping as he walked from afar. His eyes were weary, not even knowing where his battle soldiers had fallen. The remaining few heavenly generals and soldiers gathered sporadically, no one spoke, and they stood quietly behind Yingzheng, like statues, staring straight ahead at the immortal monument beyond the Milky Way. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and the figures of the people disappeared, leaving no trace. Billions of Azura country people looked at this scene, fulfilling the prophecy of respectfully sending the ancestral dragon to heaven, and there would be no more preaching era in this world. A sigh spread throughout the galaxy at this moment. Only to see on the great wall of the heavens, stretching billions of miles, figures of people standing tall appeared. They are wearing armor, holding long spears several meters high, gazing at the universe, and guarding the borders of the Milky Way. At this moment, Yingzheng's long sword turned into a huge stone steel, with 8 words left above it, marking the border of the human ancestral land by the Milky Way. On the ruins, standing with hands behind, only giving the people of the world a lonely back view. By the vast Milky Way, only one person is left at the border. From now on, your divine power can transform into 1,000,000 immortal soldiers, wielding the sword of the ancestral dragon, unfolding this vast galaxy. But there will never be preaching in this world again. The universe is filled with coldness and loneliness. At the edge of the galaxy, a huge vortex covering tens of thousands of light years is slowly rotating. You transformed your body, standing alone on the ruins, gazing into the deep sky where the great wall of the celestial realm, filled with brave soldiers from the preaching period, undulates. Silent and silent is deathly stillness. This is the second month of the human race repelling demons. You can feel yourself becoming stronger. The celestial star formation this week is also becoming more stable. The originally dried-up divine power is beginning to recover continuously. It's just that there is no longer the Milky Way in the preaching period. Above the ruins of the heavenly realm, only one is left. These days, you have been trying to impart Azura country more powerful and advanced celestial magic to the human race. You know that the demons have only retreated, not perished, and they could come back at any time. With the disappearance of the ancient Qin army, you must stand among the billions of people, selecting the proud and strong to confront the endless demons. Now, I am integrated with the great array of the stars, seemingly evolving towards the Milky Way. The immortal source accumulated by millions of heavenly soldiers over tens of thousands of years flowed into my body, but it was like a stream merging into a dried-up riverbed, not even filling 1 in 10,000. But with my current strength. But it can be compared to a prehistoric demon god. If the immortal source is sufficient, wouldn't I be able to surpass the great Tao, control the heavens and myriad realms, and feel your own changes? Secretly shocked myself to make up for the sky, it seemed to have taken a very terrifying path. This is the path that the gods expect but dare not take as long as they quietly grow. Even if you are invincible, you also understand that the 3,008 demon gods will not give themselves so much time. Many gods paid a very heavy price, severely injuring 3,000 demons, just to gamble on this slim chance. This is a struggle between life and death, a struggle for the ownership of the great Tao. The calm of several months heralds even more terrifying disasters. Your gaze is deep as if you are about to see through all the darkness of the universe. A terrifying aura is resurging on the other side of the starry sky. At this moment, countless beings in the universe are standing, even at the edge of the Milky Way. On the large array of stars in the sky, ripples emerged, and the stars dimmed at this moment. As a pair of crimson eyes opened in the darkness, billions of stars began to shine brightly. Your pupils suddenly contracted, and the demon god on the other side of the starry sky actually looked back at you. The powerful aura made you feel shocked at this moment. This is the first awakened demon god in 100,000 years. Can the celestial array of stars this week stop him? At the same time, the entire blue star felt this terrifying aura, containing destruction yet infinite vitality. Like countless changes hard to grasp. Palpitations. Azura country at this moment, the light pillars representing the gods within the country are also extinguished, such a terrifying aura. Could it be that disaster is about to strike again? What kind of monster has awakened in the universe that is so terrifying? Toslo, still Toslo? The immortal technique passed down by the ancestors, our current strength is not even comparable to the heavenly soldiers, there is simply no way to share the worries for the ancestors, countless divine lights have been extinguished, and that existence has severed the connection between the ancestors and the gods. What kind of existence is this after all? It can actually cross the borders of the Milky Way and affect the ancestral land of the blue star. Azura country. The people of Azura country feel their scalps tingling, their hands and feet cold from this absorbing golden aura. As if the end of the world is coming, all hope is being overshadowed. And at this moment, blue star above, those 12 demon-suppressing figures. Cracks began to appear. In the void, monsters with weapons in hand, beast faces, and human bodies emerged, and billions of southern people bowed down in worship at this moment. Yes, this is a divine skill, our gods have not abandoned us. North, the evil golden statues in the north have shattered, they no longer bind our freedom. O God, please grant us divine power, let us exterminate those foolish northern people, countless southern people are shedding tears, these days oppressed by the demon-repressing golden men. They were extremely terrified in their hearts, afraid of those who mastered the immortal techniques of northern people, suddenly wanting to exterminate them, all the gods appeared extremely fearful in front of that person. This makes many southerners feel despair and anger, to the point where they cannot even leave the land guarded by the Jin army. This powerful force makes them extremely fearful. In the history of hundreds of years of confrontation with Azura country, this is something they absolutely cannot tolerate. Lord Demon has ordered us to bestow divine grace upon you and release you from your restraints. Among you, those with talent and strength will receive the blessing of the Demon Lord. Step into the void and battle for the gods. A group of humanoid beasts with demonic faces stood high above as if reciting divine scriptures. The towering giant golden figures that reached into the clouds began to slowly collapse, breaking the seals that oppressed many southern people, finally shattered. In the face of the powerful divine power, many southern people cheered wildly with joy, stood up, and knelt down again, begging those demons to grant them countless divine powers. Southern people started to be accessed by the demons into the void, gradually disappearing in the heavenly galaxy above the blue star. You look solemnly at the void. A destructive force is rapidly approaching. Suddenly, the space outside the galaxy was torn apart, and a huge claw emerged from the middle. The demon's body was like poured iron. The body is huge, comparable to a giant star. There are a pair of black dragon horns on the top of the head, covered with scales all over the body, and the red eyes are staring at you in front. Lu Chen, long time no see. When the gods were severely injured with their lives back then, you alone guarded the Milky Way, actually blocking 3,000 demons. It's really dazzling. But now that we have awakened, our strength has increased even more. Do you still dare to stop us? The voice of the demon is cold and powerful, making the surrounding space unbearable. You feel an invisible pressure heading towards the great array of stars. At this moment, thousands of stars burst out of unexpected divine light. Just barely withstood this pressure, the entire universe seems to be at this moment. The demon Lord Tianyan's gaze was heavy, and he spoke coldly. The innate demon gods number 3,000, each one wielding a powerful law. The demon lord before us has the ability to evolve all things, and many demons and monsters are created and controlled by him. In fact, his strength can rank among the top among many demon lords. If the name Tianqing is unfamiliar, he also has another name known to the gods. Above the candle dragon's celestial array, several ripples appeared. The terrifying pressure from the candle dragon suddenly dissipated, and you have indeed embarked on this path. Sacrificing oneself to fill the gap in the heavens, turning into this Milky Way celestial path, but the gods have already passed away. Are you really going to stand alone and confront us to the end? The candle dragon sighed. With a hint of anger, a huge dragon claw suddenly rose again, destroying countless stars. Came probing towards the inside of the Milky Way. Above the cosmic galaxy, a long giant claw fiercely struck the great array of stars in the sky with terrifying force. Let countless stars in the void turn into flying ashes, even the space is distorted and shattered. The body you transformed into is twisted and almost shattered by this candle dragon. Under the peak state of the innate demon god's attack, the entire celestial array was almost destroyed. Your gaze was cold and penetrating, and the starry array began to operate with a loud rumble. His transformed body dissipated at this moment, merging into the Milky Way. In the heavens, the divine light of countless stars gathered in front of the candle dragon spanning the universe. A deity formed by the convergence of starlight began to battle with that demon god. A person and a dragon stood together, the stars dimming continuously, and dragon blood and dragon scales flying everywhere. Lu Chen, the fate of the human race has come to an end, accept your destiny. The candle dragon opened its bloody mouth and directly bit off Lu Chen's arm. With a flick of its tail, it smashed your chest deeply. The huge divine body was thrown away, shattering several stars before barely coming to a stop. The divine fire spewed out by the candle dragon burned. I want to see how much divine power you have to repair your body. Your body is charred, yet you managed to escape from that divine fire. A punch smashed onto the head of the candle dragon. With the power of the stars and constellations, even the innate demon god could not resist the depression of the dragon scales on the top of the head, blood and flesh blurred. The divine power is not much, but it is enough to slay you, this sinful dragon. With a loud roar, you actually grabbed the foot of the candle dragon. The great array of stars in the sky roared into motion, gathering a surging divine power that directly snapped his dragon horn. You, the human race who will become gods the day after tomorrow, dare to hurt me. I am born of heaven and earth, transformed by the great Tao. We should be the ones to occupy the ancestral land. Becoming a god like a crazy huge dragon, the dragon area began to roll and evolve, and beyond the galaxy was suddenly covered by clouds and mist, submerged by water waves. Like a waterfall hanging upside down from the universe, the extinguished dragon churns within it. The breath of the candle dragon is the twinkling of the stars. The huge dragon suddenly emerged from the clouds and bit your divine body. Nielong followed the Milky Way like an ancient myth. The violent impact caused cracks to appear in the great array of the circumpolar stars. Floodwaters began pouring into the Milky Way, covering many blue stars like a chain of horses. Countless Azura country, the people of the human race are trembling with fear. This demon god is too terrifying, even the divine body drawn by the ancestor was torn apart by him. Will the great array of the celestial stars be shattered? And this is just one demon god. How did the ancestor block those 3,000 statues back then? The flood poured into the Milky Way. Could it be that the ancient contempt for the flood also came from this? The universe roared, and the edge of the Milky Way was almost about to completely shatter. This made countless people smell a hint of the end of the world. The star array shattered, and the candle dragon, with a ferocious face, actually plunged in. The Milky Way array has been broken. The Milky Way array has been broken, ha ha ha. I can ascend to the ancestral land and awaken my demon god's true essence, immortal and indestructible. The candle dragon laughed wildly. Tens of thousands of years ago, 3,000 demons were beheaded, their true bodies expelled beyond the galaxy, never to be immortal again. As long as the human race guards the Milky Way for 1,000,000 years, these 3,000 demons will vanish into thin air. So this is also one of the reasons why many demons insist on returning to their ancestral homeland. At this moment, within the galaxy, thunder roared, black clouds churned, and a pair of majestic eyes manifested in the sky. Staring down at the Candle Dragon and Candle 9 from a high vantage point. You think you can really defeat me? With this resounding call, the might of the heavens rolls forth. Under the gaze of those eyes, Zhulong suddenly felt a chilling sensation. Before he could react, he saw statues on the Great Wall of Heaven come to life. Kill the traitor, surprise, and cover the void. The killing sound shakes the sky. At this moment, the millions of heavenly soldiers who have passed away are being urged by Chen. Manifested, the original Zhenguan stone steel transformed into a black long sword, buzzing loudly as if there was an emperor clad in a black robe. Holding this sword, nailing it into the dragon's body 7 inches, the Candle Dragon struggles madly, terrified to the extreme, almost shattering this ruined heavenly realm. Impossible, impossible. How could there be a weapon in the world that can hurt me? Your voice comes coldly from above the sky. This sword was forged by the ancestor of the Tao, and later I gave it to a former friend. It's a pity that they all disappeared in this world just to let me survive. Just now you asked me, the gods have passed away, why do I still have to stand alone against you all? These invincible demons are the answer. Chen roared and then heard a loud noise coming from the void. Millions of heavenly soldiers gathered above the clouds, and huge chains made of poured iron water hung down. Seeing this, the Candle Dragon was shocked and roared in fear, struggling constantly, but was pinned to the ground by a sword. Unable to move, he could only watch helplessly as the chain pierced through his dragon body. No, you madman. This is the ancestor's dragon lock. Do you really want to use the power of the weak to refine me to death? No, it's impossible. You dare not. If you want to refine me to death, you must stop the operation of the weekday star array. I have 9 sons and many southern demons are breeding. Even the breath of the gods is shielded by me. You cannot awaken if you dare to refine and awaken many demons. Without the protection of the earthquake this week, the ancestral land will be destroyed and the calculations of the gods of your human race will fall short. Even your Milky Way celestial path will collapse. You do not dare kill me, Zhu Juin here. The conversation suddenly revealed a fierce light in his eyes, full of arrogance. At this moment, he finally realizes Liu Ken is not weaker than him, tricking him into the galaxy just to trap himself here, but the other party wants to refine him. But it's not that easy. Above the sky, those eyes of the evolving heavens are staring tightly at the locked Candle Dragon. You are right. The breath of the gods is cut off by you, unable to awaken, but I still want to gamble. In these 30 years, your demon cannot complete its transformation. I bet that after 30 years, the people of Azura country are as brave as dragons. I bet that you will not withstand my refining in 30 years. Die here. I bet billions of Azura country human race can ascend to the sky in 30 years and guard the galaxy. At this point, Liu Ken slightly paused, and the Candle Dragon below finally felt fear and madness. No, it's impossible. You dare not. How dare you take the opportunity to become a god, the painstaking effort of countless deities. I have been gambling for 30 years, what can a group of people like ants do in 30 years? It's better to let me go. I promise that there will be no demons appearing at the border of the Milky Way for 1,000 years. You remained silent for a while and slowly said, it's too late. An acquaintance of mine said that the demons on the border of the human race are terrifying. When you return to my ancestral land to suppress the demons, cutting off the divine light of the gods. The candle of the 9 crossed the boundary, those cold eyes on the sky. Full of killing intent, he looked at the crazily struggling Candle Dragon, suddenly shouting out the names of the stars in the sky. The light curtains at the edge of the galaxy suddenly dissipated, replaced by countless chains piercing through the Candle Dragon. Zhu Tianqing transformed into inscriptions of the refining dragon clan at this moment above the celestial galaxy. Suddenly remembered the sharp screams of Zhu Juin. The Milky Way of the heavenly realm manifested 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. Under the endless great wall of the heavens stretching for billions of miles, a giant dragon is bound by stolen immortal chains, causing the terrifying divine light to boil both inside and outside the heavenly great wall like a giant cauldron. The Candle Dragon was suppressed to death, wanting to train it to death. Many Azura country people were shocked. Ancestor, this is too crazy. I have to do my best to refine this Candle Dragon. 30 years, the Patriarch entrusted everything to us. Decades of time, can our strength really contend with those demons? The divine light pillar has been severed. Azura country except for the ancestors, there are no more gods. We have no retreat. Either resist countless invading demons in 30 years, or the human race will be destroyed in 30 years. Billions Azure country people, heavy heart. 30 years seems long to humans but to demons. For cultivators, it's just a moment. Azure country, can it really produce strong individuals who can compete with demons and monsters in these 30 years? Above the heavens, the candle dragon was bound by chains, struggling madly, looking at the pair of eyes it had transformed into on the sky, ferocious. Chen, you refine my immortality, just relying on the 30 years of time of the human race to compete with the demons, it's really a dream. The breath of the gods has been shielded by me, what other means do you have in this formation? Zhujuin stared fiercely at the sky. He could feel the immortal elemental power in his body being continuously drained by these chains. However, he was ultimately a powerful innate demon god. Although the great array of the weekday stars was strong. With his own strength, it's probably going to take 10,000 years, and Chen might not even be able to train himself to death. The clouds and mist surged on the ruins of the heavenly realm. Chen manifested a human form. Fell down. He spoke softly, how do you know I have no means? Your expression is cold. When countless divine lights are intercepted, many southerners are taken away by the demons tearing through the void. He has a plan in mind. Since he cannot awaken the gods through divine power, let Azure country the human race move towards the direction of the gods. In 30 years, he will spare no effort to pass on the methods of the gods to the billions of Azure country people. If someone who is arrogant can inherit the divine robe and bowl, they can trigger the scattered divine souls in the Milky Way celestial realm between enlightenment or life and death and lead the return of the gods. And this Zhujuin is these Azure country heavenly exchange nutrients. The blood and flesh of the candle dragon are both very nourishing, comparable to the elixir of life. Thinking of this, you raise your hand and tear off a few dragon scales from the candle dragon, transforming them into a dagger. He cut off several pieces of dragon meat from his body. The intense pain made Zhujuin's face contort and scream frantically. Chen. I will kill you, Gulu. You put dragon meat in your mouth, fresh and sweet, after chewing. Swallowed into the abdomen, it turns into a very surging divine power, beginning to nourish the body. Not bad, just that the contained divine power is too strong. Below the nascent soul stage cultivators should not easily consume the cultivators above the nascent soul stage. The daily consumption of dragon meat should not exceed half a kilogram. A grand completion stage cultivator can dissolve blood during the heavenly tribulation. In this way, they can establish a solid foundation for themselves. If they become immortal adults, this is the time to elevate their cultivation. They should eat high-quality dragon meat. If you achieve the Tai True line, you will be able to withstand the dragon marrow. However, it is a troublesome matter to knock open the bone marrow, as you ponder and analyze with your chin in hand. But these words made Zhujuin creepy and terrified to the extreme. This guy actually plans to knock out his own flesh and even bone marrow to feed those humans. Just thinking about being cut and bled by people every day, at least for 30 years. Zhujuin went crazy all of a sudden. He began to struggle wildly, his huge body almost wanting to shatter the great wall of the Milky Way that spans billions of miles. No, Chen, you crazy, if you have the ability, let me go out and we'll fight again. You slowly raised your head and looked at Zhujuin like a fool. I put in a lot of effort to lock you up. How could I let you go? In order to trap you. I even withdrew the great array of the celestial stars. According to your words, I am gambling with the fate of the gods and the human race, with your massive body. I think, even if billions of people are exposed to it, 30 years is not enough to eat, but cutting meat and bleeding every day is still somewhat painful. At this moment, Zhujuin almost despaired. The mighty innate demon god was actually going to be bled and cut. Chen, I was wrong, as long as you let me go, I will withdraw my divine powers immediately. Let you sense the gods, if not, I can enter your human race as you North gods, how about that? I am the great Tao Heavenly Eye, capable of allowing your human race to undergo transformation. Have you seen how each generation of those demons becomes even more powerful after transformation? Right. You can worship me as a god, and I can let your northern people of the tribe emerge endlessly, guarding the galaxy for you, and Zhujuin is actually starting to beg for mercy at this moment. He can accept being suppressed or even killed by you, but he cannot accept being fed to humans like livestock raised by you. You shook your head. No need. If I refine you, I naturally have this supernatural power. In ancient times, Buddha cut meat to feed the eagle. After you die, I will have the human race erect a statue for you. You left with a wave of your sleeve for yourself. This demon army is also a great supplement to the human race. How could it possibly believe the other party's nonsense? And at this moment, Zhu Jinin, who realized his own fate, completely collapsed. In the crimson eyes of the dragon, bloodshot veins filled them, and the chains he pulled made a clattering sound, but the celestial runes shining above firmly suppressed him. Lu Chen, if you let me go, I will not rest until you are dead. Hee, you can talk about getting away after that. Your voice came from afar, and after a moment, countless buildings on the ruins of the heavenly realm once again saw your appearance. That was a man with a tired look on his face, standing under the sky ready to cry. My friends, we don't have much time, only 30 years. In these 30 years, there has been enough dragon blood and dragon meat. Your spaceship can reach the edge of the galaxy naturally, it can also transport these things back to the homeland. In these 30 years, I will impart all immortal techniques without reservation. 30 years later, I hope that at least 100,000 people in the ancestral land will be able to ascend to immortality. The great calamity of the human race, the awakened demons this time may be different from before. When the gods fall, if there are no more gods in the world, you will be the future gods of Azura country. If I fall, the human race will survive. I hope that since then, northern people have prospered, and everyone likes dragons and ruins of the heavens. Lu Chen's voice was very soft, but it made all Azura country people feel heavy in their hearts. There are no more gods in the world, we are the gods, fulfilling the old ancestors' long-cherished wish. We have recorded that 30 years' time, Azura country people had to fight with the heavens, the ancestors have exhausted all their efforts to suppress the candle dragon. The large array has been removed, so rest assured. Ancestor, you have guarded for 10,000 years, this time we will guard. You and Azura country people secretly vowed. So from this day on, Azura country began an unprecedented transformation and countless school curricula were changed. A large amount of dragon blood and dragon meat is transported from the ruins of the heavenly realm. The dragon meat can be diluted and mixed to a certain extent, ensuring that the entire Azura country can consume it. From today, all schools will cancel all modern textbooks, and the main subjects will be practicing Qigong, meditation, and Taoist methods, with blessings, prosperity, and the manipulation of magic treasures as the main focus. Universities will offer majors in blessings, prosperity, elixirs, thunder methods, and physical arts. Within 3 years, someone must cultivate to perfection, and within 5 years, someone from Azura country must be able to transcend the tribulation and become immortal. The practice of billions of people on the blue star is progressing rapidly under the blessing of the candle dragon's flesh and blood. And the entire blue star ancestral land is undergoing earth-shattering changes. Earthquakes and tsunamis are becoming more frequent, mountains are infinitely rising, the spiritual energy is becoming particularly strong, and even many wild animals are beginning to mutate. Less than half a year, various amazing events occurred on the blue star. And apart from Azura country, the southern numerous kingdoms surprisingly remained silent. Even at the ruins of the ancient Maro Empire, resurrected dozens of giant titans of the Titan clan, those southern people rarely speak. Rumor has it that countless vampire counts from the south have appeared, and even dragons have appeared in the world. Magic thrives in the Sunset Empire. It is said that powerful knights can contend with cultivators in the Golden Core stage. The whole southern civilization seems to be brewing something. Soon, 3 years passed, and now Azura country in the sky. The thunder roared, and a delicate and charming girl bathed in the thunder pool, facing the heavenly calamity. She held a lotus flower in her hand, and her fair and delicate hands parted the thunderous lights. Everyone was shocked to see who is that genius from the He family. It is said that he received the inheritance of a fairy in his dream, and he is the first person among many strong individuals in Azura country to become immortal after crossing the tribulation. Unexpectedly using her palm to push away Sister Lei, the strength of this He family fairy is actually so terrifying. Don't forget, she was able to swallow undiluted dragon meat during the Golden Core period. Ordinary people can't even handle a bite, but she can eat it directly as a meal. How strong can this power be? Look, another powerful person is transcending the tribulation. Over there, a woman surnamed He had just passed through 9 thunder tribulations, only to see the sudden change of heaven and earth, with a young man holding a pine-patterned ancient sword, actually dispersing countless dark clouds. Scattering all the Reggies, this is too fierce, just like opening the gate of heaven with one sword. Usually, they all hide and conceal, saying that it is impossible to become immortal in 3 years. Now, one is more fierce than the other. Brothers, don't lose heart. This person has been practicing since childhood. In other words, before we even discovered the old ancestors, they were already meditating in the Taoist temple, which is not at all a starting point. This pure yang sword technique, derived from the sword of Lu Zhu, is not surprising at all. What's going to happen next? Dozens of purple-robed celestial masters, tigers, and dragons came to the celestial master's mansion. In the scene, a dozen celestial masters in Taoist robes came riding on clouds, surrounding a man with golden inscriptions between his eyebrows. The thunder tribulation fell, but it couldn't touch those dozen heavenly teachers. The white-haired youth waved his hand, and the thunder tribulation dispersed completely. Tiger Dragon Mountain Danzi, these several celestial masters by his side, their aura is probably capable of ascending easily, but they are willing to protect him. The ancestor even did not let the tribulation fall on him. Just count him as an immortal. This Taoist strength is unfathomable. It is rumored that a year ago, even Patriarch Lu Chen personally brought down the heavenly book from the heavenly realm. It seems that in this life, Azura country really have to reappear as a god. Countless Azura country people are boiling with enthusiasm, but at this moment, in the southern part of the continent, golden lights flicker, and the sound of praise resounds through the world. This is the holy light of the country of Malogu, the south. Another night ascended in the south. Many people felt heavy in their hearts. Just after the anomaly of the blue star. Southern people in the southern world are constantly ascending, as if they have obtained secret techniques from some kind of deity. Those blonde-haired, blue-eyed southern people become exceptionally powerful, some growing wings. Some are covered with runes, as if they come from a mythical race, with various terrifying supernatural powers. Azura country once observed there were many southern people who fell on other dead planets in the universe. Awakened from ancient rock layers, a presence similar to them. Southern people from the south have begun to no longer consider themselves as Blue Star people. Instead, they call themselves the God Clan. Don't bother, the ancestor said that the place where these people ascend is the Candle Dragon system. That is the other side of the starry sky. It will not be until more than 20 years later that the 9 children of the candle melt will arrive. Azura country nowadays, strong individuals emerge in endless numbers, and in terms of strength, they are completely not inferior to them. Someone spoke in a deep voice, but no one underestimated this so-called southern god race. Just the number of their ascensions in recent years has already reached tens of thousands, while Azura country has only just begun to undergo tribulation and ascend to immortality in the past 3 years. The final battle in more than 20 years. Can they really win? Above the ruins of the celestial realm at the edge of the Milky Way, chains filled with runes pierce through a giant dragon. The stars in front of him are like grains of sand, and the sun and moon in front of him are like dust. However, the dragon's body bound by chains is full of wounds and mottled dragon scales. It seems to have been torn away, surrounded by an endless sky great wall, stone statues holding long songs, and Azura country. The human race is fierce among them. It's been 30 years, and you still refuse to accept defeat, Zhujiuyin. A man descended from the void, his blue robe fluttering. Full of fairy spirit. The remaining dragon slowly opened its eyes, saw the man, and surged with anger, roaring madly, Lu Chen. 30 years, you tortured me for 30 years, Azura country. Billions of creatures are eating my flesh. Drink my blood. Now the creatures of the Candle Dragon realm are coming. I want your entire human race to fight blood for blood. Zhu Jiuyin almost trembled as he spoke. These 30 years are even more painful than the 10,000 years he slept. You ignored it, almost driving Zhu Jiuyin to madness, and saying lightly, Zhu Jiuyin, you may not necessarily win. Zhu Jiuyin heard this and burst into laughter. May not necessarily win? In order to bind me, you closed the great array of stars and constellations, but now many of my holy spirits are coming. What can you use to fight against me? Just relying on those tens of thousands of ants that ascended from the ancestral land? It's ridiculous. His face is twisted and grotesque, and for 30 years, the entire Azura country human race has been nourished by his blood and flesh. People are constantly ascending to immortality, and there are already tens of thousands of them on the ruins of the heavenly realm, each of them landing on the great wall of the heavenly realm. Formed an Azura country galactic defense line of the human race, but that's all. In the eyes of Zhu Jiuyin, these human ants have not practiced for less than 100 years. It is simply impossible for him to be a match for those demons in the Candle Dragon galaxy, not to mention those who ascended from the south and received the blessing of his heavenly eye power, evolving into the so-called divine race of the southern people. Even ordinary demons are not opponents that this group of newly ascended humans can deal with, let alone he also has 9 dragon sons and many southern ancient gods. He didn't understand. What are you going to fight with him? Just thinking about getting out of trouble soon, Azura country the human race is about to be destroyed, he is excited to the point of trembling, accumulating 30 years of resentment. Will be transformed into endless anger at the moment he breaks free. Chen will die, Azura country the human race will be extinct. After swallowing the ancestral land and undergoing sublimation and transformation, the entire galaxy will no longer exist. He wants to let Chen know the outcome of humiliating himself. But in the face of Zhu Jiuyin's sarcasm you appear indifferent. You look at the border that no longer has the protection of the Zhou Tian Great Array and quietly says, you can wait and see. Let's see if I, the English sister of the human race, can wipe out those demons you have nurtured. Your eyes are like lightning and in these 30 years, you have done your best. While constantly refining this candle dragon, it also imparts countless celestial techniques and heavenly palaces without reservation. Azura country and the human race have not disappointed, producing a large number of outstanding talents and geniuses. Now, above the ruins of the heavenly realm, 100,000 immortal beings are gathered, waiting for countless demons and monsters to attack at this moment. The border of the heavenly realm still appears slightly calm. Many of the Azura country immortals can still communicate with the people on the Blue Star ancestral land. Brothers, the old ancestor said that the demons are coming soon, and we may all die in this battle, so let's record a last will in advance. We might survive, you know? Demons may not be as scary as we think, hopefully. But to be honest, it feels like a dream. 30 years ago, I was still preparing for the college entrance examination, and then suddenly I became a cultivator. Who would have thought? Childhood friends who grew up with me. He ascended after 10 years of practice. He said he had good aptitude and could drink dragon blood every day in the heavenly realm, but recently he has been missing. It's not right. Why is that? He said he couldn't meet now, he had to take a step first and go there to welcome me. Everyone was gloomy, the entire Azura country human race seemed to be prepared for the inevitable. When this group of people dies, more will ascend. To fill the vacancy in the heavenly realm, one after another, until the last person. No more words, the great battle is imminent. Say something happy, I feel that we eat dragon meat and drink dragon blood every day, and we are no worse than those monsters. Do you think it's just a matter of taking care of them when the time comes? Besides, there are strong individuals among my people. Hundreds of geniuses who can drink dragon's marrow. When they start fighting, my buddies will make you all look handsome. When the big demon appears, make sure to leave a recording for me. This could be talked about for a lifetime. Above the Blue Star, Azura country's live room is still boiling. Countless barrage seems to be full of laughter and joy but still reveals sadness and determination. Therefore, the void outside the battlefield of the ruins of the heavenly realm began to distort continuously. Finally, it broke apart like a deep abyss with countless demons. Crawling out of this abyss are countless demons. A loud roar echoed through the surroundings, and a divine light shot up into the sky on the great wall of the heavenly realm. Gathered into a large array covering the galaxy, it is truly a beautiful formation of the country. TSK, you northerners only know how to shrink in your turtle shell and get beaten like a turtle? That was a curly-haired blonde man. Wearing silver-white armor, beneath him is a southern dragon. He is burly with strong arms holding an ancient spear. Emitting an astonishing aura, a pair of azure eyes were full of arrogance. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed slightly on the Blue Star. Is the great knight of the south, it is rumored that this guy ascended 30 years ago, before many demons arrived, he often attacked the heavenly border of my Azura country. It is said that there are hundreds of people who have died in his hands. 30 years ago, the bright grand knight, Gino Julian, who ascended from the south, is said to have received the blessing of the ancient god of the south, awakening his bloodline. Even the dragon bows before him. In his eyes, the weak northern immortals are like crawling creatures on the ground, he can easily crush them. Before this, he had already killed hundreds of them. It's been a long time since I've seen the northern faces. Back on Blue Star, I had enough of these monkeys. Living on the same planet as them. It's like tarnishing my noble lineage. In the darkness, a woman with black wings stepped out, her figure hot and explosive. Revealing a pair of iconic sharp fangs, the eyes looking at the heavenly array are full of disgust. That is the Southern Blood clan, rumored to have the power of immortality. Over the years, people who guard the Milky Way have often been sucked dry by these monsters and turned into human beings. Her appearance has made everyone on the Blue Star feel uneasy. Because from the breath, 30 years have passed, these tricky southern demons seem to have become more powerful. Outside the heavenly array, countless demons are densely packed like an endless tide. Azura country has 100,000 immortals facing these demons. They seem like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They borrowed the defensive line on the Milky Way that day. Afraid that it will be torn to pieces easily, and even in the darkness, there are even more powerful beings. Stepping out from under the flower crown emitting a terrifying vitality, could it be the legendary elves? It should be quite a few southerners after transformation will be like this. Every move can manipulate various elements in the air and perform powerful magic. The ancestor once said that this is the gift and blessing of the candle dragon, allowing many southerners to continue to transform. If the ancestor refines the candle dragon, we will also awaken the power of bloodlines. If that's true, based on the history of my Azura country, our awakening of bloodline power would be more exaggerated than those southerners? Yes, our Azura country has had countless ancient gods, all easily suppressing southern demons. If the ancestor could really refine the candle dragon, given enough time, we might even be able to reproduce the ancient divine body. It is precisely because of this that the ancestor spared no effort to lock the candle dragon inside the Milky Way. If we can pass this calamity, there is hope for the revival of the human race. If we cannot pass, many people will die with shortness of breath. Staring at the screen, after all, this battle is too important. I haven't seen my homeland for 30 years. Break through this barrier in front of me, kill all these northern people, and reunite with my wife and daughter. A middle-aged man stepped out from the darkness, his golden hair flowing like a waterfall. He exuded explosive power like a lion, causing a slight change in the expressions of everyone even in the heavens. In recent years, whether it is the eerie blood clan or the elves who can cast forbidden spells, they all have their ways to deal with, but only the human race that was almost killed has no opponent. It is rumored that he has the bloodline of an ancient war god in his body, an existence even older than the current war god. 10 years ago, he almost tore apart the heavenly array with a spear in his hand. If the ancestor had not intervened to save him, he would have pierced through the human race's defense line. Stern, I don't think you need to worry. You are so much stronger than 10 years ago, and these northern people in front of you are really too weak. The holy knight Gino above the dragon flashed a hint of arrogance. He shrugged, raised the ancient spear in his hand, pointed towards the large array ahead, and said, "Let me tear down these northern monkey defenses." In the future, the history of the gods will record that the great divine knight Gino Yulian single-handedly defeated 100,000 northern people. Countless beings in this universe will forever remember my name. Gino's face was filled with a crazy and excited smile. 30 years ago, he was just an unemployed wanderer on the blue star, but the sudden change came. And let him awaken his blood overnight, becoming the southern legend of the Great Light. The power of the paladin, comparable to the gods, drove him crazy and intoxicated, and the feeling of being invincible from above made him unable to stop. And today, he is going to demonstrate his power in front of the gods, in front of countless creatures. He will make these so-called northern immortals tremble in fear before him, kneel, and beg for mercy, with a fierce expression on his face. Starting from that ancient divine weapon, emitting a terrifying aura, one after another thunder-like divine light began to tear through the vast void, fiercely descending towards the heavenly array. At this moment, even the people on the blue star could feel the terrifying power of the divine beings. See, foolish northerners, this is the power of my southern deities. The so-called northern immortals are simply a joke. In front of our mighty southern deities, they are just like crawling creatures on the ground. I believe in God and the gods in the darkness, and our bloodline is destined to be more noble than the northerners, and we are destined to be stronger than them. Fear it, regret it. This is the price you paid 30 years ago with the Gene people suppressing us in the north. Many people from the south surged into the live broadcast room of Azura country, mocking recklessly as they watched the devastating blow of the southern holy knight above the universe. Many Azura country the faces of the people in Azura country couldn't help but turn pale, facing such a terrifying blow. Can the heavenly formation of Azura country really withstand it? The gods from the south who ascended have grown to this extent in just a few decades. Do they really have a chance of winning? Countless people were shocked. Even the candle dragon in the Milky Way couldn't help but sneer. Lucan, the human race is known as the 10,000 immortals. How many people have such strength? How many times can your heavenly array withstand this blow? 30 years of hasty ascension, just a group of insignificant people. You stand with your hands behind your back, gazing into the distance with deep eyes, and ask in a cool voice, "Is this kind of strength really strong?" Laughed the candle dragon. This person is holding a murderous weapon, according to the realm of your human race's immortals, comparable to a golden immortal. Among the 100,000 people of your ascended human race, is there anyone who can match him? North, the strength of the northern gods is divided according to levels. From human immortals, true immortals, celestial immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals to Tai, Daluo, in the past 30 years, the entire Azura country human race ascending to the ruins of the heavenly realm are mostly at the level of human immortals, with few true immortals and celestial immortals, let alone the extremely powerful golden immortals. In ancient times, it took thousands of years to become immortal. Cultivation was an impossible thing. Even if one could ascend, reaching the level of a golden immortal would require at least tens of thousands of years. And Azura country humans are like 30 years old in the eyes of Zhujiuyin. They have reached the extreme. Faced with such an absolute difference in strength, they have no chance of winning. But you are like a cold stone statue with no joy or sorrow on your face, just quietly looking into the distance. Zhujiuyin heart smiled coldly in his heart, convinced that you were just pretending to be calm. Where in the galaxy and heavenly realm are there any strong beings that can resist demons? And just at that moment, a terrifying spear pierced through the void. When the blood wrapped in divine light was about to fall on the heavenly array, a terrifying sword aura shot straight up into the sky like a pillar, the sword light dazzling like a scorching sun, sweeping through the entire galaxy inside and out. In the void, all the divine light dissipated. What divine weapon is dim at this moment, guarding the Milky Way of the heavenly realm by the order of Master Lu Chen? Those who trespass the border of our human race, kill without mercy. The cold voice of a man came from the void. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a shocking sword aura swept through the void for billions of miles, and countless demons, including the so-called South Paladin, turned into ashes. At this moment, the candle dragon locked in the galaxy let out an unbelievable roar. Impossible, impossible. How could anyone from the human race have entered the Tai realm in 30 years? What have you done? Beside you, with gray hair and a green robe gently floating, looking at the sky full of sword energy, said lightly. Lu Chen the disciples taught by is not impossible. Above the heavens, the majestic sword energy crisscrosses, and countless bright stars in billions of miles are dimmed at this moment. Inside and outside the Milky Way, there is a fierce sword energy filling the air at this moment, and many demons are transformed into flying creatures. The southern paladin riding a giant dragon was enveloped by this sword aura and turned into dust in an instant. As the sword aura dissipated, a man in white appeared in front of the heavenly array, holding an ancient pine-patterned sword in his hand, his eyes gleaming with a cold chill like an unparalleled sword immortal. The whole person seemed like a sharp sword out of its sheath, and the terrifying aura even made the southern demons couldn't help but take a step back. Above the blue star, countless Azura country people saw this person appear, filled with joy and excitement. Daozi of the Red Danding faction did not expect that in 30 years, he would reach this point. This sword energy is too terrifying, even if separated by tens of thousands of light years. My brow is tingling with the might of a sword, and the demons are dispersing. Is it the existence that was taken in by the ancestor? Countless Azura country people have fiery eyes. The Taoist of the Red Crown sect, Lu Xuanzhen, ascended to the heavenly realm more than 20 years ago and was one of the first immortals in Azura country. It is said that he has already comprehended the pure Yang sword technique of the pure Yang sword immortal Lu Zhu, and has also received personal guidance from the ancestor Lu Chen. For 20 years, no one knows how far he has progressed. Now, with a single move, the sword energy is inverted, and it is like a divine peaking opera performance. At this moment, many gods from the blue star ascended south with fear. In the void, the sword-wielding Northman was just a piece, turning Gino into ashes, and the aura emanating from him made them feel uneasy. After a moment of silence, a well-built blooded clan woman stepped barefoot into the void and arrived in front of Lu Xuanzhen. Her bright eyes scanned this northern man, sharp and indifferent, emitting a power she had never felt before. He inexplicably wanted to taste the other party's blood. So Javert grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth, and their crimson lips collided. It seemed that he could kill Gino. You are indeed strong, but you should know that this low-born guy is the weakest in my existence. Next, the opponent you are going to face is me, so you must be careful. The handsome northern man. Javert chuckled behind his hand, and his wings began to glow with a strange crimson color. The next moment, his body suddenly disappeared, turning into several faint blood lights that were barely visible, flying towards Lu Xianzhen's throat, emitting a sweet and bloody smell in the air, inexplicably intoxicating. Even within the heavenly formation, many people's fresh blood in the immortal body unexpectedly began to fly uncontrollably towards the outside of the body, oozing a hint of eerie sorcery from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Even those who have ascended to immortality cannot control their own blood. This is the mysterious ability of the Blood Clan in the southern region. In an instant, he sucked away all the blood from the human body. Over the past 30 years, countless people have died at his hands. What should be done? This method is completely untraceable. Can Lu Daozi prevent it? I don't know. Azura country, many strong people have fallen in his hands, only a few escaped in front of him, and no one has been able to beat him yet. Azura country, countless people suddenly became nervous. Although Xuanzhen's sword energy is strong, it is difficult to defend against this strange supernatural power. The human race has always been weak. If LV Xuanzhen falls here, it will undoubtedly be a great loss for them. Above the void of the universe, a figure. The eerie atmosphere became increasingly unsettling. Within the darkness, there seemed to be a presence, constantly grinning as the smell of blood grew stronger. Countless hearts raced frantically, resisting fiercely to prevent their blood from leaving their bodies. Finally, someone could no longer resist the pounding of their heart. Suddenly exploded, and the whole person turned into a mist of blood. In the heavenly array, countless immortal people showed painful expressions, and the beating of their hearts manifested like drumbeats in the cosmic air, echoing in unison. The people of Azura country looked extremely ugly. The other party's supernatural powers seemed to far exceed their imagination. Beneath the heavenly Great Wall, the huge candle dragon raised its head and chuckled softly, saying that this is the supernatural power of the ancient blood demon, with countless talents, and even the ancient great sorcerers were buried under this method. Moreover, as your disciple, I have cut off the breath of all the people of your human race with today's means. Liu Ken, in this battle, you cannot win against a figure in green clothes, gazing at the distant stars. There stood a young man with a sword, who was one of the few right-wing practitioners he had seen in tens of thousands of years, especially in terms of his understanding of swordsmanship, which was on par with that of the pure Yang sword immortal. Therefore, you personally taught him swordsmanship and guided his practice. And Lu Xuanzhen did not disappoint you. In less than 30 years, his understanding of the way of the sword has reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, the entire universe is filled with crimson blood. Strange laughter and the beating hearts of many creatures will create a kind of eerie music, making people restless and unable to be at peace. You suddenly speak softly, your voice buzzing, spreading throughout the galaxy. Suzhen, you cultivate the pure Yang sword. 2 laws are enough to restrain all evil thoughts in the world, pure Yang self-generated. After your words fell, above the void, Lu Xuanzhen, who originally had a serious expression, suddenly dispersed his worries. Facing the strange blood mist, he laughed and said, so that's how it is. My cultivation time is short, although my strength is strong, my mind is insufficient, and greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred are entangled in my body. I have fear in my heart, but I do not know that my heart is filled with pure Yang energy, making it difficult for evil spirits to arise. Shenzhen, thank you for the guidance of the master. He, dressed in white, unexpectedly threw down the ancient pine-patterned sword in his hand, which flew into the scabbard behind him. A pure Yang energy suddenly rose in his eyes, he formed a hand seal and softly recited the incantation. With no obstacles in the heart, the pure Yang naturally gives rise to this tree burning the sky and boiling the sea. The terrifying power of pure Yang crazily surged out from Lu Xuanzhen's body, and the crimson blood mist seemed to be like hot oil, burning the body more and more fiercely with just a slight touch. Suddenly emitted an extremely sharp and piercing scream. In just a moment, outside the heavenly realm, it turned into a sea of pure Yang fire, almost illuminating the entire galaxy. Countless demons retreated in fear at this moment, even the gods who stepped out of the darkness couldn't help but be afraid. In the galaxy, the bound Zhujuin looked at this scene full of disbelief. Pure Yang true fire is impossible. The pure Yang sword immortal has already died, no one in the world can cultivate pure Yang true fire. On the scarred dragon head at this moment, the terrifying power from tens of thousands of years ago, outside the ruins of the heavenly realm, there was a demon that even the sword immortals did not dare to kill. The scene of the pure Yang true fire burning the void and turning it into a sea of fire once again awakened the memories in his mind. You look at this scene, your eyes full of memories. The figure of the young man in white clothes displaying his supernatural powers overlaps with the old friend from tens of thousands of years ago. The most important reason you accepted Lu Xuanzhen is that you saw the figure of an old friend in him. Ryu, you are wrong. The pure Yang fire is not only something that my good friend who loves drinking can use, I can also use it. But because this true fire can most effectively deal with you evil gods, you spared no effort to make him perish. That day's sea of fire was even more dazzling than today. Your words are somewhat sad, looking at the young man in the distant void, feeling only vague and melancholic. The sea of fire surges, and the white-robed swordsman stands in the sea of fire. Burning with the power of immortality, it resembled a deity, not a god. Jeviel screamed in agony as he escaped from the void, his once handsome cheeks now burnt, his wings on his back riddled with dark holes, and his body still covered in the pure yang true fire. Like a heavy meteorite crashing onto a starry ruin. The once graceful body rolled on the ground, burnt black. I don't want to die. What kind of flame is this? Zava me, Zava me. The sound was piercing, filled with fear, until Javert's voice grew weaker, the divine fire flickered, and then fell silent. The entire galaxy outside the heavenly realm fell into an indescribable silence, and the divine fire scattered slowly. At this moment, both beyond the heavens and on the blue star, they were plunged into a deathly silence. The entire galaxy outside the heavenly realm fell into an indescribable silence, and the divine fire scattered slowly. At this moment, both beyond the heavens and on the blue star, they were plunged into a deathly silence. The pure yang true fire, burning the sky and boiling the sea, the entire galaxy outside the heavenly realm. It's really too shocking. Many southern gods looked at the white-robed Lu Xian, truly uneasy in their hearts. This northern god could not stay. In the darkness, a supreme existence spoke slowly. The deep blue eyes stared fixedly at the white sword line. All things in the world are mutually generated and restrained. The pure yang true fire of the human race can cause considerable damage to them. Fortunately, the ancient pure yang sword immortal has already fallen. But now that the pure yang true fire has reappeared, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. In the darkness, as the voice of that demon god fell, beams of divine light burst forth from the vast demon army. Oh, thunder in the universe! Vicky Ball calls out your name here. Please descend with supreme divine power and eradicate the evil before us. A fair-skinned female elf holding a staff crosses the void with colorful fairy light. He sang a kind of divine language in his mouth as if he had triggered the laws of the universe beyond time, turning the entire galaxy into a sea of thunder, which was dazzling white, with streaks of silver like thunder like silver dragons. Blood wrapped in the breath of silence roared down. The gods bestowed me with divine power. My bloodline comes from ancient times. I am a descendant of the Titan god race named Rash Adler, a middle-aged man with golden hair who shattered the void with one step. His face was like a lion, his whole body burning with energy and blood, like a dazzling sun, at this moment turned into a powerful golden-haired giant, rushing towards Lu Xuanzhen with the strange force of... The stars are all shattered, and the universe is collapsing. South the Titan god clan of the south, born from the union of the ancient demons, possesses terrifying powers that even the ancient sorcerers find difficult to contend with. Their physical bodies are powerful, even tens of thousands of years ago. Even the likes of Gongong's grand mansion had been defeated by them. It was unexpected that from the very beginning it would require the world's greatest witch, Shayna's Jinkina, to intervene. A hideous witch with a tattered wizard hat flew out from the demon army. The huge bent nose is full of bumps, a pair of evil eyes staring straight ahead, flying out from the large sleeve of a deep blue crystal ball and a silver needle the size of a palm. The mouth with only 2 teeth left kept muttering the obscure and twisted incantation, Hujiju Lamotos, my beloved silver needle, please help me capture the soul I need. The sharp voice of the witch. The silver needle above the crystal ball kept trembling, causing ripples in the surrounding void of Xianzhen. A large silver needle shadow suddenly appeared above his head, piercing down towards the white-robed sword immortal. For a moment, countless terrifying beings from beyond the Milky Way and the heavenly realm manifested one by one. All kinds of strange magical powers surged towards Xianzhen like a tide. On the blue star, many people from Azura country turned pale at this moment. How could they resist this? How could they resist it? Quickly, have Lu Danzi retreat? Under this attack, even if the great Luo immortals come, they will all turn to ashes. It's late and the surrounding emptiness is locked. Lu Daozi is already in a desperate situation. At the same time, countless southern mortals are sneering. Northern pure yang true fire is indeed terrifying, but so what? Even if the northern gods take action, he will still have no place to be buried. I heard that in ancient times in the north also had a pure yang sword immortal, relying on his own strength to dare to confront the gods. The result was still a fall in the void array battle. Even the 100,000 immortal sun the celestial great wall turned pale when they saw this scene. Those divine powers are truly terrifying, and those unknown demons are even more chilling. They even wanted to roar out loud, so that the Tao of Xuanzhen could be suppressed at this moment, as if a giant hand was tightly gripping their throats. They were speechless. Under the heavenly Great Wall, Mi Junlang's face was like an old well without any ripples, appearing deep and mysterious. Zhu Rong looked at this human deity who had lived from ancient times to the present. For a moment he was speechless. He did not know what the pure Yang Sword immortal could do to survive in this situation. He did not know what means you still had in this situation. This person chosen by the gods to bear the destiny of the northern human race seems to always have their incomprehensible trump card. Sure enough, at the moment when countless divine powers and magic were about to engulf Lu Xuanzhen, one after another, the immortal lights flew from the Milky Way. I have a lotus plant, claiming to be a celestial being from the heavens, and a woman holding a lotus flower. The prison guards of the tribe stepped on the void, causing ripples of lotus robes, with the lotus flower in their hands emitting a blue celestial light. The light swept forward, dispersing many divine powers, and transforming into falling leaves. Holding a bamboo basket, he walked towards the moon in the water, a ragged Taoist child with a sheephorn hair bun, descending from the sky. He carried a bamboo basket filled with flowers. I saw the boy throw the bamboo basket and petals scattered in the void. Countless colorful petals fell like rain on the bodies of many demons, taking root and sprouting as if parasitic, absorbing their flesh and blood. And the bamboo basket flew into the air, directly smashing the huge silver needle. The cursing which seemed to have suffered some heavy blow, spitting blood like a sandbag and flying out. In another place, an old man was riding a donkey backward, charging around in the void, crushing countless demons under the strange donkey's hooves into a pulp, even accidentally knocking the descendant of the Titan giant god flying with this donkey. That is an ancient alien species, sleeping for 100,000 years in Azura country, awakening from the Kunlun mountains. Initially, this donkey crossed the tribulation and became immortal, which many people in Azura country found hard to accept, but now it is shining brightly in the sky, shocking everyone. Dozens of immortal lights trembled and hummed. At this moment, Azura country people were so excited that they were speechless as if they had seen those ancient gods again, and Lu Xuanzhen couldn't hold on for long. White let you take the lead, haha, senior brother, don't blame him, in such a situation, even you are helpless. It's all because of Lu Ken Master's favoritism. If I came, with this bronze bell in my hand, I would have already killed a gap among these demons. One by one Azura country heavenly pride shattered the magical powers of many demons, falling into the void, protecting Lu Xuanzhen behind him. One by one, the breath surges, the divine light soars, various treasures in hand, as if the gods are revived. These are the disciples Qi you have collected over the past 30 years. The talent is not inferior to the ancient gods, and the one wearing the mysterious armor is the successor to the demon lord. The one holding the pagoda has inherited the lineage of the guardian heavenly king, with a golden hoop on the head, and also has the bloodline of ancient demons. These dozens of people have each received teachings from you, practicing diligently day and night, eating dragon meat, drinking dragon blood, and consuming dragon marrow. In fact, their strength far exceeds that of ordinary immortals and gods. At this moment, when Lu Xuanzhen was in trouble, the situation unfolded one after another. Outside the Milky Way heavenly realm, dozens of immortal lights soared into the sky. At this moment, the demons were shocked, and the powerful demon battle force was above the blue star. Iwan Azura country Ziming was excited beyond measure when he saw this scene. Even the voice can't help but tremble. This is me Azura country god? It's so shocking, the ancient mythological atmosphere that comes rushing in, makes me really think I've seen the ancient gods. Who said our Azura country have no god? 30 years of time our Azura country are not weaker than humans, although I know they are the outstanding people who ascended, but at this moment, I feel they are mysterious figures who have walked out of legends. Kill, let these southern people know my Azura country power, the sudden appearance of dozens of immortal lights, making countless demons and monsters pale. The white-clothed sword immortal has already made them feel a great threat. Now, dozens of figures flew out of the ruins of the heavenly realm, and some of them even had a presence more terrifying than that of the white-robed sword immortal. Various magical powers and treasures seemed to exude a terrifying power that they could not understand. Kill. The supreme existence in the darkness coldly uttered a word, and pairs of cold eyes opened from the vast demon army, the power of the ancient divine court. They still remember it vividly. After hundreds of thousands of years, that glorious and prosperous divine dynasty seemed to reappear in front of them, wanting to reproduce its former glory. This is something that all the demon gods do not want to see, and boundless killing intent begins to spread. But the billions of demons roared, releasing their ferocity. Thunderous battles spread throughout the galaxy, and countless southern gods ascending from the blue star, their eyes cold and fierce. Even they had to admit the power of these dozens of northern immortals at this moment. The suffocating sense of oppression made them shiver deep in their souls. And precisely because of this, the beings in front of them must die, as their very existence cannot coexist with any being stronger than them in their bones and blood. So the demons ravaged, countless southern divine beings began to act, as numerous demons surged towards the heavenly array. I am the king of the Titan God clan with noble bloodline. Great ancestors, we, your people, pray to you here. Please release the shackles of my Titan clan. The bloodthirsty golden-haired Titan God clan kneels on the ground at this moment, praying towards the void. His eyes were bloodshot like an enraged lion. Boom! A huge golden light pillar fell fiercely around his body, creating golden ripples in the void of the universe, with divine sounds echoing and countless ancient god shadows manifesting behind him. It seems like he has unlocked some kind of shackle, releasing a violent aura that soars straight to the sky. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? His aura is many times more terrifying than before. Southern in the ancient chaos of the south, there were titanic giant gods. Rumors are that I am the branch of the northern demon god, powerful and not to be underestimated. Those outstanding figures in the sky seem to have met their match. Above the blue star, many have witnessed this scene, speaking solemnly, and the next second, in the void above. Many sharp-eared fairies with fair skin began to sing, their voices ethereal, echoing in the skull, as if to purify the evil thoughts in one's mind, involuntarily giving rise to a sense of kneeling and repentance. O elemental spirits in the chaos of the universe, obey my command. Assemble here, bring down the divine magic of destruction. An elven queen wearing a flower crown is surrounded by countless southern elves, step by step onto the altar formed by magic. As she chants, calling upon many elves to pray together. Outside the celestial galaxy, thunder roared unexpectedly, fierce winds blew, violent rain poured down like a waterfall, converging into a rushing river, pouring back towards the celestial array, thunder and lightning intertwined, like a silver snake dancing wildly, descending in full force, covering the entire celestial ruins. Shrouded in the breath of the end of the world, this is the southern forbidden curse. Tao thunder is even more terrifying than the ascension thunder tribulation. It's the rhythm that will turn the entire heavenly border into ashes. Even this just blade is terrifying to the extreme. Those giant rocks in the universe are being shattered by me. Azura country human immortal array, can you hold on? Above the blue star, countless people are breathing heavily. This storm and thunder should have been controlled by the northern gods, but those ancient gods have long fallen. Now in those southern elves, they seem so helpless. Outside the heavenly array, countless demons come surging in, and dozens of Azura country heroes are riding small and helpless at this moment. It seems that the next moment will be destroyed by a demon army like a flood. The crimson blood mist began to cover, and pairs of blood opened from the void. That is the undead god race living on blood. Flames surged, each giant dragon carrying a sword-wielding paladin, spewing flames forward. The dragon's roar turned into white ripples, causing countless creatures' eardrums to ache and their scalps to tingle. South demons, vast and mighty, intend to tear apart the entire human race front in one fell swoop. On the blue star, all the Azura country humans are extremely tense, with 100,000 human immortals facing billions of demons, always giving people a feeling of helplessness, tragic and fierce, as if the next second they could meet their end. But everything seems not to be so. Faced with the endless demons, a man holding a pagoda smiled gently, saying, "My master taught me the tactics of the heavenly soldiers. Today is the perfect day to eliminate demons." He then threw the pagoda in his hand. The 9-story exquisite tower swelled in the storm, instantly turning into several stars the size of stars, with terrifying divine light bursting out, crushing countless demons into powder in an instant. At the same time, with a shake of the wide sleeves, countless golden spots scattered like raindrops in the void, transforming into tens of thousands of golden-armored heavenly soldiers. This is the immortal technique of turning scattered beans into soldiers. I thought this brother looked familiar. Turns out he learned the skills of the heavenly king from Master Lu. Originally, the ancestors never did anything without a plan. Look at what the hell is that? Everyone was still shocked, but then they saw an even more hair-raising scene. A benevolent hero wielding a board axe shattered the void with a single step, transforming into a giant thousands of zhang in size, confronting the descendant of the Titan deity. Both of them excelled in strength, shattering the void with their blows. Even the gods dared not approach. This is just the giant spirit of God. It is rumored that above the god court, the giant spirit god guards the great hall of the god emperor. Its strength is unfathomable. I didn't expect this fierce and evil guy to pass on such a fierce and brutal method of fighting to the ancestors. Everyone was breathing heavily, only to see that the northern hero was covered in blood, with a fierce expression, roaring loudly, and actually pulling down the southern divine being from the void like a raging lion. Pressed on a main road and violently beaten, in the end, he even raised his hand to crush the head of the powerful Titan god, bathing in golden divine blood, and then rushed into the tide of demons and monsters to fight wildly. At the same time, those dozens of brilliant figures began to show their skills one by one, and the situation on the entire battlefield suddenly reversed. Outside the edge of the galaxy, the divine light rose to the sky. A man wearing armor and holding an umbrella, facing the surging blood mist that covered over, softly whispered, "The immortal blood clan is nothing but me. Azura country, the ancient ghost father has become a spirit. Daring to show off such means is seeking death." The man's eye shot out golden light, and he threw a red divine umbrella into the void. Surprisingly, a terrifying suction force emerged, pulling all the blood mist in the sky into it. Many in the air southern undead blood clans screamed in fear, and many blood clans were forced to reveal their true bloodline. Under that huge divine dispersal, it turned into a bat with an ugly paper face. What on earth is this thing? How could this umbrella keep getting bigger? With my bloodline secret technique, there is no way to break free and save my life. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ancestral God, save me, save me. The majestic blood mist began to dissipate. Under that huge divine umbrella, no demon can escape. It is the Heavenly King duo one holding the divine powder. No wonder those immortal bloodsuckers can't escape. I can feel the oppressive feeling of the old Heavenly King even through the screen. Countless people in Blue Star Azura country are boiling with enthusiasm. This inheritor of the Heavenly King's wisdom, with just a casual move, easily subdued the blood ancestor with astonishingly mysterious methods, truly solving a big problem for many immortals. It is truly inspiring. In the distance, a boy holding a plantain fan stands in front of the surging flood, looking at the thunder scattered throughout the empty sky, the strong wind shaking slightly. This plantain fan is the treasure of the Mountain Heaven Dao for exterminating demons and monsters. I didn't expect to use it today to expel the thunder and lightning scriptures. It's a pity that my strength is not enough, so I can only borrow this treasure. The Taoist disciple sighed with a bitter smile, then grasped the plantain fan in his hand and fiercely waved it towards the great river of that Taoist temple. Boom! The thunderstorm that covered the sky disappeared in an instant, and the powerful divine wind blew. Many southern god races couldn't even open their eyes, and many demons flew backward. Even countless stars moved at this moment. Thousands of elves were stunned at this moment. The prohibition curse that their clan had exerted all their efforts on was easily dispelled by someone. How is this possible? The divine power of the northern gods is actually so terrifying. Don't they all say that the immortals in the north are all useless? The long-haired, white-clothed queen of the elves almost collapsed to the ground when she saw this scene. These forbidden techniques not only drained her divine power but also consumed all the beast elements of their clan. How could this be? How could this be? Shouldn't the gods be protecting us? The elf queen murmured to herself, her once smooth skin rapidly aging at this moment, full of wrinkles, the towering waves ahead all falling down. The elves behind them were all like skeletons, with skin like tree bark. Many people above the blue star saw this scene and were suddenly startled. Just like the original beauty and demon were chatting gracefully 1 second, and the next second they revealed their terrifying true forms. Where did this group of old onions come from? Come on, who said they like elf girls? All of you are rewarded. Shouldn't the focus be on that big shots banana fan? This is the treasure in the myth. It's because you guys are greedy for women that you can't ascend. Well said, I don't tolerate gambling and drug addiction. Wow, you didn't mention a lust at all. Above the blue star south, people's faces began to turn pale when the wind, rain, and thunder filled the entire sky, and countless people knelt down to worship. This was a miracle, as they could control thunder, lightning, and storms. Casting such a terrifying spell with magic in their eyes is an invincible existence. But these magics that are enough to destroy the entire world, unexpectedly cannot resist the people from the north. Lightly waving a fan really made them collapse to the extreme. The self-proclaimed deity is powerful. Seemingly weak and pitiful in front of the opponent, Lu Xuanzhen held the Sunguin ancient sword in his hand, full of fierce intent, followed by several immortal swords behind him. Killing numerous demons, what wizard, beheaded, what blood wolf god clan, beheaded, what gu god descendant, beheaded. Wherever these sword immortals go, there is almost only killing. Even the immortal sword in their hands exudes a terrifying aura, making even demons and monsters retreat. In addition to this, these few individuals also have their true bodies. Next to the man holding a three-pointed and two-edged knife, there is also a shiny black giant dog. With the combined strength of one man and one dog, they fought fiercely against hundreds of northern divine beings. Could this guy be a war god? This is the method of the risk victory true god passed down from the ancestors. If you want to be handsome, you can learn it. Among 3 billion people, only this kid has practiced it. If he's not handsome, who is? Many people in the tall buildings on Blue Star sighed one after another. Unexpectedly, these millions of demons were Azura country overturned by dozens of true immortals, causing chaos, and countless southern people felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. This feeling is really addictive to the extreme. Beyond the Milky Way dome, countless holy knights along with dragon-backed earth were beheaded and had their wings cut off, and the singing angelic saints. Bodies were floating everywhere in the void. Dozens of heroes and true immortals had their robes completely soaked in blood. Many of the gods who ascended from the south began to flee madly. The people from the north were really too terrifying. 30 years, they only had 30 years, how could they be so powerful? Even the descendants of the Titan god race have been killed. They are the true northern demons, the great ancestral gods. It's not that we refuse to fight, it's just that those northern people are too terrifying. Amazing, truly amazing, to be able to cultivate so many powerful Tai true immortals in 30 years, it's really impressive. Looking at these guys, I almost thought that the extremely powerful divine power had returned. It's just a pity that no matter how much immortal magic you pass on to them, they are not gods in the end to those ancient gods. The candle dragon suddenly raised its head, pulling the chains filled with runes, the golden light shining on them, burning his soul, but he showed a sly smile, looking madly at Chen. If you were given thousands of years. With your ability, you may be able to reappear in the body, but you cannot match the extreme level of the dozens of Tai true immortals. Even if they drink my dragon marrow, it is still just like that. But don't forget that I have 9 sons. There are many ancient gods in the south and countless demons that have evolved to the extreme. Your few disciples and grandchildren cannot defeat me, as the crazy voice of Zhu Juin falls, in the deep darkness beyond the heavenly realm. One by one, the supreme demons slowly walked out of the Milky Way. The darkness was deep. Perhaps the defeat of the demons made these supreme beings feel unhappy. Perhaps it is the power of many northern deities that makes them uneasy. In any case, countless terrifying demons are tearing apart the dark void at this moment. Descending beyond the Milky Way in the celestial realm, nameless beings in the deep darkness see me as if falling into eternal night. The ancient and desolate voice resounded in the universe. A huge dragon area protruded from the sky of the heavenly realm. It was the eldest son of the candle dragon, a terrifying and evil god that survived from ancient times. At this moment, it manifested and descended, as if dragging the universe into a dark abyss without light. The many gods from the southern regions trembled and knelt down, looking up at the undulating dragon in the heavenly realm. Continuously kowtowing, the great Taiyu dragon god's aura is probably unparalleled. Even the God King cannot compare. It is our greatest honor to be able to follow you. O dark gods, please allow me to be your most faithful servant. Above the ruins of the heavenly realm, countless immortals' eyes are full of bloodshot, unable to lift their heads under this pressure. Even the heavenly array has shown some cracks. It's terrifying. Is this the eldest son of the candle dragon? In ancient legends, the candle dragon had 9 sons. The eldest son is in charge of the night, the second son is in charge of the day, the third son is in charge of the years, and the fourth son is in charge of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Everything disappeared. This kind of darkness makes people feel suffocated, as if all the light in the world has dissipated. This strength is on the same level as the ancient gods. Can the talents of Azura country really match up? Countless people of Azura country are feeling despair at this moment. The whole world plunged into pure darkness, as if the chaos before the creation of heaven and earth, everything was invisible. Suddenly, a sigh came from the darkness. Listening to the sound, it was a woman, and then a candle suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world, the flame flickering weakly but clear and distinct in this despairing darkness. As the screen progressed, all beings finally saw the appearance of the candle and candlestick clearly. It was a lotus lantern, and a fairy in plain clothes dug out her own eyes. Thrown into the lights, illuminating the darkness for many immortals, the fairy put down the lotus lamp. At this rate, you will perish here. A talented person above the 9 heavens spoke out to advise, but the fairy shook her head slightly, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. This darkness is too terrifying. If it is not dispelled, it will devour everyone's divine power. Let me handle it. Master Lu Chen said. There is light and darkness in the world, but darkness always has an end. With that, he raised the lamp high above his head, even though his eyes could not see. He knew there was light above his head, and the darkness could not engulf it. Above the blue star, many Azure country people choked up, continuing the curse by burning the lamp. But she burned her own life and the daylight of everyone. There is no way, the darkness is too powerful without burning essence and blood. How to resist? Not only now, but the ancient sages must have also come this way, otherwise, where would the edge of the Milky Way be? Where is the ancestral land of today? In the void, the candle flame burned more vigorously, and the fairy's tears turned into lamp oil, causing the dim yellow candle flame to spread slightly as if something was being stirred in the dark. Above the ancestral land of the blue star, a lotus platform buried in the abyss trembled slightly, and the divine light that was originally isolated by the candle dragon faintly shimmered at this moment as if it was about to break through some kind of restraint. Under the darkness, Lu Chen is like a stone sculpture. He sees his disciple holding a lamp and remembers the gaze of an old friend. Also, at the darkest hour of the gods, he turned himself into the wick of the ever-burning candle. Just a little darkness. What is there to fear? Just watch me kill. Among the heroes, a sword immortal shouted angrily, holding the Qingfeng sword and killing out. He, dare to be rampant even in the dark realm, how much divine power do you have to consume? An ancient southern god appeared in the darkness looking at that sword immortal. Exposing a mocking and cold expression, a sword split the sky. In the darkness, the sword immortal shouted angrily, and a white light was drawn into the darkness by the immortal sword in his hand. It's like lifting a foot from a huge pocket, then suddenly closing it. Your sword cannot open the sky, it's still far from enough if the future of the past still has a chance. As for you, with only 30 years of cultivation, relying on your talent and dragon blood to come this far, in my opinion, you are still too weak. A hoarse and cold voice came in the darkness. With a bang, it seemed as if the entire void had been fiercely struck, spreading an almost extinguishing breath that almost blew out the candle. A sword immortal with half of his body shattered is now flying back, crashing heavily onto the ruins of the heavenly realm. The force is indeed undiminished, causing the body of the sword immortal to slide all the way on the ruins until Lu Chen at the feet. Master, the unseen immortal's face was covered in blood, his eyes blurred, and he spoke weakly with a sense of collapse. On your ancient and uninterested face, there was finally a hint of sadness at this moment. He helped his disciple up from the ground and said softly, I know. I know you have been trying your best. You are the most hard-working among many senior brothers. You have a hot temper on weekdays, that's why I passed on to you the star sword technique. Losing to a demon with 30,000 years of cultivation experience after 30 years of practice is not embarrassing. The sword is immortal with red eyes bowed his head. Master, my sword is broken, it was a treasure left by the ancient sages. You smile, it's okay. I will forge another one for you. You suddenly turned around. Under the horrified gaze of the candle dragon, you reached out and tore open the flesh and dragon blood gushed out. The wound is deep enough to see the bone. Zhu Juing grimaced in pain as he pulled on the chains, roaring, you useless disciple. You have eaten my dragon blood and drank my dragon marrow, yet you are still no match for me. Now you are angry and want to take it out on me, but you can't. You flashed a cold and stern look in your eyes at the sound. I have said that my disciples are never weaker than others. I think he just lacks a good sword. As soon as you finished speaking, the hand that reached into the dragon area firmly grasped a section of dragon bone and pulled hard. Even the flesh and blood were turned out. Lu Chen, I will kill you. The candle dragon bound by chains writhed on the ground like a huge earthworm. A section of the forest python's dragon bone was directly broken, and you threw this dragon bone to the sword's immortal path, drinking this dragon marrow. This is your immortal sword, Gu Yuan. You should know that you have even eaten the flesh and blood of his father, the great demon outside, so why fear his subordinate sitting down? The blood-robed sword immortal's eyes suddenly brightened at the words. The person who repairs the sword is most afraid of the sword's heart being covered in dust. They hastily make a move in the darkness, only to be defeated in a single strike and return home in defeat, the sword's heart feeling frustrated. Guilt, self-blame, fear, and other emotions almost overwhelmed him. The master knew that it was easy to repair the sword, but difficult to repair the heart, so the master dug out dragon bones to forge his own sword. At this moment, he seemed to capture a trace of the imperceptible power of heaven and earth. In that instant, he seemed to also comprehend the myriad mysteries of the star sword path. He laughed heartily, drank the marrow from the dragon bone, gripped the ancient sword, and struck out into the boundless darkness. The North Star constellation leader, the intersection of Jiaomu, meets the strong and becomes stronger. This technique opens the sky with one sword. Boom! A terrifying aura rose above the ruins, and in a desolate temple in the ancestral land of the Blue Star, an unnamed idol lit up with a faint glow. At that moment, the sword immortal Gu Yuan seemed to have sensed something, and his aura surged several times again. The sword light in the sky at this moment completely tore apart the darkness. The darkness scattered away like the tide, and light began to appear in the world. The sun, moon, and stars started to move again, and all things in heaven and earth regained vitality from the stagnant darkness. This sword seemed to have broken some kind of shackle, causing some subtle changes to occur above the ancestral Blue Star. The divine aura cut off by the candle dragon quietly began to recover at this moment. Sword immortal Gu Yuan holding a piece of dragon bone. Step by step stepping into the void, the darkness seemed to fear him and began to retreat frantically. He came to the female fairy who had lost her eyes and pulled a strip of cloth from his waist. Wrap around her bleeding eye sockets. The master said, although you have lost your eyes, your heart is like a clear mirror. In the future, you will see more clearly than when your eyes were intact. Go back to the galaxy array, everything here is up to us, master is waiting for you. Gu Yuan spoke softly. The female immortal nodded slightly, holding a lantern, her eyes covered by white cloth strips, descending towards the ruins of the heavenly realm. Countless people from the Blue Star, looking at this scene, were speechless for a long time. The opinions that tore through the endless darkness brought them an indescribable shock, as if it were the great god Pangu from ancient mythology. With one axe, chaos was split open, and even the aura on this sword immortal underwent an earth-shattering change. Opening the sky with one sword is too cool. Holding a sword and ascending to the sky, various unknown things are seen him to avoid retreat and momentum. We cultivators should have such bearing. It's a pity that He Shenzi's eyes are gone. Burning the lamp to continue the curse, she ignited hope for the human race and the immortals in despair. The ancestor said that her heart is like a clear mirror, perhaps there is another chance. Countless Azura country people are constantly sighing as the madness of darkness retreats. The huge and terrifying body of the ghostly giant dragon reappeared in front of everyone. His voice trembled, like the sound of a great bell, and a fierce dragon head emerged from the void, staring at the dozens of Azura country individuals, firmly locking onto Gu Yuan, who was about to strike with this sword. This sword indeed had the power of the hornwood dragon. But that's all there is to it. Your sword can break my divine power, but it can't cut me from afar. Don't say it's you. Even if the cornerwood dragon revives when it sees me, it must respectfully call me the Lord of the Dark Abyss. If the divine power of your generation of the human race is only this much, then today is your death date. Hand over my father, and I can let you keep the grave owner. There was a fierce killing intent in the eyes of the dark dragon god. In the scattered darkness behind them, countless extremely powerful demons appeared in front of everyone. The remaining 8 sons of the candle dragon were entwined in the boundless starry sky. One by one, the breath is not too gloomy, many ancient southern gods holding scepters and ancient divine weapons, with amazing momentum. Taking the Valley of Candle Dragon as a mirror, you really have a lot of courage. Do you think that with your cultivation, you can truly tame the divine power in the dragon bones of this demon dragon? If it weren't for your world-honored one. In addition to dispelling your evil spirit, I'm afraid you can't even hold this dragon bone steadily. My blow didn't kill you, but I was a bit light-handed. Come on, let's fight again. I'll let you make the first 3 sword strikes. That is a statue of a sheep-headed deity with strange runes on its horns. With a strange crimson color in his eyes, he was staring straight at Gu Yuan at the moment, sneering repeatedly, while everyone else remained silent. Over the past 30 years, you have introduced countless powerful demons to them, including this one from the southern ancient gods who became gods before those so-called southern gods. Divine power is extremely mysterious. In the ancient battlefield of the gods, many Azura country immortals died at his hands. At this moment, his cold provocation, this confidence comes from his terrifying strength to the extreme. Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the ancient sword in his hand also trembled slightly. He has always been arrogant. Faced with such provocation, even if the other party is an ancient evil god, he dares to show his killing intent. But at this moment, Lu Xuanzhen took the lead in revealing the ancient sword. If he alone cannot kill you, then what about adding me and others? His voice was as cold as frost. The digital sword immortals simultaneously glared and drew their swords. Tens of thousands of terrifying sword lights soared into the sky, heading straight towards the demon with a sheep's head. If one sword immortal cannot kill the demon, Let's use the power of the immortals. My swordsmanship, the pure yang sword immortal, my swordsmanship is the demon of the heavenly respect. My swordsmanship is the heavenly sovereign Tai, my swordsmanship is Gu Yuan. Looking at this scene, his heart burned with hot blood. In a deep voice, fellow senior brothers, our swordsmanship is not alone, my swordsmanship is entrusted to the heavenly constellation lord. However, under the guidance of the master, this sword will never stop until death. As soon as the words fell, his eyes narrowed, gripping the ancient sword in his hand tightly, he actually stirred up a huge wave of swords, sweeping the demon with a sheep's head above the void, and the sound of swords clashed. Even the demon god, too excellent, was shocked by these breaths. Azura country. This generation of immortals seems to have extraordinary aptitude. If given time, they will truly be Liu Ken reappear in the divine court. The sword intent that can make him feel a hint of fear is not considered much. It is worthy of being chosen by the gods. Not only trapped my father but also produced several unparalleled sword immortals in just 30 years. But in the end, you still miscalculated, and we have survived from the ancient catastrophe to this day. How can these few Tai immortals stop it? His voice paused slightly, suddenly turning cold. The time for all of you has come. Butcher immortal returns to the ancestral land. As soon as Taiyo's voice fell, the extremely powerful breath of hundreds of people shattered the void, and nearly 100,000 demons that had survived from ancient times to the present rushed towards the border of the Milky Way. Never been here in 100,000 years, there are only dozens of Tai immortals left in this heavenly realm. Such ants can be slaughtered at will. A group of youngsters with less than 100 years of cultivation learned the immortal techniques of the ancient divine court, but they do not have the abilities of the ancient gods, and yet they delude themselves into thinking they can defend this place. Ridiculous. The person chosen by the gods to endure the calamities is probably at the end of the road, only then would they think of using these beings to stop me. I see that the luck of the human race has come to an end. A powerful demon manifested, with a cold and arrogant expression. Many people from the Azura country on the blue star saw this scene, and even their breath was filled with icy coldness. These great demons are almost legendary beings, all of whom have fought against ancient gods. Nowadays, manifesting outside the heavenly realm is simply despairing. The demon easily tore apart the heavenly array. Those dozens of outstanding talents and geniuses were trapped in a heavy siege, fighting fiercely under the heavenly Great Wall. Seeing this scene, the candle dragon bound by chains burst into wild laughter. Haha, Liu Chen, you lost. The heavenly formation has been broken. Your disciples and grandchildren are also doomed. For 30 years, the humiliation of these 30 years, I will repay you 1,000,000 times over. The resentful gaze of Zhulong firmly locked onto the distant man in green clothes. In these 30 years, he has been exploited to the bone and bled dry, utterly miserable to the extreme. Now that he is about to break free, he will surely come back to retaliate in a way that is 1,000,000 times more vicious. He cannot believe he has come to this point. What other cards do you have? He doesn't believe that in just 30 years, you have any chance of winning. These 100,000 immortals. These dozens of Tai true immortals are already the limit that the human race can achieve, but that's it. The heavenly array has been broken. Dozens of Tai true immortals are in imminent danger, and Liu Chen has no plan. He looked at the man standing with his hands behind his back in the distance, already fantasizing about how to deal with that ancient and uninteresting face. Stepping on the ground, pressing his head, let him kowtow in front of all the people to beg for mercy. He wants to see if the only remaining god of the human race can still maintain that indifference when the candle dragon pulls on the chain, a sinister and twisted smile on its dragon head. At this moment, you slowly raised your eyes and looked at the candle dragon. Are you sure I lost? Your voice was very soft, but I don't know why. But it gave him a creepy feeling. As if this life and death game had just begun. The huge heavenly array shattered like glass. The entire galaxy ruins are full of demons, one by one Azura country immortals fighting to the death. The whole scene reveals a sign of a desolate and desperate situation. And under the vast great wall of the sky, you stand with your back to the towering sky gate like a dragon, gazing at the almost defeated battlefield. Behind you is He Xiao Xiao, who has lost her eyes, holding an ancient sword. Silent and speechless, Zhulong stared at you intently. He really couldn't figure out what means you still have at this point. He constantly comforted himself in his heart, thinking that the other party was just bluffing, but that eerie palpitation feeling was hard to dispel beyond the heavenly realm. A bizarre demon with crimson eyes and a sheep's head, with chilling claws that faced many enemies, actually shattered the sword energy in the sky. Facing the shot of the digital sword immortal, he remained calm and composed, handling it with ease, terrifyingly strong in power. The man holding a giant axe like a giant spirit god is a true immortal. At this moment, he is retreating repeatedly, with a pair of giant axes protecting his chest, which is already full of cracks, surrounded by countless ancient demons and monsters. One by one, the double arms pass the knees, and the strength is surprisingly terrifying. Every strike makes the void tremble. Finally, even the opponent's board axe was directly shattered. The giant-like body was blasted half to pieces, with fresh red divine blood flowing on the ruins. He gritted his teeth. Looking at those ancient demons, wanting to strike again, but realizing that the meridians on their legs have been broken at some point, and they don't even have the strength to stand up. Kill a hero and a true immortal. With disheveled hair and holding a thunder whip, he has already fallen into madness. His body was full of penetrating wounds, fresh blood kept flowing, and countless ancient demons surged around him, with various corpses drifting above the cosmic void. He had lost track of how long he had been fighting. But the surging demons seemed to be increasing, and even his consciousness was becoming blurred. The totem true immortal, wearing a battle robe, was suppressed by a bronze mirror. His exquisite pagoda had long been lifted by a shocking demon, and the scattered immortal soldiers were torn apart by endless demons. The entire battlefield outside the sky at this moment appears fierce and desperate. Those who ascended from Azura country are struggling hard, but they still appear too weak in front of those ancient demons. How could this be? How could this be? Even the heavenly array is shattered. Could it be that our Azura country can't survive this calamity? Those demons are too powerful, having survived since ancient times. Some even have killed me, the ancient immortals. Azura country people have tried their best. Did the ancestor really miscalculate? 30 years is still too short, and our Azura country cannot produce outstanding talents who can bear great responsibilities. Above the blue star, countless people saw this scene, their faces pale, some even collapsed on the ground. The heavenly array has been broken, and many demons have already entered the Milky Way. The ascended immortals who built the array are resisting with all their might, but they are unable to stop it at all. Is this the demon? I thought my 30 years of hard training could already defend Azura country and the human race from disasters, but it turned out to be so weak. On the ruins of the heavenly realm, the immortal beings shook their heads bitterly. He looked back at the southern star, gazing at the cosmic spaceship parked on the great wall of the heavenly realm in the distance, his eyes wandering, the flag still flying. In his heart, he silently recited the blue star, afraid that he might not be able to return. With these thoughts in mind, he suddenly smiled and pointed towards the spaceship in the distance. Brothers, watch closely, I'll show you something cool. He shouted loudly, then turned around without hesitation, burning the remaining immortal power in his body to the extreme, and his whole body turned into a dazzling immortal light. Violently crashed into the demon tide. Boom! A huge impact lifted a terrible wave of air. The spreading ripples sent countless demon formation islands flying out, originally dense battlefields. Being clear in a small area, but that ascending person immortal burns out at this moment, turning into ashes. On the blue star, the eyes of many buildings shimmered, and they saw that above the ruins of the heavenly realm, at the last line of defense in front of the heavenly great wall, the voices of many building people came from beyond the 9 heavens. Damn it, I've already become an immortal, didn't expect to die, pity, who isn't? 30 years ago, after the college entrance examination, I spent the last summer vacation leisurely, but I didn't expect it to be the last period of my carefree time. Since then, I have been diligently cultivating and not slacking off. Let's go, brothers, the demons are coming soon. Shouldn't we shout some passionate slogans at this time? Then die a heroic death? Otherwise, it feels like dying without any sense of ceremony. Are you making a movie? What slogans to shout, so awkward? Countless people looked at each other and laughed. After a moment of silence, someone shouted. If there is a next life, I am willing to be born in Azura country, even if it's a tree or even a stone. The wind is rustling, the river is cold, we will not return once we leave, and the human race must be preserved. As the words fall, countless paths, divine light rises into the sky, and the resounding call to preserve the human race echoes through the heavens. The flowing light fiercely smashed into the raging demon army. At this moment, the sky and earth seemed silent, only the spreading waves of energy. Only the scattered limbs of the demons flying in the sky, the entire Azura country fell into silence like a sob at this moment. After a long time, someone finally spoke as if in a daze. They really went. Look, beyond the great wall of the heavens, there appeared a broken ravine. countless demons are buried in it. Those who exist are already afraid to move forward. Dog thing, you said you would come as soon as you left, and you really let you ascend. You said to play a handsome one, but I didn't expect you to be so handsome. I used to always find you unpleasant, damn it. Now that you're gone, I'm actually a little sad. Blue star above, as people spoke, tears fell. Those who ascend to immortality. Some are their close friends, some are their children. At this moment, it feels as if a piece of flesh has been suddenly cut out of the heart, leaving it empty. Many crazy southerners are starting to pour into Azura country's major media platforms, cursing and insulting the deceased celestial being. At this moment, countless Azura country people can no longer suppress their inner anger. Today's laughter is my island, who is willing to go with me to kill all these monsters. Among these there is also your share of sin. You are not the self-proclaimed descendants of the southern god, worshipping those demon lords as gods? In that case, we are blood enemies. No rest until death. Azura country, there are countless powerful beings within the country, with killing intent soaring into the sky. And at this moment, many southerners panicked. Azura country's strength is evident to all, and since you taught them immortal techniques, everyone has become like dragons. If Azura country really wants to go to war, they absolutely cannot bear this overwhelming anger. No, we're just joking. You Azura country have always been known for its tolerance and generosity. Why don't you have even this much magnanimity? I warn you not to mess around. I am protected by the ancient demon god. As the Milky Way of the day is about to break, the gods descend. Don't you want to get the forgiveness of the gods by doing this? Azura country people. Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think you can be enemies with the whole world? Just as many forces on Blue Star were terrified, thick iron chains shattered on the ruins of the heavenly realm, and the entire world was suddenly covered by a terrifying aura. A pair of crimson eyes overlooking the galaxy, a resentful voice spreading all around. 30 years, Lu Chen, today I break free is your death date. Outside the Milky Way, a terrifying giant dragon emerges from the deep universe, overlooking the Milky Way, with a chilling breath, causing all living beings to turn pale. Everyone's mind has only one thought: the demon lord Shulong has escaped? This means that the most terrible disaster in the galaxy is about to come, which means that the invincible supreme demon god from ancient times has completely lost control, and the human race will be completely wiped out and no longer exist. At this moment, a group of Azura country heroes have been critically injured and on the verge of death, running out of oil and withering away, only a young man holding a black gold iron rod with a golden hoop on his head. Fighting fiercely among many demons. People remember his arrogance after his spiritual energy recovered. It is said that he carries the true blood of ancient demons, with a terrible monstrous strength, often losing control. The golden hoop on his head is the seal that binds his bloodline. At this moment, the young man's eyes were bloodshot, his eyes full of bloodshot, and his hand holding the black gold iron rod was shaken to the point of bleeding. He stood alone in front of tens of thousands of demons, his back appearing sad and lonely. You look at the young man, and memories from tens of thousands of years ago come flooding back. It was on the ancestral land of the Blue Star, 3,000 years after the fall of the gods, where an ancient giant demon took away the divine needle of Ding-Ai. He caused a commotion in the sky, saying he wanted to jump out of the heavenly realm to take a look, and you stopped him, saying that beyond this heavenly realm all are demons, killing them endlessly, cutting them off endlessly. Even with great skills, there is no return. That giant demon waved the divine needle, unruly and arrogant, saying something about demon monsters. Where is my great ability? You stay here and watch. I'll be right back. He held the divine iron and broke through the heavenly realm. That day, beyond the entire galaxy, the world was turned upside down. That day, a giant demon almost broke through to the edge of the universe. Many demons panic and flee, and southern gods kneel and beg for mercy, but in the end, 3,000 demons join forces to kill and keep him alive. In the midst of the crisis, it was Liu Ken who took action and used great supernatural powers to save that giant monster. What exactly are those things? They are really powerful. The 3008 demons, I am here to guard them. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. In such a vast heavenly realm, why are you the only one left? In order to severely damage those demons, all perished, otherwise you won't survive to become a stone. That being said, all the gods are dead, but can you alone guard this heavenly realm? I don't know, do my best. I have been here for 30,000 years. Then I will help you. Killing a few little demons is not a big deal. Begging for mercy from 3,000 demons is impressive. Lu Chen suddenly stopped and looked at the giant demon holding the divine iron. This place is bitterly cold. The demon is fierce. I'm afraid of what? I have the ability to reach the high sky and the edge of the universe. I can go to the wilderness at the edge of the universe, afraid of cold and hardship, afraid of demons. However, you guard this place for the gods and the human race, so you must have a big background. You have to give me a name. Otherwise, later people will only know you, but won't remember me. You chuckled and said, okay, alright. Just don't know what title you want. That giant demon holds the divine iron, pointing arrogantly above the universe, saying, I am the great sage equal to heaven, eh? At that moment, your eyes showed a long-lost look of shock. Since then, it has been tens of thousands of years since people have ascended one after another above the ancestral land of the Blue Star. The vast pre-Chen dynasty swept through the galaxy inside and out. The entire divine court seems to have regained the grandeur of ancient times. Countless pre-Chen people even began to station outside the domain, but the demons in the universe still rampage endlessly. At that time, the great sage did not know how many demons he had slain, and his might was awe-inspiring. He saw the people of Chen first, and they would all say, these stars beyond the domain, you can go ahead and station here. If you encounter demons, just clench your fists and shout 3 times, great sage equal to heaven. I will come to save you. So the people of the pre-Chen period almost all knew the name of the great sage equal to heaven. However, later on, a great calamity of demons and monsters descended, and many immortals and gods perished. Faced with the vast horde of demons and monsters, he alone fought his way out of the heavenly realm. Monkey, don't go. What are you afraid of? No one can hold me with all my skills. But this time is different. Rest assured, I will be right back. The Monkey King, holding the divine iron, left for the heavens. But he never returned. And at this moment, as you gaze at the back of that young man, you can't help but think of the mischievous monkey that has accompanied you through tens of thousands of years. Above the sky, the young man is still fighting hard, even the golden hoop on his head is shattered, and the black iron rod in his hand is broken, but he still refuses to retreat. Tens of thousands of demons have cold eyes, powerful beings, displaying terrifying supernatural powers, pressing the young man down so that he couldn't even lift his head. Wearing a golden hoop on the here, thinking of oneself as that monkey head? Ha ha ha. Tens of thousands of years ago, that monster almost pierced through the edge of the universe, causing chaos that even the 3,000 demon lords could not find peace. With such great ability, you still ended up dying in our hands. In that case, I want to see if you have the same backbone as that monkey head. Kneel to me, an ancient demon god, with a cold gaze, looking at the young man with a fierce expression, raised his hand and slapped towards the ground. A terrifying aura suddenly gathered in the sky, as if countless mountains the size of stars were fiercely pressing down towards the background of the young man. Boom! The air waves roll on the ruins of the heavenly realm, and the young man turns into the land, becoming a huge deep pit, cracking everywhere. The dust scattered, and everyone only saw the young man half kneeling on the ground, his head hanging low, breathless, with sticky blood dripping continuously from the corner of his mouth. Many ancient demons snorted incessantly, looking at the young man, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. I don't know what it means, just based on your ability, you dare to stop me. Oh, hee, if it weren't for the mismatch in strength, I would really think that monkey head has revived. Step over there and let him be completely destroyed. The souls scattered, an ancient demon god coldly ordered, and many demons and monsters immediately rushed forward. But at this moment, the dying young man moved. He slowly raised his head, his face covered in grim blood, staring fiercely at the demons in the sky, hoarsely shouting about the ancestral land of the human race, demons are forbidden to pass. The voice of the youth echoed in the empty ruins, though only one person, it seemed as if there were thousands of troops and horses. At the same time, in a rushing river on the ancestral land of the Blue Star, a huge moss-covered stone pillar seemed to sense something. A faint golden light began to overflow from the moss. Above the celestial galaxy, there was silence, and the severely injured and dying young man in the cracked deep pit stood up again, and his staggering and desolate figure once again stood in front of the demons and monsters in the sky. The vast battlefield, the vast demons. The world is dark. The figure of that young man is like a dark mass standing between many demons in the vast world. The wind is strong. In the distance, Chen, dressed in green, rustling, his eyes wandering, at this moment holding an ancient gold hoop covered in copper rust, murmuring to himself. Monkey, can you sense it? I found a good successor for you. The cold gaze of the candle dragon outside the heavens enveloped the entire Milky Way. He looked at the dilapidated ruins of the Milky Way and spoke coldly, Chen. You still lost after all, no matter how experienced you are, the skills of eternity. Now you are powerless to turn the tide. You can lock me up for 30 years, so what? It's just prolonging the agony of the human race for a moment. The heavenly array is broken, your descendants are exhausted, and I don't believe you have any more tricks up your sleeve that can stop me beyond the Milky Way. The huge dragon head revealed a fierce smile. It's not easy to stop you. A cold voice sounded. Ripples spread and condensed into your figure at the edge of the galaxy. You and the candle dragon locked eyes, still bluffing at this point. What else do you have up your sleeve? Just good at talking, the candle dragon's voice was full of disdain. If you say you are still trapped in the Milky Way, being bound by those chains, there is still some fear in him for you. But now he has broken free from the shackles, relying solely on his own strength. He can compete evenly with your array of stars in the heavens. Not to mention the many demons that have already infiltrated the ruins of the heavenly realm, he really can't think of any way the other party could win this battle. As for the previous fear and anxiety, it was all confused by one's own performance. Lu Chen. A god's power dried up, and even the body was repaired by the heavenly way, showing only the human race. What is there to fear? So he smiled. Lu Chen. I really admire you for being in such a situation and still keeping a straight face. But that's fine. I want to see when the Milky Way shatters after I swallow our ancestral land if you can still remain so indifferent. At this point, a killing intent suddenly rose in the eyes of the candle dragon, and he said in a low voice, "Tread the heavens." The voice of the candle dragon spread throughout the galaxy. Even people in the distant Blue Star tribe can hear it clearly. At this moment, the people of Azura country have pale faces, reaching the peak of despair. The heavenly array is broken, and 100,000 immortals perish, many heroes are on the brink of death, and it seems that the human race has no hope left. And billions of southern human race started gloating and mocking coldly. Haha, I said that just based on them, how could they possibly withstand the divine army? It's simply reaping what they sow. If they had believed in God from the beginning, they wouldn't have ended up like this, still wanting to go to war with us. It's really funny, before you even make a move, you're going to perish first. Within the borders of Azura country, no one speaks anymore. There is only silence, a long silence. All the emotions of unwillingness and anger are all turned into deep despair and powerlessness as the countless demons approach in the picture. Countless sand dust rising, churning dark clouds, heading towards Azura country. The last standing hero, the young man, is about to be crushed, swallowed by endless demons above the universe sky. The man in the green robe suddenly sighed. Thousands of years have passed, and I never thought we would meet again in this way. Monkey, oh monkey, you say that there is an end to the heavens, the earth, the universe, the sun, the moon, and the primordial chaos, but only you and I have boundless magical powers. It was just a joke I made at the time. But I didn't expect that only you are not completely blocked by the breath of these gods. Now there is a difficulty in the heavenly realm. The human race is in trouble, and you are the great sage equal to heaven in this heavenly realm. How can you not care? You took out the gold hoop covered with rust from your sleeve and threw it towards the ruins. Buzz, the golden hoop trembled gently in the void, and several rays of light shattered the rust, revealing a dazzling golden light. At this moment, it seems as if something has broken free from the constraints and seals of the universe above the blue star. A raging divine power surges, emitting a dazzling golden beam of light. From the depths of the vast ocean, it rises to the sky, reaching up to the Milky Way above the ninth heaven. Impossible, impossible, I clearly cut off your connection with the gods with my great supernatural powers. How can you still awaken them? Zijinian, feeling the revived divine aura. The whole body is standing, the line of sight is blocked by the soaring divine light, eyes full of disbelief. You look at the figure gradually condensing in the column of light. Softly said, although the gods are dead, their obsession remains. Your supernatural powers are indeed terrifying, blocking the gods' return. But they cannot cover up the grudges of the human race. I pass Azura country people inherit the immortal techniques of the ancient true immortals, aiming to give this obsession a place to go and a trace to follow. Especially in the face of life and death, when many immortal techniques are suddenly realized, it is as if a candle has been lit in the dark return journey of the gods. This Azura country people and immortals, although they come one after another, they pass on the torch and never break it. This is something you demons will never understand. Holding on to this belief, even if there is only one breath left in the world, you can be reborn from death and continue for billions of years. Lu Chen's voice, although light, seemed to have 1,000 pounds of fierceness, fiercely falling on the hearts of millions of Azura country people. At this moment, millions of Azura country citizens raised their heads again. Some strength emerged from despair. Yes, our Azure country civilization has never been interrupted, not in the past, not now, and will not be in the future. Establishing the heart for heaven and earth, establishing the meaning for life, inheriting the learning from the past sages, and opening up peace for all generations. The difference between my Azure country civilization and the southern tribe lies here. Every era has countless sages who carry the people's burdens on their shoulders. If the gods cannot find their way home, let us light the way for the ancestors. Today calls for Sun Wukong, only blame the monsters have returned. Countless people of Azure country kneel towards the golden pillar in the sky, countless wishes gather from the mortal world. Above the void, the falling golden hoop continued to tremble and hum incessantly. Finally, the golden hoop hovered in midair, floating within the column of light. A huge ape shadow, the shadow just enveloped the young man. He looked at the floating golden hoop in front of him, and the strong wind suddenly rose, blowing his messy hair. A voice sounded in his mind, "Put on this golden hoop, and you can regain the boundless magical power of the great sage equal to heaven." "What is the price?" "There will never be another Li Yunqing in the world, your body and soul will vanish into thin air." The young man fell silent for a while, looking at the demons all over the sky, slowly taking off the golden hoop in the void. "This is 108,000 miles away, why worry about not returning?" He smiled slightly and let the golden hoop on his head fall down. The next moment, the golden hoop's divine light, which had been dormant for thousands of years, burst forth, and a terrifying divine power surged forth. The boy's body dissipated into golden light at this moment. A fierce demon holding a divine iron and wearing a dark golden chain armor stepped out of the golden light column. When the Dinghai divine needle fell to the ground, the entire heavenly ruins trembled. The arrogant monkey faced the demons alone, saying slowly, "There are 100,000 demons. It's been a long time since I've seen such a scene." Above the ruins of the heavenly realm, a monkey manifested, wearing a dark golden chain armor and holding a black gold iron rod. The entire building was boiling. Beyond the heavenly realm, the candle dragon was terrified. He still remembered tens of thousands of years ago, when 3,000 demons were severely injured by many human gods and were sleeping on the edge of the universe. A monkey holding a divine iron, almost piercing through the entire demon realm. If not for the 3,000 demon lords joining forces, almost no one can suppress it. Nowadays Lu Chen actually awakened this one. With just him alone, tens of thousands of ancient demons are not enough for this guy to kill alone. The candle dragon's heart grew cold, just as he was about to make a move towards that monkey head, but you blocked his way. The man in green clothes held the weapon coldly and looked at himself. Candle, now is the time to determine the outcome. The galaxy border is roaring and trembling. Lu Chen holds a giant halberd, entangled in a fierce battle with the candle dragon. A proud monkey wields a divine iron, causing chaos among the tens of thousands of demons. Turning the world upside down. The ancient giant demon with a sheep's head had its head smashed by him with a stick. The densely packed demons in the sky fell with a stick, disappearing without a trace. Just a moment, the monkey actually drove a group of demons out of the border, and many ancient southern gods were so frightened that they trembled. They had never seen such a terrifying presence. Any weapon or supernatural power in front of that monkey's head is just a stick. One by one the Titan's giant gods fled in panic but were caught up from behind by a black gold iron rod and smashed the body in one blow. Many southern god races want to resist. In an instant they were beaten into minced meat. It's too terrifying. Is this the ferocious ape of the northern region? Run away quickly. The northern immortals released their demons. Countless ascending southern gods trembled in fear and fled desperately into the depths of the universe. Until this moment, they finally understand their proud strength. In front of the northern gods, they are as ridiculous as ants. Even the ancient gods of the south, which they once believed in, were easily killed by that terrifying presence. This fear, along with the collapse of faith, magnified to the extreme. This is a place of sin, imprisoning demons. Escape from here, escape from here. Never get close. Countless existences, trembling in escape, face extremely terrified. In their eyes, that monkey holding the divine iron with divine power is majestic, and there is none matching the universe. I'm afraid even the sleeping 3,000 demon lords can't suppress him. And they laugh at this kind of existence as enemies, trying to invade the northern ancestral land with such divine helpers. Fear once again swept through the entire body of the southern gods. In my heart, I secretly vowed never to approach the border of the Milky Way blue star above. Many remaining southerners switching this scene, their faces turning pale. How could this happen? How could this happen? This northern monkey is so powerful? I can't accept it. Even the god King Zeus died at his hands. Have the gods abandoned us? Won't they save us? Those northerners will definitely kill us, making billions of southerners frustrated and desperate. Meanwhile, within the territory of Azura country, millions of citizens are excited to the point of tears. This calamity of Azura country finally passed. I said Azura country will not perish, the human race will not be extinguished, gods will not die. The candle dragon roars in the universe beyond trembling, the dragon's hands are already covered in blood, and ahead is Chen holding a halberd. The green clothes are fierce, I said, since you are here, you can't leave. You look at the other side. In these 30 years, although you have not completely refined this candle dragon, you have also gained great benefits. If you can truly devour this candle dragon, one of the 3,008 demons, perhaps the entire galaxy, along with yourself, will undergo a transformation. The candle dragon's laughter is cold. Just the two of you can't keep me. That monkey took advantage of my serious injury and deep sleep to kill many demons' realms. Don't forget that after tens of thousands of years, my strength has reached its peak. Don't say it's you. Even if the ancient gods come, I won't be afraid. As soon as he finished speaking in the void, a black golden divine iron rod fiercely struck his head. The terrifying force was astonishing. Even the massive and incomparable dragon district of Candle Dragon was lifted off. At first, I fought against 3,000 demons. Dealing with you now is more than enough. The voice of the monkey rang out in the darkness, swinging the iron rod once again. This blow almost shattered the body of the candle dragon, breaking every inch of its dragon bones. You raised your hand slightly, and the sound of clanking chains echoed once again along the edge of the Milky Way. Mysterious runes cover it, once again piercing through the galaxy above the candle dragon's body. Candle dragon struggles, causing ripples and cracks in the void. He feels his divine power inside him being crazily sucked away by the chains. No, Chen, you're crazy. You can't refine me. You finally have a chance to catch your breath. Are you going to perish with me? The candle dragon feels the arrival of death. This time it is not a fall after a heavy blow that can still sleep and be reborn, but will turn into a majestic energy, being completely swallowed by Chen, who has already become the Milky Way heavenly Tao. There is no candle dragon in the world, no demon lord's heavenly eye, but you ignore it, still coldly watching the candle dragon, mobilizing the power of the entire galaxy, refining this sinful dragon like a furnace. He knew that the 3,000 demons were all manifestations of the great Tao. They coveted each other, yet they were also one entity. Those sleeping demons will never sit idly by as the candle dragon is refined by themselves, otherwise even if they swallow their ancestral land, enhancing their strength, other demons are not complete. Sure. Here is the translation of the source text to English. Translated text. Sure enough, in the desolate edge of the universe, countless pairs of sleeping eyes suddenly opened. Some of them are still weak in breath, and some are ascending towards the peak, descending beyond the galaxy at a terrifying speed. This terrible breath makes the entire galaxy almost shatter, and the heavens are about to collapse. Many dormant demon gods are willing to come at all costs. The ruins of the heavenly realm began to collapse, and even the Milky Way Great Wall began to disintegrate into countless bricks and stones flying up into the sky. Above the void of the universe, a monkey holding a divine iron with its back to the sentient beings of the human race, looking beyond the heavenly realm, suddenly spoke, Chen. How long will it take you to fully exert yourself to refine this demon? Your heart shook, and the candle dragon that had bound you before still had some residual power. Then refining the other party for 30 years, the divine power was already abundant, but at this moment you have already forgotten about it. The figure in front of you and the scene from tens of thousands of years ago suddenly overlapped. He blurted out, "Monkey, don't go." The ape monkey laughed. Holding the iron rod in his hand, pointing to the vast void, he said, "I am the great sage equal to heaven in this heavenly realm, just 3,000 demons. I'll be right back." With that, the monkey shattered the Ling Shao. Without looking back, above the boundless starry sky, a fierce giant dragon was pierced by countless runic chains. The entire galaxy at this moment is like a furnace, suppressing the candle dragon within. The energy of the entire star system begins to gather, and your manifested figure also dissipates. Return to the natural order? No, I am a predestined spirit. How can you refine me? Since the opening of the heavens, the earth, and the universe, there has never been a great demon lord falling. By doing this, aren't you afraid of being counterattacked by the Great Way? The candle dragon almost exhausted all its power in a frantic struggle, but Chen waited for tens of thousands of years, just for this one opportunity. How could he let it slip away easily? Above the boundless void, only a cold voice could be heard. As the words fell, thousands of runes appeared, each chain lighting up one by one with a dazzling golden light. Those chains, each one as if cast in molten iron, exude a mysterious ancient aura. At this time, he plunged into the body of the candle dragon and began to crazily plunder the divine power of this body. Chen, the demon lord of the 3000 Great Tao, has arrived. How long do you think that monkey can hold on? If you let me go, I am willing to step forward to protect you and cater to the peace of the ancestral land for 10,000 years. Candle Dragon is in panic and said. That chain of chains seems to be extracting some extremely mysterious power from him and turning into the Milky Way heavenly Tao Yu, completely unmoved, even silently accelerating the refining speed. The entire Milky Way suddenly roared. And beyond the Milky Way, thousands of extremely terrifying auras are approaching. Each one is comparable to that bound candle dragon. Within the Milky Way, countless beings are holding their breath. The calamity brought by a candle dragon almost led to their destruction. And now, with thousands of beings comparable to demon lords approaching, how can they stop them? Rumble, beyond the Milky Way, is the boundless void. From deep within that starry sky comes waves of tremors that make the heart quiver. It seems like there are countless ancient powers fighting and killing each other, shattering billions of stars. The void is filled with the whispers of ancient demons as if something is blocking their way. Everyone's hearts were heavy to the extreme. The figure walking toward the sky is still fresh in my memory. He is the great sage of the heavenly realm. Even if his abilities surpass the heavens, he cannot single-handedly stop so many demons. The speed at which the candle dragon is being refined is getting faster. From the original coercion and temptation to later desperate pleas. And then to the final despairing roar and finally silence. After a long time, or perhaps a day, or maybe 2 days. No one remembers, only knowing that the sun and moon no longer move, day and night no longer alternate, your figure reappears at the edge of the Milky Way, the vast celestial array once again filling the entire galaxy. The whole world is watching your back like this until a blood-stained golden hoop slowly drifts in from beyond the galaxy. You reach out your hand, the golden hoop rests in the palm of your hand, and one after another, the projections of giants as big as demons appear beyond the galaxy. That day, no one knew what you said, only knew that many arriving demon shadows dispersed one by one after seeing you, and you, like the silhouette of the past, stood in place for a long, long time as if looking into the distance. Countless people looked at the tranquil void that had returned, and sighed slightly. The ancestor was too lonely, guarding from ancient times to the present. All the old friends are like this, falling one after another. But that is the price of becoming a god. The stronger you are, the more you lose. Did you say the great sage has really ascended to heaven? I don't know, I only know that this time the human race may be peaceful for a long time. The road ahead is long, the demon god on the other side of the universe is still awakening. This calamity of tens of thousands of years can't all be borne by the ancestor alone, right? Everyone, I hope that when the next great calamity comes, in my Azure country, everyone will be like a dragon and everyone will be silent. But from that day on, the entire Azure country seems to have fallen into an extreme frenzy, day and night without rest. It's like starting cultivation as if there's no tomorrow. And at this moment above the cosmic void, you gaze quietly beyond the Milky Way, the candle dragon falls and is refined. Finally taking the first step after hundreds of thousands of years, the 3000 great demon gods are no longer intact, but the price is extremely heavy. Your body perishes, transforming into the Milky Way heavenly Tao. The deceased withers, never to return. Though the gods leave traces, they are still difficult to awaken. After all, reversing the great path is not an easy task. Even those great Tao demon gods took tens of thousands of years to gradually recover after being severely injured. Looking at the divine light columns rising one by one above the blue star, Chen, his eyes wandered, and now the entire galaxy is silent. In ancient times, the galaxy was not like this. Every star was full of vitality, but it was only after the great battle between gods and demons that the spiritual energy in this galaxy was exhausted. Now I have swallowed and refined one of the 3000 great demon gods, the candle dragon said, and the strength of the galaxy heavenly Tao has soared. Even I seem to have undergone some special changes. With a single thought, within the galaxy heavenly Tao, divine power gathers, and in the void, it seems as if a giant hand is reaching out. In the cold and silent universe, a surging vitality suddenly emerges. At first, it was a mass of hot lava, and then countless times it gathered from the void of the universe, followed by mountains, rivers, and thunder and lightning appearing from the thick soil layer like rain, and a star full of spiritual energy suddenly born. At this moment, even you can't help but accelerate your heartbeat, rubbing the stars. This is equivalent to creating a small world in ancient times. Even the most powerful gods would find it difficult to do so. What's even more astonishing is that at this moment, you can clearly perceive every corner of the galaxy, from vast star systems to tiny specks of dust. Everything in this galaxy seems like an extension of your own body. This indescribable feeling is so wonderful that even if a great Tao demon were to intrude, you could easily suppress it as if you were invincible within the galaxy. At this moment, you suddenly wake up, realizing that the gods have paved his path. It is the path of the Creator God, molding stars and creating living beings. The stronger the living beings within this galaxy, the more majestic the divine power within oneself becomes. This galaxy will also become wider until it swallows the entire universe. That is to surpass the great Tao, immortal, omnipotent existence. When the time comes, many gods and many old friends will be revived. It is also a matter of thought. Your heart is pounding wildly. Looking at the blood-stained golden hoop floating in the universe, those pristine stone statues, it seems like a shackle in your heart has been opened. But the trouble now is that I have already merged with the heavenly Tao and cannot leave the Milky Way on my own. Many actions are even bound by the rules. You are Lu Chen. Also, the Tao of this galaxy. If you want to devour other galaxies, you can only rely on the creatures within the galaxy to push towards the outside domain, especially the stars where the great Tao demon god sleeps. Once you swallow your own strength, it will skyrocket like crazy. Under your own heavenly path, extremely terrifying creatures will also be born. And what you need to do now is to revive the spiritual energy of the entire galaxy and break the shackles of human cultivation. You focus your mind, and the majestic divine power falls into the Milky Way at this moment. Countless dead planets within the Milky Way are beginning to quietly revive. Blue star above, countless people look up at the sky. Countless streams of spiritual energy pour down like waterfalls, making this ancestral land of the gods more vibrant, with billions of towering giant trees rising from the ground, and the entire continent once again undergoing tremendous changes. Is this blue star? This is too big, roughly estimated now blue stars at least 1,000,000 times larger than before. I said to the ancient gods, how could they possibly live in such a small place? Azura country the north seems to have turned into an endless sea. Yes, this is probably the legendary Beiming. It is very likely that the fish inside seem to have started to mutate. Maybe it's true. Brothers, I found the immortal mansion. After the sudden change of the blue star, many immortal mountains have manifested, and now I am above Punglai. But it seems like I can't find the way back. Is there any powerful expert to help me out? The sea to the south of the brothers is too wide. Moreover, various mysterious auras cover it, and dragons are lurking. Even a powerful expert may not be able to cross the South Azure Sea. Millions of people are breathing rapidly, the entire blue star overnight. It seems completely different. Legendary fairy mountains, and various beasts that have never been told before, only in legends, are appearing all over the world. It seems like stepping into the ancient wilderness of tens of thousands of years ago, where the original tall buildings and skyscrapers are scattered around the world like ruins, and all kinds of rare treasures are emerging endlessly. Someone saw the Kunpeng soaring straight up in the Beiming, someone saw the Fusang of the Golden Crow in Azura country, the Shinmu Qilin, the Jialong, the Phoenix, and other ancient mythical beasts appearing frequently in the sight of the people on the east coast. At the same time, the entire Azura country human race is undergoing changes even in their bodies. Brothers don't know if it's an illusion. I always feel that my cultivation is soaring during this period, not an illusion. It's because the spiritual energy of the blue star is too abundant, and it's difficult not to improve cultivation. I feel it is a blessing from the ancestors. My blood has even turned into gold. In the past, I might have said that yellow urine is a sign of getting stronger, but now I can only say, I believe. Last night I peed at the door, and when I woke up today, a lingji mushroom actually grew. I tasted it, and it was quite sweet. Dude, you have a bit of a weird taste. Countless Azura country people have gradually discovered changes in their bodies. Some have grown heavy pupils, some have awakened some kind of terrifying bloodline, and some can even faintly sense the presence of gods. Many of the people in the southern part of the blue star not only did not feel the benefits brought by the changes in the world, but also because this world continued to expand, they were actually isolated from the outside world. The place they were in had thin spiritual energy, thunder was everywhere, and countless creatures died every day. Unfair. Why Azura country people can enjoy the majestic spiritual energy? We are also the people of the blue star ancestral land. Yes, Chen is also our ancestor. He guards the galaxy border for the human race. Could it be that we are not of the human race? Many Southerners protested, saying that the heavens are unfair and they should also enjoy the same treatment as the Azura country people. Phew! You guys are really despicable and shameless. Seeing me, Azura country patriarch, repelled the demons. Now you say you are also a human race, aren't you gods? How come Patriarch Chen is also your deity? Axaba, Chen Laozu has been the god of our great Ming country from ancient times to the present. Oh my god, belongs to the most shameless in your country. That's it. If it weren't for you being in a bitterly cold place, with a long and distant journey, and covered by all kinds of thunderstorms and hurricanes, I would have killed you long ago. The entire Blue Star anomaly, communication was restored to normal within 3 days. The combination of Blue Star's technology and the precedent mutation quickly revealed the entire planet's appearance in the sight of the entire human race. That is a planet covered by the sea, with only one huge landmass connected in the middle, countless Azura country people living there, while the remaining few small island-like lands, extremely cold, scorching hot, thunderstorms, hurricanes, various natural disasters combined, with thin spiritual energy, and the climate is extremely harsh. And in Azura country, under the observation of the astronomy department, everyone witnessed an even more shocking scene. It seems that not only Blue Star has changed, but all the planets in the galaxy have changed. The moon is now full of glaciers, and it seems that some kind of mythical beast resides there. Although Mars is still dusty, we have observed that there are many of vegetation rapidly covering it. Remnants have been found on Neptune, resembling ancient Chinese architecture. Our manned space probe has already reached Venus. It has been confirmed that humans can inhabit that planet. I suggest that the big shots of Da Qingqi try to cross the solar system. Traces have been found on the major planets of the Milky Way. Some of them may be ancient divine caves. Attention, attention, we can no longer see the boundaries of the Milky Way. The entire Milky Way seems to have expanded many times larger than before. Countless Azura country people are shocked to the point of being stunned. In just a few days, the entire galaxy went from completely lifeless to almost all planets being habitable. It's simply unbelievable. Everyone gazed at the sky from a distance, whispering to themselves, it must be the ancestor turning into the Milky Way. The heavenly path refined the candle dragon demon, thus reviving the entire galaxy above the starry sky. We can hardly see the figure of the ancestor again. The ruins of the heavens are shattered, and the heroes who survived the catastrophe said that the ancestor is now protected by the heavens. He will not manifest unless it is a matter of life and death. The ancestor is too tired, let him rest. The future of the human race is entrusted to us. And at this moment, in the void you are overlooking the entire galaxy, feeling the revival of billions of stars, and speaking softly. Has it grown to its limit? In the darkness, you seem to be asking something. A cold voice enters your mind. Great Way, the demon god's heavenly eye has finished devouring, the heavenly Tao's power has been replenished, the Milky Way has been restored to 10,000 years ago, reaching the limit that can be strengthened, and the human race's bloodline is evolving. It is expected to reach the limit in 3,000 years. The various races are evolving, which is the manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao. Your current state, rather than being one with the heavenly Tao, is more like you are devouring these heavenly Tao principles. In this process, the will of heaven is like a system that can handle anything for you and can inform you of everything at any time. At this moment, a panel appears in your mind. The current world's spiritual energy concentration is 5%, and the progress of cosmic devouring is 0.1%. Currently, the law can accommodate the highest realm of Tai Tian Immortal. Within the Milky Way, tremendous changes are taking place, countless beings are being born and multiplying, and lifeless planets are beginning to come alive. Ancestral land Blue Star is also constantly expanding in the galaxy, countless divine powers converge, returning to the heavenly path and falling into the world, a repeated cycle. In this process, you can feel that you seem to be gradually becoming stronger, and even the connection with many deities is becoming stronger. According to calculations, a deity can be awakened in the Milky Way every 3,000 years. As the world level increases, the time to awaken the deity shortens. Your vision is slightly bright, and the overall strength of the living beings in the Milky Way is too weak now, capable of accommodating the strongest existence, but in the Tai celestial realm, the remaining majority of existences are also nurtured by oneself. And the advancement of the world level requires the transformation of all living beings in the Milky Way, requiring these existences to continuously enhance their strength. breaking the imprisonment of cultivation, but during this period, someone still needs to guard the edge of this world. Although the demons of the Candle Dragon Galaxy have already dispersed, there are still many demon gods awakening in the depths of this universe. At this moment, one has become more and more closely integrated with the heavenly Tao, although powerful to the extent that it exceeds the ordinary gods but cannot easily take action. Unless an energy body comparable to the entire Milky Way descends, such as those numerous demon gods, one can manifest against the enemy. In this situation, if one could awaken an ancient god, guarding the Milky Way would be a great thing. After all, no matter how one cultivates in this world, the limit that can be reached is the Tai heavenly immortal realm. The Milky Way galaxy is undergoing transformation and evolution to a physique more suitable for cultivation, resulting in a large number of deaths among the human race in a short period of time. It is expected that 2 billion living beings will be reincarnated, and those who have survived this spiritual calamity will undergo a transformation in their strength as the majestic spiritual energy washes over countless celestial treasures and earthly treasures. The spiritual beasts of the dragon veins are being born, but all of this is a great disaster for the existing creatures. You look towards the ancestral land where billions of human races live. Even the disciples he had taken in during this calamity were seriously injured and had not yet recovered. Can they withstand this huge change? You can't help but feel sorry for them. So on the blue star appeared stone steels, secret realms, and dozens of severely injured heroes raised their heads at this moment as if they felt the gaze of Lu Chen. This is a warning from the master. Another disaster is coming. Senior brother, can we get through this? I don't know. These stone tablets and mysteries are the lifeline left for us by the master. If you step into them, there might be a chance to survive. Let's go. Warning to all Azura country: the great disaster of the human race is coming. Modern civilization is about to cease to exist, and the entire world is evolving towards the path of ancient times. As long as we can survive this ordeal, there will be blessings 3,000 years later. After all, the master is the Milky Way celestial path. If we can survive this difficulty, how can he not protect? Many outstanding people's eyes flickered. After many people of the human race explained everything, they all entered the secret realm one after another. Some are sleeping under the deep mountain steel. And on top of the blue star building, countless people are in panic. The end of the world catastrophe, is it really coming? Those big shots said. The entire galaxy is rising. I am afraid we cannot adapt to the spiritual power of this world and will gradually wither and die. In other words, the lifespan we have cultivated for thousands of years may only be a few hundred years or even shorter, but our descendants will be more suitable for cultivation than us. After generations of reproduction, 3,000 years later will be a magnificent era. There are great elders who observe the stars and have seen a hint of heavenly secrets. Rest assured, those who can survive this ordeal will have supreme opportunities in the future. If you can't make it through, you will still be reincarnated, and who knows, maybe you will awaken the memories of this life at a certain level of practice. Can you tell the ancestors that I want to be reincarnated as a Holy Land godson? I am too. Can you give me a script for Dragon Proud Sky? Nonsense, it would be good enough if I didn't turn you into a villain who dies in 3 episodes. In this case, brothers, don't we have a chance to meet again in 3,000 years? It's okay, I'll be reincarnated first, and then you can call me Dad, and I'll call you brother. Let's each do our own thing. Azura country. When everyone first learned that a great victory was about to come, they were a little panicked, but then they all relaxed again. After all, they had experienced 2 demon invasions. Everyone had prepared themselves for death, and since everyone had already started practicing, they had a certain understanding of the cause and effect in the world. Isn't it just reincarnation? My buddy has long been unhappy with the script of this life. Now being blessed by the ancestors to be reborn, isn't the next life a sure win? Winner. After all, I have shed blood for Azura country and shed tears for the ancestors. Under this atmosphere, many people even started looking forward to reincarnation, debating what kind of mark to leave for the next life to recognize each other, or arguing about becoming the father of a certain friend. Arguing about becoming the father of a certain friend. You've been a father enough in this life. Can I be the father in the next life? Come on, I'll let you reincarnate as a father now. And at this moment, outside the void of the galaxy, countless meteors are falling. The great demon gods of the Tao opened their eyes in the darkness, firmly locking onto the Milky Way. For them, your current strength is truly intimidating, and they can feel the growing power of the Milky Way heavenly Tao. In order to prevent you from further enhancing your strength, They each displayed their supernatural powers, turning countless demons into meteors reincarnated into the Milky Way. It is impossible to break through beyond this galaxy. As long as we find a way to let these demon lords grow and annihilate all the creatures in the galaxy, then the natural order of this galaxy will perish. In the void, billions of streams emit strange red light into the Milky Way. Chen feels heavy at this moment. At this time, many great demon lords joined forces, and the terrifying aura fiercely collided with the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array. Those demon seeds passed through the cracks in space and scattered throughout the galaxy. Detected foreign energy bodies. Currently, the number is 37.8 million. The foreign energy bodies outside the island are fully mature and will exceed the highest level that the law can accommodate. It is recommended to cultivate the Sun of Fortune and slay the invading foreign energy body. The galaxy's energy is overloaded, and slaying the invading foreign energy body can accelerate the advancement of the cosmic level. The cold voice of the heavenly Tao in my mind keeps reminding Chen. After billions of demon races fell into the galaxy, the projections of countless great thief demon lords finally dissipated. Above the cold and desolate universe, your gaze is heavy. Those demon lords are willing to bear the cost of damage to their origins and descend with projections. The purpose is to send these demon races into the galaxy. Wanting to slaughter this world through this, while merging with the laws of heaven and earth, everything must follow certain rules. But cannot act personally. In this way, countless beings in the galaxy are actually in a huge crisis. You look at that ancestral blue planet. Whispering softly, it seems that this world really needs some children of destiny, with my heavenly protection, hopefully 3,000 years later. Inside the Milky Way, our human race's great star can cleanse these many demons above the blue star. Countless beings gazing at the Milky Way falling meteors. At this moment, they do not yet know what changes will occur in the future world. 100 years pass in the blink of an eye. Above the blue planet, modern civilization is almost nowhere to be seen. Countless spirit beasts streak across the sky, emitting terrifying breaths. On a high mountain peak, many elderly grandmasters are climbing up. Time really flies. In just 100 years we have aged like this. Who would say otherwise? When I just started cultivating, I thought I could achieve immortality. Well, be content with what you have. If the spiritual energy of the world does not recover, you won't even live to 80. Ha ha ha, that's also true. Calculating it this way, it's enough. You see, all things are born anew. What a magnificent scene. It's a pity that we can't see it for the time being. Don't worry too much, the ancestors will not forget us, and we will meet again after 3,000 years. On the snowy mountaintop, an old monk with gray-white hair sits in the icy snow. Passing away to heaven. Above the heavens, Chen looked at this scene for a long time without saying a word. He knew that this was a necessary stage of human development, the old things withering away, new things being reborn, everything repeating itself, continuously moving forward. Another 300 years have passed. Within the galaxy, the dormant demon races have started to stir. Above the blue star, the human race of Azura country has reached the third generation. Various ancient buildings stand among them, and the towering stone city stands majestically. Azura country, countless sects and holy sites began to appear on the original land, Azura country continuing and inheriting the civilization. The road is long and far-reaching, with countless powerful ancestors passing away between heaven and earth. Everywhere is full of calamities and mysteries, and the intention of cultivating immortality is so difficult. Rumors hundreds of years ago. Our Azura country great practitioners are everywhere. There were tens of thousands of people who ascended to immortality, but now there is not even one who can ascend to immortality. Could it be that the path to immortality has been cut off? Everyone, and why not follow me across the starry sky to find a new paradise above the blue planet? Countless strong individuals felt the changes in the rules of their homeland and decided decisively to leave the blue star, cross the starry sky, and search for a better planet to settle on. During this period, a son of exceptional talent and fortune was born on the blue star, breaking free from constraints and suppressing many spiritual beasts. You are also in the dark, giving him more resources, sometimes enlightening him, realizing the immortal method of the heavenly palace, sometimes falling a stone tablet from above the galaxy. Above is full of various immortal texts, and even some shattered celestial soldiers have fallen on blue star. In the end, the Son of Destiny held many treasures. With the immortal palace on his back, he also embarked on the path of the starry sky, becoming an immortal legend of the entire human race. Someone said, that existence has crossed the void and arrived at the end of the galaxy, seeing the legendary ancestor. Some people also say that existence has already achieved eternal life, roaming in the void, neither dying nor perishing. But only you know that the first son of destiny born in the galaxy world died on the way across the starry sky, where he encountered those gradually recovering demons. After countless stars, he walked out a starry ancient road from the ancestral land to the edge of the galaxy. In the end, his divine power was exhausted. He died on a star tens of thousands of light years away from the ancestral land. By now, 1,000 years have passed for the human race, and none of those who set foot in the star's ancestors have ever returned. And in the Milky Way, the sons of destiny that emerge and fall continuously die at the hands of demons. Many human race traditions call these beings the great emperors. At the same time, among the billions of stars, those demon races are gradually awakening and even beginning to descend upon the ancestral land of the blue star. Those that have existed for thousands of years have become more fierce when combined with the species within this galaxy. They call themselves the God Clan and quickly take root in their ancestral land, and began to slaughter the human race. So, in these dark and turbulent thousands of years, sons of destiny emerged one after another, raising flags one after another. Start to fight against the gods spread across the starry sky race. The entire human race enters the darkest moment of life and death. After countless geniuses fell, the entire human race paid a very heavy price. Above the ancestral land of the blue star, a moment of peace has finally arrived. However, countless demon tribes have risen, and the divine tribes occupy even more vast resources and land. Many traditions began to decline. Although the human race survives, their strength and status are fundamentally incomparable to thousands of years ago. The human race even began to have internal conflicts and divisions. Some even turned to the gods to gain the qualification to survive. Above the Milky Way, you look at everything happening in the world with a serious expression. Now, there are many so-called god races above the stars. The human cultivators who cross the void are also in the Milky Way, leaving descendants, giving birth to countless civilizations, but ultimately still crushed by the divine race. Even if there have been countless geniuses born, they cannot resist these demons from beyond the domain. If this continues, all the creatures in the entire galaxy will be destroyed. It's almost there, as long as many people can break free. Sweep away the demons in this galaxy, and I can advance further. The constraints of the heavenly rules on me will also be smaller, and more gods will be awakened at that time. In the void, you mutter to yourself, and soon, 3,000 years have passed completely. The cold voice of the heavens begins to remind you. The creatures of the galaxy rise to completion. Should all souls be reincarnated, the heavens are now ready to awaken the gods. Shall we begin to awaken the ancient gods? The deceased son of the chief fortune can now be reborn. Should the rebirth be carried out? The rules of the heavens can support the reincarnation of 3 ancient gods. Should the souls of the gods be released? The prompting voice of the will of heaven resounded continuously in Lu Chen's mind. At this moment, his eyes were bright, and he chose without hesitation. 40 billion Azura country. The soul has entered the destination of reincarnation, the ancestral land of the blue star, and the son of destiny has been reborn. On the land of the blue star ancestors, terrifying auras descend. At this moment, billions of long-lost souls reunite. Countless beings witness this scene, all amazed. What on earth is going on? I sense that many terrible auras are descending on the 2 male stars. Could it be that the human race is giving birth to a new land again? No, it's impossible. The breath of the human race is far from terrifying. Even I am frightened. Moreover, under such restraints, the human race can't give birth to so many emperors. Kill. 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 Anyway, slaughter a group of humans and then see. Yes, even if they have a heaven-defying genius, as long as they are all killed, they will not threaten us. At this moment, within the human city, countless babies are being born, experiencing a terrifying aura that shocks many powerful beings. In the night, some babies suddenly opened their eyes. The innate saint body, I didn't pick the wrong script in this life. My ancestors have been generous to me. A terrifying breath spread in the human city. The reborn earth, the reborn human race, and even the mysterious reincarnation above the blue star. The gods and demons are shocked. Countless sects and forces are startled. Purple chi coming from the east. This is the descent of a saint. This thunderstorm, even the strongest emperor of that year, did not have such fantasy. Many powerful beings opened their eyes from their slumber and began to fly in all directions. A few days passed. Many cultivators were still enthusiastically discussing the birth of the various heavenly geniuses. It is said that the young master of the Chen family has an innate holy body. Even gave birth to a pair of double pupils, very scary.
Hee, what is this?
The Lu family in the South Azure Sea. It is said that there is a great emperor reincarnated, and various Taoist auras buzzed and thought to descend at birth, born in the South Azure Sea. Could it be the South Sea Emperor? The ruthless cultivator who once crossed the void with a sheepskin jade pure product in hand. He heard people say, on the day when Emperor Lu Jia was born, in the vast sea, thousands of living beings worshipped the city. Among the 9 temples, many monks were discussing in a flurry. In the South Azure Sea, a suspected great emperor is born, seemingly carrying the imprints of past lives. Just the celestial light at birth alone keeps countless demons and monsters at bay. The latest news, the Ouyang family has produced a battle saint body, with supreme immortal bones, and even the Taiching Holy Land has been alarmed.
Hey.
What does the battle of the body count for? The Ma family, Luo family, and Mu family all have geniuses. At birth, the void was filled with golden immortal texts. In my opinion, none of these are as good as the one from the Lu family. This family has not had a descendant for thousands of years, and a son was born a few days ago, carrying the pure yang rare fire into the world. In the northern region, among the myriad of swords, a sword immortal is likely reincarnated. Apprehensive major event. Heaven bless my people. Indeed, over these thousands of years, those divine races have been too oppressive. Now is the time for my people to rise. Countless people are boiling with enthusiasm. In their eyes, these recent rising stars are the hope of the human race, a powerful figure. A great emperor, unable to save the people of the tribe from water and fire, what about those 1,000, 10,000? Now those rare physiques that are hard to come by in eternity. Born in this world, this is the opportunity for the human race to prosper. After being suppressed by those demon and god races for so many years, we can finally hold our heads high and breathe a sigh of relief. How can it not stir the blood? Above the sky, several streams of light hurriedly crisscrossed. Everyone knew that these were the supreme powerhouses of the major holy sites, bustling around everywhere. To bring the future of these human races under their control, major families are bustling back and forth, forming various alliances and exchanging various treasures. In the territory of the human race, every family that gives birth to a baby is overcrowded. This child was able to speak as soon as he was born. In 3 days, he could already run on the ground, with extraordinary physical strength, and could enter our great wilderness holy land. Your Chilan child has the demeanor of the earth, how about entering our Lotus Pond holy land? I have the ancient heavenly book of the giant spirit holy sect. Your daughter dares to withstand 10,000 men and can practice this technique. All major holy sites and various forces are almost going crazy, starting to fight for disciples. Suddenly, above the sky, the wind and clouds changed abruptly, and the strong individuals of various human tribes seemed to sense something. The face suddenly turned pale, and the gods began to take action. Everyone, don't argue about how these are all the future of our human race. Send all these children to the demon sect. As for who will nurture them, that's a story for later, but before they grow up, they must not die at the hands of the gods. The powerful figure with a solemn expression in the sacred land spoke up, sensing the arrival of the strong beings of the divine race, and everyone's expression turned serious. Elderly is right. For thousands of years, the human race has suffered calamities and has come close to extinction by the divine race several times. Now that there are so many geniuses appearing, there must not be the slightest mistake. Go, I will stop the divine clan. You take the tokens of my 7 great holy lands, clear the way without hindrance, and rush to the human clan's main pass with all you might. Among the human cities, many newborn children are gathered together, and a divine light rises into the sky, stopping the human race in their tracks as they halt. Many powerful people of the human race shouted out, trying to stop the arrival of the gods. Above the vast sky, the gods wielded divine weapons. However, with ease, they suppressed the powerful human with a single blow, turning the opponent into powder. Many people at this moment felt their scalps tingling and their faces turning pale. The coming of the powerful god clan is obviously for some purpose. Intercepting him, the elders of the major holy sites roared, and many great powers, then turned into flowing light one after another, flying towards the god clan holding a blood-colored spear. In the ancient city, there are also human cultivators flying up one after another, wanting to intercept this powerful god clan. Fight for the time to escape for many talented born geniuses. But the divine race is too powerful and invincible under the imperial realm, while the human race has long been weak. Where there are still strong emperors in the world. Soon, the human race's front line was pierced, and the divine race holding weapons quickly caught up with the war chariot that was leaving, giving off a frightening aura. Although not fully grown even in this work, one can feel the terrifying power contained in these young bodies. The divine clan stood between the chariots, with a sinister gaze. Inside the huge chariot ahead, there were hundreds of newly born infants. But it was these people who were born. It made him feel a threat. If these hundreds of people were allowed to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's just a pity that they didn't have the opportunity. The man of the god race showed a fierce smile at the corner of his mouth, and his breath became more and more violent. A terrifying divine light gathered in the blood-colored fur. He wanted to use this strike to burn these hundreds of babies, carrying the hope of the human race into a powder so that these foolish humans could understand their situation. No, stop it. Many flying human powerhouses saw this scene and felt extreme despair. The terrifying power of that divine being, even they couldn't bear it, let alone those babies. This blow will not only shatter their Tao's heart but also shatter the future of the human race, blasting out a bloody divine light from that ancient spear. Many babies inside the tank sensed the aura of destruction and cried loudly, and a very few had already awakened memories of their past lives. Azura country descendants, scalp tingling. This dam did not have the talent to be born and directly challenged the world's immortal ancestor. Is the difficulty of this script too high? Just when everyone was helpless and desperate, a terrifying aura spread wildly from the war chariot. Just a mere grand completion realm. Dare to be arrogant and seek death, a pitch-black giant beast emerged from the war chariot. Directly shatter that divine light. The powerful beings of the human race on the earth, seeing this scene, were as if they had seen a ghost. Turning his head and fleeing, his heart was filled with extreme fear. Who would have thought that among a group of infants who had just descended into the world, there was actually an emperor of the human race? He didn't have time to think much, he just wanted to use his secret technique to break through this space and quickly escape back to the residence of the gods. However, it seemed like his body was locked by something, his blood and energy were frozen, and he could only watch helplessly as the giant hand in the void came crashing down. Boom, in the blink of an eye it disappeared. The god race that was just arrogant was suddenly crushed like a stinky bug. At this moment, the recently awakened Azura country citizens are looking at the children who are not much different from themselves ahead. That's not it, buddy, you have great earth cultivation at the beginning, and you are the direct son of the ancestor. A big hand suddenly appeared in the sky, causing countless human cultivators to be stunned on the spot.
What's going on?
It seems like a big hand appeared out of nowhere and directly crushed that powerful member of the divine race.
Oh my, what kind of means is this?
So terrifying? I remember 1,000 years ago, there was a giant who could cover the sky with his hand and once crossed the void. Isn't the one you're talking about already dead on the immortal road? Everyone's scalp tingled, and this black giant hand seemed to have a great origin. When mentioned, even everyone dared not lightly speak the name of that emperor. Someone shook their head slightly. I can't care about that much. The gods are invading on a large scale, and all the sacred sites are gathering. Let's go, as long as they can reach the human empire. Everything is easy to say. As the words fell, everyone looked deeply at the war chariot that was going away, turning into streams of light and disappearing into the sky. In the huge carriage, someone looked at the baby with arms as white as lotus roots, showing a look of shock. Dude, did you start with a max-level character? As a reincarnated being from 3,000 years ago Azura country, he looked at the people in front of him, puzzled. Who the hell is born with innate earth cultivation? This hanging is a bit too much. Front baby slowly turned around, with a maturity completely incompatible with this age on his face, and his eyebrows, which had not yet fully grown, slightly furrowed. I am the Emperor of the Red Moon.
What did you say?
I don't understand. The Red Moon Emperor, the son of the Chi Luck born from the human race over 1,000 years ago, his signature move is the sky-covering hand, and his mount is a dragon, pulling a huge coffin. It's a pity that when crossing the void, it was targeted by ominous forces, passing away on the ancient starry road. Now 1,000 years have passed, he also does not understand why he has been reborn. And it seems that the ancestral laws have changed. Perhaps in this life, he can break free and reach unknown realms. The Red Moon gazes at the sky, its eyes burning. And the reincarnated in the carriage's Azura country people frowned slightly. Just as he was puzzled, another baby jumped off the seat. He should be a strong one born in the last 3,000 years. We are reincarnated. He is reborn. Let this brother introduce himself. Su Zheng, born in 2300. cultivated to the late stage of yuaning, died in the spiritual energy transformation of 2400. After him, another baby opened her eyes, born in 2310, Chen, reached the highest level of cultivation and died in the thunder calamity after the second round of demon retreat. Seeing everyone starting to reveal their cards, I won't hide either. Born in 2296, Huangwu once ascended to the heavenly realm, stationed in the Milky Way. Immortal realm, I remember that scene, I cried miserably that year. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to say that I still long for the edge of the Milky Way now, it's nostalgic. One voice after another sounded in the carriage, although there was no intersection in the previous life. At this moment, the reunion after 3,000 years made this group of people suddenly as close as brothers. After a moment of silence, someone with a solemn face spoke up, "Everyone, what is the current situation in the world? What I understand is that it seems like many demon races fell from beyond the galaxy in the past, transformed into the current divine race, and then the demon race in the universe began to merge with these demon races, constantly growing. On the contrary, our human race has almost been wiped out several times. The current situation is that the human race has no strong individuals, and the inheritance of many sacred sects is on the verge of extinction. The beings that just appeared outside this chariot should be the creatures of the divine race. But what about this human Emperor Guan?" Everyone fell silent, and at the moment, it seems that the current situation is extremely severe. The Red Moon Emperor on the side frowned. Although the group of people in front of him had low cultivation levels, each of them had a terrifying aura, and some of them even had better aptitude than himself. Listening to their conversation, it seemed to be from 3,000 years ago. He looked at everyone and slowly spoke, "Human race Emperor Guan is the last line of defense for the human race in this world. It has been reinforced and guarded by powerful emperors of past generations. Now, a nearly dying great emperor is guarding there, with 72 sacred grounds and 36 sects inside, all with strong individuals stationed there. Even if the gods exhaust all their efforts, it may not necessarily be broken in a short period. However, over the past thousands of years, human forces have had friction, and there are many strong individuals in the sacred lands, many of whom are inclined toward the gods. This human empire pass is not necessarily completely safe either." All eyes immediately fell on him. "You are the reincarnation of the human race's great emperor?" "Yes, you heard what we said just now, right? Can you understand our origins? You are from 3,000 years ago, do you believe it?" Originally, I didn't believe it, but even though I have been reborn, I can faintly feel the will and breath of the heavens. It seems to be guiding me to walk with you. "Hey, Emperor brother, that's right, come over here, let's have a good chat with you about 3,000 years ago." Everyone talked one after another, and then the son of the Red Moon Great Emperor's luck was pulled into the team. After a moment, there was a look of shock in his eyes. The human race was a technological civilization 3,000 years ago. Liu Ken ancestor guarding the past turned into the way of heaven for the sake of the people? If it were in the past, he would not believe it. But now, in front of him, these people not only vividly describe everything, but also talk about various immortal techniques. Even he himself may not be able to understand clearly or comprehend thoroughly. And this time of rebirth, he can still vaguely feel that he has been given a certain mission by the will of heaven. It seems that he has come to exchange with this group of heavenly pride. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in his mind, the mysterious breath of the Tao gathered. Various divine powers seemed to pour into his body from the void. The divine powers and techniques that he couldn't comprehend in his previous life suddenly became clear at this moment. This is the blessing of the heavens. The Red Moon Great Emperor was shocked to the extreme. He looked up at the sky and became more certain of his mission in this life, which is to protect these human geniuses. At this time, the constant sound of people's conversations kept coming to my ears. "Look at the Emperor brother's shining light, could it be that he has suddenly enlightened? Damn, he lives up to being the son of destiny. What kind of physique do you think he has? I don't know, but I have an innate holy body. After becoming powerful, nothing can invade. How awesome is that? I am the immortal body that suppresses prisons, said to be invincible in the world. Just need to consume too many resources. Okay, everything is packed up, right? I started with 7 great manifestations, all of which are phantoms of ancient deities. When my cultivation level rises, who dares to challenge me? So awesome. I'm not like you, I don't have any special physique, no special appearance, and my aptitude is also ordinary. Shouldn't. You offended Liu Chen ancestor? Not really. I have a system in my mind. As long as I kill demons, I become stronger. At this moment, the entire carriage fell silent. Ancestral land Blue Star has experienced 3,000 years of evolution with vast north-south depth. Any human city is easily tens of thousands of miles away. A huge war chariot travels under the vast blue sky. How far is the Imperial Pass? A person in the carriage asked seriously. Still 8 million miles to the north. At the speed of this war chariot, at least half a month. The Red Moon Emperor slowly opened his mouth. After several days, his body had grown very strong. He looked like he was 5 or 6 years old, full of vitality, like a fierce beast cub. Inside the carriage, everyone remained silent. These days, they have crossed countless human cities. On the way, they also saw many descending gods and demon races scattered all over, devastated, even though they had suffered attacks from many demon beasts and god races. Fortunately, they all have extraordinary physical qualities. With another great emperor sitting in town, they can push through all the way. Otherwise, relying on their current cultivation, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. And these days they are also intensifying their practice. After all, from the current situation, the human race is in a critical situation, and the human race has split into two directions. Old and young women and children rush towards the imperial border, the strong youth sacrificing their lives to stop the enemy. Even though they are reborn and return to their homeland, letting the foreign tribes see, their hearts still feel uneasy. Emperor brother, your cultivation level is already at its peak at the beginning. Can't you activate this war chariot to accelerate straight towards Emperor Pass? Someone spoke towards the Red Moon Emperor. The Red Moon Emperor shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to, but the limit of this war chariot is like this. If it goes any faster, the war chariot will shatter. Now the entire Diguan outside, everywhere are the gods and demons. With this chariot and my secret techniques, can still conceal your breath a little. If the chariot breaks, with your talent and breath, it will surely attract countless gods. Although I am strong now, I am still a young body after all, and everything has not returned to its peak. If the strongest person of the god clan is attracted, my fall is a small matter, and you may also have a hard time escaping a disaster. The words of the Red Moon Emperor made everyone look serious. Now there are hundreds of people in the carriage, most of them are infants, and there are not many who have awakened the memories of the previous life. In other words, there are very few people who can fight, even though they are exceptionally talented now. But it also takes time and resources to grow. Over the past few days, hunting and killing the demon beasts and devouring their flesh and blood, coupled with their cultivation realm, although progressing rapidly, is still far from enough to see. 3,000 years ago, the aptitude of the people was low, and they also had the candle dragon blood and flesh bestowed by their ancestors, so each of them progressed very quickly. But the aptitude in this life is completely different from the previous life, coupled with the recent reincarnation, although giving it their all. No one has broken through the golden core in a short period, and on top of that, these people have extraordinary aptitude, and every foundation establishment attracts various heavenly and earthly phenomena, attracting the attention of many divine beings and monsters. If it weren't for the presence of the Emperor of the Red Moon, they wouldn't have been able to survive here at all, so they need to grow quickly. Must enter the human race Emperor's Gate, where there is a relatively safe environment. Most of the cultivation resources of the human race are there. As long as they are given some time, they can become supreme powerhouses. But from the current situation, it seems that the remaining 800 miles are not so easy to cross. At this moment in the carriage, every young infant is rubbing their brows with an air of old age. 8 million miles, too troublesome, the closer to the Imperial Pass, the more powerful the divine race becomes. We are probably about 20 people now, with the most strength at the foundation building stage, and we have no chance against ordinary divine races. Sure enough, with improved qualifications, the difficulty of the script will also soar. Can you wake up these babbling little guys by talking to them?
How to do?
The one inside is full of an immortal spirit, even my supreme bones are almost crushed and can't touch him. The one at the door looks calm and quiet, but once it starts howling, it never stops. Old Huang wanted to pick him up and comfort him. This kid was hanging by a thread. Almost ruined Old Huang's innate holy body.
Damn it. Oh, my goodness, what kind of people are we in this car?
Where am I supposed to go? The later the talent awakens, the more awesome it is.
It's awesome.
Our talents are probably at the bottom. Well, not necessarily, maybe the ancestors arranged for us to awaken early. Guide everyone. You say guide?
Damn, I got it.
Suddenly, the humble person's eyes lit up, pulling out a piece of red cloth from the side swaddle and embellishing it with their golden blood. In the moment of seeing that bright red flag, everyone is passionate and enthusiastic. This is a genius. There must be more than just a few of us who have awakened early in this reincarnation. When the flag is raised, as long as it's our people, they will come over. Damn it, I suddenly have an idea. In ancient times before the Chen dynasty could span the Milky Way, we could also fill the entire universe with flags. Lao Lu, do you know the 9 heavens thunder sound and release the song of Azure country? The old man wants the whole human race on the earth to echo this song. Brother Hongyu, turn the rudder, don't go to the Imperial Pass, go to the nearest human city. We need to gather all the reincarnates. The brothers are ignited, and they are heading to Yantai to recruit old comrades. 10,000 Yama lanterns, above the sky, the roaring battle chariots suddenly turned around. They began to fly towards the human city filled with war fires. An ancient song from 3,000 years ago suddenly rang out on the land of the human race filled with corpses, the loud and powerful military horn sound and the singing voice of song resonating through divine power on the former Azure country land. Countless reincarnated fighters on the battlefield suddenly awakened. Damn it! I'm hallucinating. It seems like we heard an Azure country war song. It's not a hallucination, it's real. Look up to the sky, Azure country flag. I knew just a few of us couldn't be reincarnated. Brother and I are going to make a move. The reinforcements arrived, and the Azure country citizens who had been reincarnated for less than a year suddenly erupted with powerful combat power. At this moment, the excited eyes are all red. At this moment, the divine beasts and monsters residing here are not too powerful, but their numbers are impressive. At this moment, a huge gap was torn open abruptly. Children from the chariots in the sky descended one by one, displaying various divine powers and forms, causing chaos on the entire battlefield. Azure country everyone, some people with a stronger fighting spirit as they fight, some rapidly recover from injuries and their realm rises again. Some directly comprehend, displaying more terrifying divine abilities. And a few more low-key individuals hear hints in their minds. Congratulations to the host for killing the demon, receiving the approval of the ancestor, and gaining 1,000 points of luck. Do you want to enhance your strength? After 3,000 years on the ancestral blue planet, humans still thrive in the ancient North region. For thousands of years, towering and modeled cities have stood. At this moment, within the ancient city of Suzhou, there are rampant divine beasts and monsters everywhere, with broken walls and ruins, and bodies scattered all over. Wow, what good luck! Coming here, unexpectedly encountering a reincarnated human, and above the earth and sky, there are statues of the divine race, with a deep aura of strength, led by one with 6 pairs of transparent wings sprouting from its back, like a wild boar with a twisted air on its face. That is the supreme of the divine race, extremely powerful. It is said to have intercepted a great enemy who wanted to cross the void above the void. In front of him was a girl holding sheep fat, with skin like jade, a touch of vermilion on her forehead, although there was still some baby fat on her cheeks. But the aura all over the body is amazing. People of the god race, you have crossed the line. The girl's face was gloomy. She was originally a great emperor reborn in the South Azure Sea, once ascended to the ancient starry road, and countless powerful beings of the divine clan died at her hands. In this life, she saw many outstanding individuals of the human race being born. She knew that the fortune of the human race had arrived, and what she needed to do was to protect the hopes of these people, allowing these individuals with talents not weaker than her own to quickly grow and develop. For this, she set off from the South Azure Sea to escort many human children to the human emperor's gate. Unfortunately, at this time, the gods invaded, causing chaos among the human race, and he led the crowd to fight all the way. But these divine beasts and monsters, it seems that the more they kill, the more they become. Even if she has an advancing cultivation, she still feels exhausted. Finally, after arriving at the ancient city of Gusu, she was finally stopped by this divine supreme being. Looking at the densely packed divine beings in the sky, she already had a bad feeling in her heart. Facing the questioning of the Southern Sea Emperor, the Supreme God Clan sneered, saying, "Trespassing? Hee hee, this entire world belongs to my God Clan. Where does the concept of trespassing come from? Your human clan can survive in this world, thanks to the grace of my God Clan. Look at those guys behind you. TSK, each one has a dragon-like aura, and their talents are probably not weaker than yours. No wonder you are willing to protect them at all costs. If they are given a few hundred years to grow, I dare not imagine how powerful your human clan would be. But it's a pity, today you all have to die. The Supreme God clan's cold gaze swept over the hundreds of infants behind the South Sea Empress. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. A human emperor was already tricky enough. If so many strong individuals were to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he and the others acted quickly, sensing the special human aura, and began their actions the moment it appeared in this world. Otherwise, after several hundred years, where would there be a place for them in this world? Kill him, with a fierce voice, full of sharp teeth inside, and countless gods behind him immediately attacked the ground. Countless still unawakened infants cried loudly, unable to resist the divine light emanating from their bodies, actually bouncing off the divine powers and weapons of those divine beings. This has awakened many Azura country citizens, crying out unfair. Is this the newbie protection period? Why don't I have it? Brother, your memory has awakened. Still want a protection period? Yes, since they are invincible for a short time, let them go. What do you mean? Hey, you look good, my fiancé who has not yet reached the full moon. Many still unconscious infants being thrown onto the battlefield by the people of Azura country who have already been reincarnated as if they were cannonballs. Those crying infants instinctively release their divine power, unexpectedly pressing many gods back one after another. What kind of physique is this? In front of this baby, I feel a sense of powerlessness. Ancient Immortal. This is ancient immortal text. One word can break the stars. Not allowed to retreat. Kill them all. Kill them all. Otherwise, there will be no place for my godly clan to stand in the future. Many godly clans were shocked repeatedly, forcefully activating their divine powers, and rushing toward the countless infants covered by divine light to kill them. At one moment on the battlefield, the divine light intertwined under the attacks of countless divine beings. Even the immortal light on those babies could not hold up. Damn it! The protection period is not permanent. If the divine light on them disperses quickly, what should we do? Snatch it back. How could you embarrass my fellow brother like that? Damn. You see, his body is like a celestial light and a laser cannon. Picking him up is like lifting a 100,000-watt light ball. If we don't throw him, who else are we going to throw? I don't care. He's my biological brother. Damn it, 3,000 years ago, I was your biological cousin. Whatever, let's throw a batch first, then throw another batch. Countless crying babies emitting a terrifying aura were thrown out again. At the same time, one by one solemn, Azura country children turned around, opening their tender arms, displaying their dharma and divine powers. In the sky, the southern sea holding a poplar branch, and the supreme god bow was about to shatter the sky. The two fought fiercely for a long time, and finally, a muffled groan came from the sky, followed by a small body falling heavily. The ground cracked and the whole body fell into the ground. Nanhai sister, are you okay? The protective divine light is shattered, the breath is weak, and she may die. Damn it, if I could have some time. Restore the cultivation of the previous life, I will kill these beasts. Many people have red eyes, although they are reincarnated, but they have been protected by the land of the South Azura Sea along the way. After getting along with each other, they have developed a deep bond. Now seeing each other, even the protective divine light is shattered, barely breathing. How can one not shed tears? No, don't worry about me, you go quickly, your talents are far above mine. Given time, you will be able to revitalize the human race. The southern sea's vast land difficultly climbed out of the ruins, a small body, staggering, standing in front of everyone. In the ruins of Azura country everyone was silent, but the terrifying aura of the Supreme God clan was ahead. Enveloped the entire city. Come, today none of you can leave. His tone was sharp, his arms turned into a pair of orchids with cold light shining on the long blades, his sturdy feet stepping on the ground, approaching step by step. Infants cry, and even their protective fairy light is consumed. Many people are already exhausted, their bodies are just children's bodies, and now they don't even have the strength to stand up. Looking at the overwhelming attack of the divine clan coming over, despair appeared in the eyes of everyone. Are we going to die today before a year has passed in this reincarnation? Am I going to die right away? I refuse to accept it. You have lived for so long, be content, I will be reincarnated in less than a month. I just came up and fought with the demons, but unfortunately, my system has only been activated for less than 7 days. No matter how crazy I upgrade, it's just building the foundation. Otherwise, give me some time, I will be invincible, maybe this is fate. As the gods approached, the light in everyone's eyes began to dissipate, as if the whole world had plunged into darkness. All of a sudden, a faint melody came from a distance, that familiar voice. Let everyone involuntarily doubt, slowly raise their heads, and when they saw the source of the sound clearly, everyone was shocked beyond measure. Only above the clouds. Hundreds of huge war chariots with red flags, grandly coming from the horizon, with loud voices echoing in all directions. Brazas, Brazas. Azura Country Galactic Organization Legion No. 001 has arrived. This is a reunion after 3,000 years. Dear compatriots, please come together quickly. Above the sky, flags fluttering in the wind, familiar melodies resound in all directions at this moment. Countless war chariots covering the sky. Above the vast ruins, everyone was stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. Is my eyesight failing? Brother, you are not mistaken, truly one of us. Who can figure out what's going on except for the people who came 3,000 years ago? Your mother, how many people do they have? Not sure. But it looks like there are tens of thousands of people. A group of war chariots blocked the sun and approached the city, with young infants stepping out of those war chariots one by one. They looked at those god races, their eyes shining at this moment. In the current situation of scarce cultivation resources, hunting god races is the most effective way to improve strength, especially those bestowed by Liu Chan with the existence of the system. Seeing these divine and demonic beings is like seeing a fat sheep. Kill, 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 don't let one go. Brazas. Supplies have arrived. Those who go up first get to eat meat, and those who go up later can only drink soup. Don't say brother didn't leave you a chance. This is definitely a reward mechanism set up by the ancestors for us. As long as I kill these gods, I can continuously enhance my strength. Every time, I can search for various ancient divine weapon fragments on the gods. The system hasn't even dinged me these days. Today we must kill a few gods ding with one hand. Several tens of thousands of reincarnated Azura country people, wearing short and chubby arms, leaping out of the chariot. The imposing momentum of this black water startled many divine beings. Although most of them only have the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, their talents and physique are terrifyingly competitive. Plus, I have also learned the supreme immortal method, a group of people working together. Even the powerful gods cannot handle it. Are these human children crazy? Where did so many little beasts come from? Okay, since you are looking for death, then today is a good day to kill them all. A group of small animals. Do not think that relying on a large number of people with such strength can be our enemy. Many gods sneered, although the other party had a large number of people. Can threaten most of the gods. But there are still many strong ones on their side. The huge gap in the realm cannot be compensated by talent and numbers. In their eyes, this group of swarming little demons is no different from seeking death. But at this moment, on those chariots, countless terrifying auras emerge, a chilling breath. The entire battlefield was instantly shrouded, making it almost impossible for the powerful members of the god race to move. Yes, this is the aura of the Emperor. How is this possible? Isn't the human Emperor almost extinct? How could there be so many auras? Many gods' faces turned pale, filled with extreme fear. Even the South Sea Great Emperor couldn't help but show surprise. In these 3,000 years, the human race has produced countless geniuses. Almost every few hundred years, there will be a strong enemy on the right path, crossing the void. But now there are very few who can survive. Except for those old guys in the Emperor's Gate, almost no great emperor has survived until now. The sky is vast, the earth is vast. I have a way to live in Xianzhou. A finely carved and polished little Taoist boy stepped out of the chariot, hanging with a variety of treasures. He casually dropped a jade bracelet. Just smashed a powerful godly being, holding 3 yellowed talismans in his hand, and casually scattered them, and the rolling thunder had already arrived. The Emperor of the South Azura Sea was shocked. This is the great Emperor of Xianzhou, known for his alchemy skills. He was most proud of the immortal land he created, and with this item, he has killed countless supreme beings of the divine race. Unfortunately, that immortal state eventually shattered, lost in the vast universe. A red moon rises, the hand can pluck the stars. A little boy in white clothes takes a step forward, raises his hand to draw a sky-covering black palm, and directly slaps to death countless terrified godly powerhouses. The space collapses and the earth shakes. His cold gaze looked over. Long time no see, Nanhai. At this moment, Nanhai's heart was pounding. That was the Red Moon Emperor himself, on the right path at the time, and also received guidance from the other party. Come, all come and have a good time with me. A young child dressed in black holds a black long knife that is a few sizes larger than himself, charging through the battlefield. His body contains supreme divine power, like an ancient fierce beast, scaring countless divine beings to their core.
Impossible, impossible, how could there be so many human emperors in the world? Fake? Everything is fake. If the human race had such great power, how could we have survived until now?
On the battlefield, more than 10 powerful emperor auras descended, shocking all the divine beings. Over the past thousands of years, even the supreme beings of the gods who are in the same realm as the human emperor. It takes dozens of people to besiege to keep the other party. But now, more than a dozen human emperors appear at the same time, accompanied by tens of thousands of human children with extraordinary talents. For a moment, the offense and defense reversed, and they seem to have become prey at this moment. Escape, just escape. But everything is not so easy. On the battlefield, the vast land of Xianzhou casually throws down 8 small flags, directly sealing off all the space. A dozen emperors surging immortal power spread out, causing many divine beings to despair to the extreme. Tens of thousands of reincarnated Azura country citizens surged forward, instantly overturning the entire battlefield. Countless powerful beings of the divine clan were torn to pieces, and many even broke through on the spot, attracting various anomalies. Everyone quickly disperse, I'm about to explode, robbery is coming. A white and tender baby, dressed in Taoist robes, stepped up into the sky, with thunder as thick as a water bucket, calamity constantly falling, yet he shattered them one by one. Many emperors were shocked to see this. It's the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, this kid triggered it, what kind of golden core? But before the thunder tribulation on this side is over, someone on the other side has already awakened. Immortal light soared straight into the sky, and unknown golden inscriptions appeared around the body, emitting an extremely profound aura. And hunted many gods on the battlefield. The system owners are secretly hiding in the corner and crazily adding points, constantly breaking through the realm. It's so scary, even when we were forming Dan. There was no such commotion, right? Is this a major event for the human race? Sacred bodies are as numerous as dogs, and divine bodies are everywhere. According to their words, the realm of the earth is also called the true immortal. Above this, there are many realms. It seems that we are reborn in this life just to protect them. The Emperor of the South Azura Sea stared blankly at this scene. Those old friends, although their faces are no longer here, their presence remains. Above the familiar battlefield, countless babies are breaking through. And the breakthrough breath is more exaggerated than one. His gaze swept over the flying boats in the sky and the many monsters on the ground, with a dreamlike sense of confusion. What the hell? Where did all these people come from? However, at this moment, a huge face comparable to a planet appeared in the sky above the human race, and just a breath turned into a cosmic black hole. The eyes are staring at the people clan, opening its mouth wide, as if it is about to swallow the planet where the human race exists.